Welcome in and step inside. The facts will hit hard here, yeah, they cannot hide. From courtroom heat to drama spills, Trisha breaks it down to facts with the skills. Crazy stories, even messy tea, yeah, she covers it all. No fear here, step inside to come along for this ride. Grab your saber, take your seat. The journey begins after this beat. Welcome to Trisha Talks, where the facts are on fire. Real talks on panel, we'll take it higher. Pick your lightsaber, any color will do. Let it spark to guide you through. We're diving through the chaos and lighting up the dark. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Buckle up and come aboard. The journey here can be yours. In this galaxy glow, Trisha gives facts to stories untold. Trisha Talks is here to unfold the lies that get told. Are you brave enough to be that bold? It's time to start the show. The journey begins into the unknown. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Welcome to Trisha Talks.
Okay, can you hear me now? I started and I hadn't put the mic bit in. You have to like, there's a mouthpiece that you, cause it's like a gaming headset. Excuse me, I'm very snuffly today. They've been cutting the grass again. And I took the headset, the mouthpiece out because it gets in the way. You can pull it out and I've got to plug it back in. Let's just go and grab it. Yeah, they've been cutting the grass and it's really hot again. And like, oh, my allergies this year. I don't normally get it this bad. Okay, hey, Vixen. We've got Jennifer. Bo. I think you got your order in, didn't you, Bo? Vixen. Oh, I'm just going to go. I'll get this started. I'm going to go and grab my coffee. The beauty of this headset is I can walk about and get stuff done while listening because it's a lot to just, yeah, it might have been really horrible. I'm not normally, I've got some Piriton, which is like liquid, like antihistamine. I'm going to have to take some. But it has been really, really hot. Awesome. Let me know your honest feedback when you get it. If there's anything, I want to get another design out. I've got to speak to Laurie. So I want to get like a kick theme, green and black theme, because we'll be moving into the autumn. Yeah, same here, Vixen. Like I've always been a little bit with hay. Like if I went to a stables and there was hay and the straw, that would set me off. Or if I cuddle a cat for too long, get too in the fur. I try not to take it unless I really need it. But I've got the liquid form. I prefer the liquid form. Yeah, let me know. Don't never think you're gonna. I want everybody to give me honest feedback because if we can improve anything, because I've never done merch before, and it's so a bit blind because you're uploading the images, and until you get them in your hand, I need to order myself a hoodie and a t-shirt as well. I've got the coffee mug. But I want to get like a green and black kick theme collection going as well. Okay, so I was watching. I don't watch Salty Lunatics, right? And this short, no, it wasn't a short. It was like a 5-minute video popped up, and I don't follow her or anything, but it popped up in my. So that just proves you don't even have to follow someone; that will come up in your algorithm. Jennifer loves her hoodie and t-shirt. Well, that's good. Yeah. So this theory, the reason I think so, a lot of this theory is coming from TikTok, but they're really honing in because I thought I don't want to watch this woman really, but I watched just to see what she said, and I got to the part where they're honing in on the apparently he changed his shoes, and they're talking about his clothing and the timing and the fact that he remarried so quick. They are really, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, I think sometimes people look for something that isn't there. Like, I don't know, have I ever changed my shoes or footwear from going from one place to another? Possibly. Like, I've gone out driving. Well, I don't know if you can do it so much now in Cornwall, but we used to drive around in flip-flops and like sandals, but to go to a place and then we might take a change of shoes, you know, like depending on the outing, or take a pair of flip-flops or comfy shoes to wear there because it was a very surfer type beachy place. So people sort of dressed down and wore more like surfer type. When I was in the military, that place that I lived at, I used to go out dressed up and everybody used to look at me like, where the hell are you going? Like, well, what are you dressed up for? But that was like normal on a Friday or Saturday night where I came from. You couldn't go in a club with jeans and flip-flops on or shorts and flip-flops. You'd get thrown at. You wouldn't be able to go in. So it was a very like chilled, beachy vibe, flip-flops, surfer. You know, people, some of the guys would go out like flip-flops, even nice leather ones or whatever, and like surfing shorts and nice t-shirt because it would be just, you know, it wasn't like a city. That's what I thought, Jennifer. The prosecution would be all over that because it'd be like, look, she did it for revenge. She did it to hurt him, and I'm going to sneeze now. Good job I muted. So I mean, they'd be all over it if there was a sniff of an affair. I got to find the right part. Oh dear, I'm gonna have to go and get some I've been listening to Clue because I thought I'd been missing her, and as in missing her streams. Don't sound like I'm obsessed with her or anything, but she was just sitting on the balcony chit chatting, so I thought hung out there for a little bit. And she's like, "What are you doing in here, Trisha?" Like, what? Listening to you and watching The View? So funny. It looks so nice where she is. Oh, I'd love that.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
As Brittany would say, I'm all stopped up. Ooh. Yeah, I've seen it coming from TikTok, probably Facebook as well. Ugh. Right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to go and get some medicine. Well, it's not really medicine, it sort of is.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice, Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, therefore the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth.
Sorry, I don't know. Does she remember? Well, she's crying when they're talking about, you know, some of the gory details. I don't know if she remembers or not.
Massachusetts
Anybody
is closed.
correct me?
Now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. So what I'm going to do is, you probably expect, I'm going to ask you those questions to make sure everybody's able
Hey,
to
Donna.
follow my
You've been a
instructions.
member for a month.
I'll
So.
go a little bit into our schedule, and then we'll
Davey.
return to the evidence on this case. So first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Last question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Again, as I always say, I hesitate to give you the schedule because I'm, probably 50% right, 50% wrong. But the intention today, the thought is we'll probably go most of today. All right. And then at the end of the day, before I send you home, I'm going to talk to the lawyers, kind of see what the schedule is for next week so you can plan as best you can. And also kind of see where we are in regards to the timeline and the estimate of the case. So I'll try and give you as much of that information today before I send you home. All right. So with that, I will return to the case on trial. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Commonwealth would call Kimberly Hardy as witness today.
Good morning. Stop right there, read by the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now coming between the Commonwealth and the defendant class shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as best you can and speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
That's good. All right.
Thank
Come
you.
on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name for the record?
It is Kimberly Hardy, KIMBERLEEHARDY,
And what city or state do you currently live in?
Cypress, Texas,
And back in 2023, where did you live?
Brockton, Massachusetts,
And in 2023, where did you work?
Kingsbury Club
Where's the Kingsbury Club?
in Kingston,
And how long did you work for that club?
4 years.
What is the Kingsbury Club?
It is a tennis club, but it also has like a gym. It's kind of like a Y where people can come and drop their kids off in the playroom and stuff like that.
Okay, is it a private facility?
Yes.
So members only.
Yes.
And you mentioned dropping.
It's buffering, is it? Really? Not buffering. Let me have a look on the YouTube side. Shouldn't be. Hold on, let me check YouTube. Check. Well, how do I then? So it shouldn't be. Check on my YouTube side. Ah. It's not buffering on the YouTube side. Do you want to try refreshing and coming back? Because the recording over on YouTube is not buffering. So, really? What about now? Try refreshing and see. me try again.
Dropping kids off. What was your role at the Kingsbury Club?
So I was the child service director, so I ran all the kids programming and
Let's test it out. Is it still buffering? Refresh and see. Let me know if it improves.
the playroom.
So what is the playroom at the Kingsbury Club?
So the playroom is a room where parents can drop their kids off for 2 hours a day so that they can work out.
And what's the procedure when a parent or a guardian drops a child off at the playroom?
We have our system where we sign them in.
And that's something on the computer that logs when the child comes in?
Yes,
And it also logs when the child leaves, correct?
yes.
Now, what's the protocol for who can drop off and pick up a child at the playroom?
So parents, usually we say whoever drops off should be the one picking up as well, unless the parent notifies us that another parent will be picking up.
And as far as that system that you have to log
Okay.
the drop off and pick up, fair to say that system
Okay,
is
cool. I'll be right
geared
back.
towards the guardian who drops off and picks up.
Correct.
So it's a separate log for each child based on who the guardian is.
Yes.
Now, what is the security like at the Kingsbury Club? How do you get into the club?
Oh, you sign in. You have a key fob and you go to the front desk and you'll sign in.
Are you familiar with some members using like a scan app to
Yes.
sign in? And as far as where the playroom is in the club, where is it in relation to kind of when you come in the front doors?
It is right to the right. There is a long hallway, and at the end of the hallway, that's the playroom.
Now, is there kind of a rule there at the Kingsbury Club when you drop your child at the playroom that you have to remain on property?
Yes.
And other than the gym and the tennis courts, what other facilities are on property?
We have a pool and a spa.
I'm going to draw your attention to, one more background question. You mentioned that there's other programs that the Kingsbury Club runs for children, right? And you as the child service director were involved in that?
Yes.
Is there a particular age that the children can start participating in the other group activities?
Camp starts at 5, and at that point, too, we had tennis that started at 5, but swim lessons can start from babies.
Okay, and so is there an age limit to the kids that could be in the playroom at any given point?
Typically, we only take 3 months old up to like age 10. Normally, they don't want to be in there.
And then you said that the time limit is 2 hours per day.
Yes.
Is there a schedule or sign up in advance, or was there one in 2023 if a member wanted to bring their kid into the playroom?
Yes, but in 2023, parents normally didn't sign up in advance because we were just getting back from COVID and we had low numbers. So we just took walk-ins.
And it was a first come, first serve?
Yes.
Are you familiar, or were you familiar with Cora and Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
Did you often see them in the playroom at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And who would be the party that would drop them off and pick them up?
Mainly Patrick.
Did you or were you present in the playroom when Lindsay Clancy at times dropped them off and picked them up?
Yes.
And when Lindsay Clancy came to drop off and pick up the children, did you interact with her?
Yes.
And how would you describe her demeanor during those interactions?
She just seemed very shy.
Maybe just to focus on the time frame.
Well, that's fair. I'm going to draw your attention to maybe the September of 2022 to January of 2023, that fall into the winter. Did you see Lindsay Clancy drop the kids off at the playroom during that time period?
Yes.
And you had the occasion to interact with her? And during that time period, in the fall to winter, what were your observations of her demeanor?
She just seemed shy. She was just, we'd come in and pick up. I would usually try to start a conversation with her, but nothing else. Yeah, just shy.
Okay. And it was only Cora and Dawson that came to the playroom?
Correct.
Were you aware that there was a third child?
Yes.
And do you know of any reason why that child didn't come with the other two?
I asked a couple times because I said that he can come in because he's over 3 months. And the answer was because they were scared of sickness.
I'm sorry, what was the objection?
The answer was from who?
If you could just find out.
So this conversation that you had when you said that you asked about Callan, was that with Lindsay or Patrick?
Lindsay.
Okay, and so what did she tell you about Callan?
She was nervous about colds because it was cold and flu season.
Okay, and so obviously when Cora and Dawson came, there would be other children in the playroom as well, right?
Yes.
When Lindsay would drop the kids off during this time period between September of 2022 and January of 2023, did she ever tell you what her plans were at the club?
No.
Did you see or make observations of how she was dressed when she dropped them off?
Yeah, she had workout outfits on.
And would she come back before the end of that 2 hours to pick the kids up?
Yes.
Did you notice anything different about her when she came back to pick the kids up during this time frame?
No.
Was she ever late picking them up?
No.
Did you ever learn that she had left the property after bringing them to the playroom?
No.
And that is a very strict rule at the club, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Lindsay Clancy and Cora and Dawson at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
In January.
Would it have been closer to New Year's or a few weeks into the month?
I think it was a few weeks in.
And how is it that you remember them on that particular day?
Just their usual selves. They came in, played, nothing.
If I tell you that Cora and Dawson were dropped off by Lindsay on January 13th at 9:07, does that sound right to you?
Mm-hmm.
And that they were also dropped off on January 17th at 9:30 a.m. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Did Cora and Dawson usually come in the mornings
Yes.
around that time? And what time does the playroom open?
We open at 8.
And what time does it close?
It closes at 2.
Did you ever have occasion to see Cora and Dawson in the playroom during that time, September to January, later in the afternoon?
Sometimes, not usual.
Is it fair to say that generally when Lindsay dropped them off, they came in the morning?
Yes.
And is there anything about that day with Cora, that last day that you saw her, that sticks out in your mind?
Not that I recall.
What kinds of things would the kids do in the playroom?
They liked to color. They would play with the dolls, dress up toys, the cars, the train set.
And on one of those last days that you saw Cora, did she draw a picture?
Yes.
Did she take it with her or did she give it to you?
She left it.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit the Kingsbury Club records as the next exhibit.
All right, they may be admitted.
Exhibit 218.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
All right, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you saw Lindsay with her children, dropping them off, picking them up on a fairly regular basis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Patrick, of course, right?
Yes.
Did you ever see how she acted around them? Did she appear to be, happy to be with them and take care of them? Or did she appear to be angry with them or at all?
No, never angry. She seemed happy to be with them. She always picked up on time, and they were always excited to see her.
And you certainly weren't close enough to her to know if she had any personal issues in her life as far as her mind or her body or anything like that, right?
No.
You would be aware, though, that on occasion people are advised by their doctors or psychiatrists to exercise. It might be a good thing for them to do. Is that?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you. You may
Thank
step down.
you.
Thank you. All right, come on.
The Commonwealth would call Sarah Carney, please.
Good morning, ma'am. Stop right there, raise your right hand to the pledge.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending in the You may have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning. Could
morning.
you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Sure, Sarah Carney,
And how do you spell your first name?
Sarah,
And the last name?
Carney.
And what city or town do you live in?
Duxbury, Massachusetts.
And are you married?
Yes,
And who's your husband?
Kyle Carney.
And do you have children?
Yes,
How old are your children?
5 and 2.
Do you know the Clancy family?
Yes,
And how do you know them?
went to school with Pat and then met Lindsay later.
And so when you say you went to school with Pat, fair to say you went to Salve?
Yes,
And did you know Pat before school?
no,
And did you become friends with him in school?
yes,
When you graduated from college, did you remain friends with Patrick?
yes,
And is your husband also a friend of Patrick's?
yes,
Did they meet at college or just someplace else?
in college.
At some point, did you come to know Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And do you remember approximately when you were introduced to her?
a few years after college, maybe 12, 13 years ago.
And where were you living then when you first met her?
Boston,
Okay, how about Pat? Was he living in Boston as well?
I believe so.
And what was your relationship like with Patrick after college? Were you close?
Yes, friends, close.
And as he began a relationship with Lindsay, did you become friendly with her?
Yeah.
Did you have that same relationship with Lindsay that you had with Pat?
No,
As time passed on, did your families remain friendly?
yes,
And eventually, both your families ended up living in the same town in Duxbury, correct?
yes.
What was the relationship like between your families starting in 2019?
Close, friendly, went to the beach together, had them over at our house, went to their house, that kind of thing.
And as the Clancys start having children and you started having children, did that remain throughout?
Yeah, probably fewer times just because we're all busy, but yeah.
And were you around after each of the Clancy children were born? Meaning after Cora was born, you were still part of Patrick's life?
Yeah.
Did you notice any changes in Lindsay after Cora was born?
No.
And how about Dawson? When Dawson came along, did you notice any changes in Lindsay after Dawson was born?
No.
And then Callan, who was born in May of 2022, were you still friendly with them and still doing those trips and going to each other's houses,
Yep.
beach trips?
Yep.
So did you notice anything different about Lindsay after Callan was born?
No.
Do you recall observing Lindsay or seeing Lindsay when she was pregnant with Callan?
Yes.
Fair to say she was a pretty active person.
Yes.
And even in pregnancy, being very pregnant, she was physically active.
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of exercise she did or seeing her exercise or?
I remember her posting videos of her exercising and the kids were in the background.
And where would the exercising happen? Could you tell where it was in their house?
I'm not sure.
Have you been inside their house before?
Yes.
So you know that they had the living room area on the first floor and basement area was
I have to
finished?
assume it was the living room. I've never been to the basement.
Okay, so in that video, what did you observe the kids doing in the background?
Playing on the couch, playing with toys.
And when you observed this video, fair to say it was kind of like a beach body type exercise?
Sure. I'm not sure what that means.
Did you see any equipment in the video, like workout equipment?
I don't recall.
Do you recall previously indicating that you saw the kids playing with exercise bands in the videos?
Sure, if that's what I said. I don't recall.
Now, I'm drawing your attention to the summer of 2022 and the fall of 2022. Were you still going to the beach and getting together with the Clancys?
I believe so, yes.
Other than going to the beach, what other kinds of activities would you invite them to do with your family?
They probably came over to our house once or twice.
Throughout the course of the fall of 2022, did you notice any changes in Lindsay's physical health?
I think I saw her one time at drop off and she just seemed thinner, more
She
frail.
seemed, I'm sorry.
Thinner.
Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with her at drop off about your observations?
No.
How about just observing her overall demeanor? Did you notice anything change about her in the fall into the winter of 2022?
No.
Did you ever have any conversations with her about postpartum depression or sleep issues?
No.
And I'm going to draw your attention to January 22nd, 2023. That was a weekend. Do you recall that weekend?
Yes.
And did you have something happening at your house that your family invited the Clancys to?
Yes. We had a bonfire.
And who came from the Clancy family to the bonfire?
Pat, Lindsay, Cora, and Dawson.
Where was Callan, if you know?
At home with Lindsay's parents.
Did you have the occasion to speak with Lindsay on that day?
Yes.
And fair to say, prior to that day, you hadn't really seen her much that winter.
Correct.
Were you happy to see her that day?
Yeah.
And what were your observations of her that day, her demeanor? Did she seem normal or off or?
Just quiet, but fairly normal.
Did you have the occasion to speak with her, just you and her?
Yes.
And was that outside at the bonfire or somewhere else in your house?
In the kitchen.
And did you ask her anything?
I was talking to her about my daughter's allergies, and then the conversation lulled, and I asked her how she was doing.
And what did she tell you?
Good.
And did you have any further conversation or ask any follow-up questions?
No.
Why didn't you follow up?
Because I figured if she wanted to explain or deep dive into it, she would. Wasn't going to press her.
But on this occasion, she just said fine, and you kind of moved on to the next topic.
Yes.
And throughout the course of that day or that afternoon that you were with her, did you notice anything change about how she was communicating with you? Like, did she start to talk faster or seem confused in any way?
No.
Was there anything that happened at that interaction that made them abruptly leave?
No, I think it was like nap time for the kids.
Okay. And was that the last time you saw or talked to Lindsay?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington?
Morning. So, what was the time frame that you knew Lindsay, not Patrick? I know you were very friendly with Patrick.
Yep.
What was the time frame that you knew Lindsay?
12 years.
And would you say that you were close to her, or were you social, or how?
Social.
Social.
Yep.
And on occasion, you had the opportunity to be in their house, the upstairs portion of it that you indicated, never in the basement or the office area, right?
Right, just the kitchen level.
Okay. Can you tell us, like in the fall of 22, approximately how many times you and your husband, Kyle, saw Lindsay and her husband, Pat, together? Not Kyle with Pat or you with Pat.
I think it was just the one time at drop off.
One time at drop-off. Okay. You had occasion to ask her advice about the babies and things of that nature on occasion, did
Yep.
you not?
Yep.
She was always helpful to you or forthcoming?
Yes.
And this, the last time you saw her on January 22nd, this was a bonfire, is that what it was?
Yep.
And that was where, in your backyard?
In our backyard.
Was it in the daytime or the nighttime?
Around lunchtime.
Lunchtime. And do you recall how long they were there for the bonfire?
A few hours.
And they were there with the two older kids, and Callan was home with her parents, right?
Yes.
And she appeared to be quiet to you?
Yes.
And she appeared, to your observation, around that time frame to be thinner than what you had seen before.
Yes.
But you'd agree with me that you guys weren't that close that she would confide in you, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Any redirect?
as far as your observations of Lindsay over the course of 12 years, fair to say she was always quiet with you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mary. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth would call Aaliyah Goodhart.
Come on, ma'am. You stop right there, raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give in the court and the jury, no matter how many between the Commonwealth and the Commonwealth shall be the truth, the whole truth, and you may have a seat.
Watch yourself, please.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, I'm going to ask you, when you sit down, if you speak loudly so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My first name is Alia. Last name is Goodhart.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
Alia.
And your last name, please.
Goodheart.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background to be a psychiatrist?
I got my medical degree from the State University of New York in Brooklyn, the Health Sciences Center, and I came to Boston to do my 4-year residency at the Harvard Longwood Psychiatry Residency Program. I also trained for an additional 3 years at the Boston Psychoanalytic Institute and got my advanced training I attended the advanced training program, and
Are you licensed here in Massachusetts to practice as a psychiatrist?
I am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
No.
So you said that you're a medical doctor with a specialization in psychiatry, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about your work history in that field?
Yes. I've worked in several different settings. When I first started out, I was working at Beth Israel in integrated care, which means essentially that you work with primary care physicians, and if they have patients that they have questions about, they can consult you. And if there's a need, you can continue to manage the patient's psychopharm medications. And if it's simple, they can continue to do it, but you're available for them to consult with and to discuss cases. After that, I went to Emerson Hospital, where I worked on the inpatient psychiatric unit for a total of 9 years. I left for 1 year to be the medical director at another freestanding hospital. After that, I worked at the women's prison in Framingham for 1.5 years. And after that, an outpatient clinic affiliated with Tufts. I had a private practice for 2 years, and then I've been working at McLean for the last 5 years.
Okay. And what is McLean Hospital?
It's a freestanding psychiatric hospital that is part of the Mass General Brigham system.
What kind of services does that facility offer to patients?
They have lots of services, including inpatient, outpatient, substance abuse, trauma-focused. There are lots of specializations, eating disorder programs. They have residential programs. They have partial programs. So there's a really broad width of.
And what is your role at McLean?
I work on one of the inpatient psychiatric units.
And tell us a little bit about what an inpatient psychiatric unit is.
Patients who come to our unit are referred to us by the emergency department because it's been determined that they need inpatient level of care. You can come voluntarily or you can be sent involuntarily. And once you arrive, we work with the patient until, they're for a certain period of time, which isn't predetermined. It is flexible, so it depends on what's going on. And when you're on an inpatient unit, it's not just that you're seeing the psychiatrist, you're working as a team. So there are nurses, there are mental health workers, there are social workers. And the way it works at McLean is that every day you have a meeting where people discuss what's been going on and you share any information that you have. And that kind of guides treatment. It's if I'm on the unit while I see the patient, I'm not there 24/7, but the mental health staff and the nursing staff are there, and they contribute to the assessment of the patient.
So in that team approach, when you have mental health workers, nurses, social workers that work with you, there's, fair to say, some combination of that team present all the time.
Yes, there are 3 shifts, and each shift has mental health workers and nurses.
And in that team approach, sometimes particular members of that team may have direct contact with the patient, correct?
Absolutely. Each shift, each patient is assigned a mental health worker and a nurse. They're offered a check-in, which is basically time to sit and talk about how they're doing and what's going on, and if they're upset or distressed. And so, there is documentation of that, and that happens on a regular basis.
And even when members of the particular treatment team don't have direct contact with the patient, they're still there and observing what's going on, right?
Correct.
And are they trained to do that?
Absolutely.
And so even if they don't have a conversation with somebody that's documented, they're still observing to be able to report back if there's any concerns that they observe during any given shift. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the inpatient unit at McLean, that they come from the ER departments of the surrounding hospitals?
Yes.
So you can't just walk in?
Not at McLean.
For the inpatient, in any?
Right, correct.
Okay. And so oftentimes when a patient comes from the emergency department or is referred over there, how do they get there?
They have to be sent on a Section 12 most of the time. Well, then it doesn't make sense. So they're usually sent on a Section 12, especially if they're going to be sent in an ambulance. And then when they arrive at McLean, they are seen at the CEC, which is the Clinical Evaluation Center.
If I could just stop for you for one second. Can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
A Section 12 is basically a doctor or social worker or psychologist states that you are being referred to a hospital for admission because you have a mental health condition.
And the Section 12 could be something that the patient voluntarily elects to do, right?
That's a Section 10. The Section 12 is it means that you have to go there. If you go there and they evaluate that you're fine and you decide you don't want to be at the hospital, you can choose to leave and they'll have to let you go.
So when you say that a person comes transported from an ER on a Section 12, they also can come transported on a 10 as well, a voluntary?
A Section 12 is required for transportation because in the time between when they leave the hospital and they're supposed to get to you, you want to make sure that something could happen and then they could leave. So you want to make sure that the physician sees them at that end and then somebody sees them at the other end to ensure that something hasn't changed. So it's evaluation.
Okay. And at the emergency department, there is a particular type of evaluation that's done before somebody is sent over to McLean, correct?
Correct.
What, from the Mass General, what is that usually referred to?
It's called the acute psychiatric consultation, APS. No, so the service is acute psychiatric services, and it's an evaluation. So it's a complete evaluation by either a nurse practitioner or a psychiatrist. And they go over things like, why are you coming now? What is your history? Have you ever had problems before? What's your family history? They document how you're presenting. They inquire about symptoms. And that's how they find out what medications you're on. And then based on that, they decide whether you need, there could be several options. They can recommend inpatient treatment. They can recommend partial hospital program, but the patient doesn't have to do either. If they're not, unsafe, they can choose to leave. But most of the time, people take the recommendation and they've presented because they are seeking help.
And unless the patient is deemed unsafe in that involuntary realm, it's their choice.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned that when they come to McLean, that they first come through and have a CEC. What is that?
It's a clinical evaluation center.
What happens at that stage at McLean?
They're seen by a psychiatrist, and there's a nurse as well. They review the history that was obtained at the emergency department, and they inquire about they actually do another evaluation, just like at the APS, basically reviewing all the history, but also asking their own questions. And if they have any concerns, they document them there.
And you said this evaluation is done by a psychiatrist?
Correct.
And when a person comes into McLean, can they come at any hour of the day or night?
Correct.
And when they first make it to the clinical evaluation center, they're always seen by a psychiatrist?
Yes.
Now, once they do this evaluation, gather all the information, do they also do kind of a physical exam to make sure that there's no medical issues to address?
Yes.
And after all the information is gathered, what is done at the evaluation center?
So they basically enter the order. May I have some water, please?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
No worries.
My fault.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. When a patient is evaluated or seen in the clinical evaluation center, what happens after the evaluation's done?
So they determine the level of checks that the patient should be on once they get to the unit, because there are several units. There are at least 4 inpatient units. They decide what medications the patient is going to be able to get, thank you, until they are seen by a psychiatrist on the unit.
And when you say level of check, what does that mean?
Everybody who is on the unit, there's a mental health worker assigned the task of ensuring that all the patients who are supposed to be on the unit are present and that they're safe. And the lowest level is 15-minute checks. If there's concern about somebody, it goes up to 5-minute checks. And if they're extremely unsafe, it goes to a 1-to-1.
And what does 1-to-1 mean?
There would be a staff person with the patient at all times.
And again, this determination of which unit to be on and what level of security or what level of check is done by the psychiatrist that performs that first evaluation, correct? Now, when a person who comes through the CEC then gets sent to the unit, do they walk to the unit on their own, or how do they get to the unit?
They're escorted to the unit.
And you said there's 4 inpatient psych units, is that right?
Correct.
Now, when the person arrives at the unit, what happens?
They're seen by a nurse and a mental health worker. Their belongings they go through the belongings to ensure that there's nothing unsafe. There's certain things that are not allowed on a psych unit. The nurse reviews their history and takes some vital signs, sees if they need any medication, and then they show them to their room and the unit.
And again, people come through the CEC at all hours of the day and night, correct?
Yes.
So this whole process is pretty seamless and could happen at any point.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned previously that the length of stay or how long a person is on the unit or inpatient varies, right?
Yes.
Is there any sort of minimum that's required when a person comes in for an inpatient stay at McLean?
No.
And if they are voluntarily there, can they leave at any time?
As long as the psychiatrist and the team assesses them and determines that they don't pose an imminent risk to themselves or anybody else.
Now, what if they're there on a Section 12? Is there a time limit or a minimum amount of time they have to be there?
That's right. She wasn't there on Section 12. She was on a voluntary.
We haven't gotten there yet. I'm just asking background questions about the facility.
I'll allow some background questions, but let's kind of move it along.
So Section 12 entails that that the team and the psychiatrist has 3 days to evaluate the patient to determine whether they pose a danger to themselves or others. And if at the end of that time they do determine that the person poses a risk, then they have to apply for commitment, which would mean going in front of a judge who would decide if the patient should remain hospitalized or be discharged.
And if at the end of the 3 days you deem them to be safe, are they allowed to leave?
Yes.
And is there something in the field of psychiatry or in your training and experience in your time at McLean about being discharged against medical advice?
He wasn't discharged AMA.
We'll allow set the really the terms and where we are, so you can go into that.
AMA is not applicable.
If we can approach.
Yeah, I don't think you heard me.
I did hear you.
All right, well then, I'm going to allow that question. There, your rights are saved.
My objection.
Yeah, I've noted it. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you.
I think we tend not to do against medical advice, because if we are concerned about somebody's safety, we would not discharge them.
So you have another procedure available to you if you were concerned for somebody's safety.
Yes.
And that's this procedure you described about seeking
In
order for further commitment.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, when a person comes and goes through that process and is placed on their unit and settled in, what is the plan after that? How often do they see providers?
They're assessed by a psychiatrist every single day that they're there. They have nurses who are checking in with them, mental health workers. They're offered group programming and medical monitoring, vital signs. Yeah.
What types of group programming are offered to people while they're inpatient at McLean?
We offer skills groups, which are things like they're meant to teach patients skills so that they can tolerate distress, they can kind of observe their thoughts. It's meant to shore up their skills. Then there are some groups which are more just relaxed, I guess, such as going for fresh air walks or going to the recreation center, just drawing or coloring, and yeah.
And are there other things offered to patients once they're on a unit to assist them in their care, like counseling?
Yeah, those are the check-ins, and when they meet with the psychiatrist and the social worker, the counseling happens in those sessions as well, and also by the nurses and the mental health staff.
Okay. Now, does this procedure or does how it operates for any given patient, does it change if there's a holiday or a weekend?
I think they're still seen. They're still seen by a psychiatrist.
She's thinking, if she knows, I have no objection. I'm going to object to the way she's answering that.
All right. Why don't you rephrase the question?
I will, thank you. As far as your experience at McLean Hospital, does the schedule change when there's a weekend or a holiday?
The group schedule might change, but the staffing schedule doesn't change.
So the availability and the mental health worker that sees the patient, the social worker that checks in, and the psychiatrist and nurse, the team all stays the same even on a weekend or a holiday?
Other than the social worker.
Okay. And when I say stay the same, it could be different individuals, but
Correct.
it's somebody from that group, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as your role as a psychiatrist, how do you get assigned patients when they are admitted to McLean inpatient?
It's random. There are beds that are open, and I carry a certain number of patients, and other psychiatrists have a certain number of patients, and whoever has an opening gets the admission.
Do you have to be there when the patient is admitted to have the patient assigned to you?
No.
And so do you rely on other psychiatrists to perform those tasks before you meet a patient?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy that arrived at McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st of 2023. Do you recall that patient?
Yes.
Have you had the ability to review the records related to that patient prior to coming in today?
Yes.
And do you know where she came from?
The emergency department at MGH.
Okay. And did she come voluntarily or did she come on some sort of section?
Again, for transportation, it's always a section, but then she signed in voluntarily, which is the section 10.
Okay. So to your knowledge, she was brought in the early morning hours via ambulance?
Correct.
And did she go through that process of the clinical evaluation center in the early morning hours, approximately 4 a.m. on the 1st?
Yes.
And who saw her there?
I think the psychiatrist's name was Dr. Outlaw.
Okay, and you're familiar with Dr. Jasmine Outlaw?
I've never met her.
Okay, but she is a psychiatrist on
Correct.
staff.
I don't know what you mean by on staff.
Well, she works at McLean.
Correct.
And so you were able to review the information she gathered in that first evaluation.
Yes.
And in reviewing that information, did you identify that the patient was identified as medically stable, right? Meaning she didn't have any acute medical issues that you had to worry about?
Correct.
And she was screened on the suicide screening?
Correct.
What was the chief complaint of the patient when she arrived at McLean?
She was unhappy. She was finding it hard to sleep if she didn't take medications.
Okay. And do you recall reviewing in the records that it was noted that she reported that she felt numb?
Yes.
And that she was having some issues managing medication?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, that she had some complaints about side effects or symptoms of medication?
Yes.
Now, when the psychiatrist and the clinical evaluation center gather the information, fair to say that it's primarily based on what's reported to the doctor by the patient?
Yes.
At McLean, do you have access to a patient's full psychiatric history or all of their records from other places?
It depends where the patient is coming from. I think that Dr. Outlaw did take an excerpt of the APS evaluation that was done at MGH, so I assume that she had access to that.
I'm sorry. Assumptions?
I mean,
I
she
can ask
would have
it a
had.
different way.
She knows, she doesn't know.
Yeah.
All right.
As far as the full record of this particular patient that you were assigned to and responsible for, you reviewed all of the notes and information gathered by Dr. Outlaw on that first interaction with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated a little while ago in your testimony that McLean is affiliated with the Brigham
Correct.
Hospital and Mass General. So is it fair to say that those records from Mass General are available to you at McLean?
Yes.
And again, you indicated that that APS evaluation is something that's done at the emergency room, right?
Yes.
And is it common that that information come along with the patient?
I don't know.
No, good. Just if you could answer that. You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Next question.
In this instance, when you reviewed the records, were you aware or did you see that there was some note to the APS evaluation from the Mass General ER?
I saw the excerpt of the APS evaluation in Dr. Outlaw's note.
Okay. And that excerpt from the APS evaluation was conducted by somebody by the name of Dr. Hogan, correct?
Correct.
And did you review a portion of the record indicating that the patient said to Dr. Hogan or reported thoughts of wishing to be dead but no plan?
Yes.
And that there was no violent or homicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
And that there was observed at Mass General to have no evidence of psychosis, mania, obsessions, or current anxiety symptoms.
Correct.
So that's information that you knew before you met with the patient.
Yes.
And as far as what's reported when the patient comes to McLean, and in this instance, when Lindsay Clancy came, are you aware she reported during that clinical evaluation center evaluation that at the beginning of December, she had started Seroquel and Remeron and started to have intrusive and suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
That she attributed that to medication?
Yes.
Okay, and so what was the plan, the first plan that came out of that clinical evaluation center evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
She was continued on the medications she was admitted on. You know, the plan, they do the checks, they decide what medical monitoring you need, but she basically was admitted and the medications were the same.
And what was the security level, or how long were the checks assigned to her after this evaluation?
15 minutes.
And was she considered to be a high risk upon coming into the inpatient unit, or was she minimal risk?
Low. Minimal, yeah.
And were you aware of what's called the provisional diagnosis that was assigned to this patient when she arrived?
I don't recall what the provisional diagnosis was, but I do know that they do assign a diagnosis. I don't recall it. I must have seen it in the records, but I think there are like 5 different diagnoses.
Sorry.
Just referring to what's already been marked as Exhibit 79, I'm going to draw your attention to page 24.
Thank you. Right. Okay, I think I remember. Yes.
Okay, does that refresh your memory as to the provisional diagnosis?
Yes.
And what was it?
Major depressive disorder, severe without psychotic features.
Now, what does the provisional diagnosis mean to you when you're assigned a patient?
That this is the assessment of the psychiatrist who saw her at that time.
Do you have to stick with that diagnosis, or are you free to change that based on your experiences with the patient?
The diagnosis I give the patient is dependent on what my interactions are and the observations of the team.
Now, for this particular patient, Ms. Clancy, on January 1st, when she got situated onto the unit after that first evaluation by Dr. Outlaw, are you aware that she was then seen later in that day on January 1st?
Yes.
And were you the doctor who saw her, or was there somebody else?
It was a different psychiatrist.
Okay, and who was the psychiatrist that saw her on January 1st?
It was Dr. Madva.
And that would be Dr. Elizabeth Madva?
Correct.
Again, is she a psychiatrist as well?
Yes.
And so this occurred while you were not in the hospital, right?
Yes.
And were you able to review the notes, the admission notes of Dr. Madhva regarding her interactions with this patient on January 1st at approximately 12:47 p.m.?
Yes.
And again, as far as these interactions go with the patient and the psychiatrist, it's more of a conversation, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, it's a conversation when you meet with a patient.
Yes.
You ask them how they're feeling, get
It's
information that you think is necessary. Is that fair to say?
It's a conversation, and also you gather information.
And so do you rely on things that were reported before?
Yes.
But you also ask follow-up questions, right?
Correct.
And as far as your review of Dr. Madhva's interaction with Ms. Clancy on January 1st, is it clear to you that she did that?
Yes.
You reviewed her history with her and spoke with her about how she was feeling?
Yes.
At the time she spoke with Dr. Madhva, you were she said that she denied feeling depressed and denied any passive death wishes or suicidal thoughts, but reports feeling numb.
Yes.
She reports she can't feel any emotion other than mild anxiety at now being in a hospital setting.
Yes.
After Ms. Clancy was seen by Dr. Madhva, were you aware of what the plan was regarding her medication?
Yes.
And what was the plan?
Ms. Clancy complained, there were several symptoms. One of the things that she did complain about was the numbness, and Dr. Madhva did, hear that and hear her concern, and that she had been sensitive to many different medications. So she
Well, let me ask, if I can ask a question.
Let me finish with your answer.
So she determined that it was possible that the numbness the patient was complaining of was a side effect of the medication she was on, and the plan was to taper that medication and observe the patient to see whether the numbness went away, and also if any other symptoms became evident.
So the medications, you were aware of the medications that Ms. Clancy came into McLean on, right?
Yes.
And what medications were those?
Seroquel at 100 milligrams a day, at a Valium, 2 milligrams. I don't remember the frequency. I think it was per day. And
Again, we're going to let her finish.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I have no problem if she looks at the record.
Yeah.
so Seroquel, Valium, and Benadryl.
Do you remember or do you recall Remeron being one of the drugs that were described or reported by Ms. Clancy? When she came in, that she reported taking Remeron?
In the past, yes.
Okay. And again, in that report from the patient about past history, do you recall her indicating that one of the providers had suspected a bipolar disorder?
Yes.
In your interactions with Ms. Clancy and your review of the interaction she had with other psychiatrists, did she appear to agree with that diagnosis?
Did
If you
who
know.
appear to agree?
Ms. Clancy.
Rephrase that question, please.
Ms. Clancy, did
Yes.
she disagreed with the diagnosis?
Okay. The fact that she came in and she was on 100 milligrams of Seroquel or more, would that have been something that was significant to you in considering a bipolar diagnosis?
Seroquel is used for several purposes. It is not just used for bipolar illness.
Okay. And Ms. Clancy also reported coming to McLean issues with insomnia, correct?
Yes.
Is Seroquel sometime used in low doses to address insomnia?
Yes.
Now, as far as the plan from January 1st, you indicated that Dr. Madhva recommended reducing the Seroquel and then monitoring symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that Ms. Clancy saw Dr. Madhva again on January 2nd?
Yes.
And again, that was prior to your first point of contact with her.
Yes.
As far as what you know from reviewing the record, you aware that that Ms. Clancy reported that she slept well on lesser dose of Seroquel.
Yes.
Did she report any delusions, hallucinations, or suicidal or homicidal ideation?
No.
And as far as after the check-in with Dr. Madhva on the 2nd, was the plan to continue to decrease the Seroquel?
Dr. Madhva was going to continue her on 75 milligrams, and then the next day she would have gone down to 50 milligrams.
And on these first few days that Lindsay Clancy was at McLean Hospital from January 1st until you actually saw her on January 3rd, you're aware that in addition to seeing Dr. Outlaw at the intake and Dr. Madhva on 2 occasions on the 1st and the 2nd, that there were also notes in the record for you to review from nurses who interacted with her on January 1st at 5:20 a.m., right?
Yes.
From nurse January 1st at 6:28 a.m.
Yes.
A nurse interacting with her on January 1st at 10:34 a.m.
Yes.
And that she actually participated in a group activity with a social worker at 12:03 p.m. on the 1st.
Yes.
And that a nurse interacted with her and made notes at 2:07 p.m. on the 1st.
Yes.
And that she saw a mental health worker at 9:33 p.m. on the 1st.
Yes.
And in relation to January 2nd, a nurse made note of interaction with her on 9:46 on the 2nd, right?
I remember there were interactions. I don't remember the exact time.
But fair to say on the 2nd, she interacted with nurses and Dr. Madhva,
Yes.
based on your review. Now, going to January 3rd, that was the first face-to-face contact you had with the patient, correct?
Yes.
Prior to meeting with her, had you reviewed all of these notes and all of the information up to that date?
Yes.
And did you go through, again, a report of history with her?
Yes.
Were you able to make an assessment of her mental status during that interaction with her?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her mental status?
I can't, I mean, I can remember certain elements, but I don't remember. I mean, she was dressed in, she was appropriately dressed. Her speech was of normal rate and volume. Behaviorally, she was polite and cooperative. Her mood, I don't remember exactly. It's a quote, so I don't remember exactly what she quoted her mood as being. Can you could, it would be in the medical record.
Yeah, 1 moment. I'm just going to approach, if that's okay.
Yeah. And just so the records are Exhibit 79?
Yes.
All right, so those records, you'll have those with you.
So I have both pages 61 through 66. So I think that's your note. If you can just take a look at that and let me know. Does that refresh your memory as to what your observations were of her mood?
Yes.
what was her mood?
Anxious.
Okay. And did you observe signs of anxiety, or did she tell you that she felt anxious?
She appeared anxious.
And her affect, did you observe it to be congruent to her mood?
Yes.
And you examined her and found her to have linear thinking and appear goal-directed, right?
Yes.
And as far as addressing kind of why she was there and what your recommendations were, ultimately, what were you trying to address or accomplish in the treatment plan with Ms. Clancy?
That's a very broad question.
Okay, I could break it down if that's okay.
Yes.
So as far as once you had a chance to sit and talk with her, what did she identify to you to be her main concerns that she wanted to address during her stay at McLean?
She did not want to be dependent on an antipsychotic medication, which is what Seroquel's class is, even though it's used for insomnia and other indications, depression. She didn't want to be dependent on Seroquel to be able to fall asleep.
Okay, and so fair to say she was very concerned about wanting to sleep at night.
Yes.
And she was very concerned about her symptomology, or what she was experiencing by way of symptoms from various medications, right?
Yes.
And that concept, or the phrase numbness, did she use that a few times?
Yes.
And again, you mentioned Dr. Madhva was concerned about the numbness with the medication. In your experience with Seroquel, is that also a common side effect for people to feel numb?
It can be one of the side effects that people can have.
Okay. And as far as the suicidal statements that you were aware of from the prior reports, did you go through that with her about whether she presented to you with suicidal ideation?
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Did you talk to her about her thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether she had any specific plan?
Yes.
Did she have any plan?
No.
Had she reported that she had ever had a plan for suicide?
No.
And did she tell you there were reasons why she thought she wouldn't commit suicide?
Yes.
And what were those reasons?
Her children and her family, her mother.
So after this face-to-face interaction with her and kind of going through her history and having reviewed what you had, the information you had about her, what did you develop as a plan for her while she was at McLean?
I continued with the plan to taper her off Seroquel and to monitor whether her symptoms improved, but also to see if she could sleep while she was off of Seroquel. And to really observe symptoms and mood.
During this first interaction with her, was there any conversation about how long she would stay or what her plan might be after she left McLean?
When we met the first time, Lindsay said that she had her daughter's birthday coming up on the weekend, and that it had been planned months ahead of that date, and she was hoping that she could be there that weekend so she could be with the kids and family who was going to come for the birthday party.
Now, the concept of kind of tapering her off the Seroquel and monitoring her symptoms, did that seem like a realistic goal to you?
Yes.
And now, after having spoken to her and developing this plan, were you also cognizant or thinking about the potential for a bipolar disorder diagnosis? And so how did that affect how you approached this plan to taper?
Again, we would have, we would have, we were observing for any symptoms that would indicate that she might have bipolar disorder.
And where she had reported that she had issues with sleep, was that also something of concern to you if there was the potential for a bipolar disorder?
Yes.
And reduction of medication, what was the concern for the sleep?
I think people's mental health is negatively affected if they cannot sleep, whether it's bipolar disorder or depression. And so sleep is important.
Okay, and so a person that you might be considering for a bipolar diagnosis with lack of sleep make you watch for symptoms of hypomania.
Yes, sleep is one of sleep deprivation can lead to a bipolar episode, a hypomanic manic episode.
So you wanted to monitor her patterns in her sleep and her mood to see if there was any evidence of that, correct?
Yes.
In this first interaction where you identified a plan, did you also make a suggestion about a particular medication that she might consider after the Seroquel had been discontinued?
Yes.
What was the alternative medication, if you will?
It was Cymbalta, which is an antidepressant.
And was that something that you intended to prescribe for her while she was there, or was it something that you suggested that she could consider as an outpatient?
It was just a consideration. It would depend on how she was doing after she was off of the Seroquel.
Okay. Now, what about the Valium? Was there a plan to address tapering or weaning her off Valium or an alternative to Valium?
Yes, I switched her from Valium to Ativan.
Okay.
Because it has a shorter half-life. And, you know, in my experience, it manages anxiety well.
And were you aware that she had taken Ativan before?
Yes.
And did she report any concerns about Ativan or benzodiazepines in general?
Yes.
And what was the concern she reported to you?
She stated that her husband had concerns about her being on a benzodiazepine.
During this interaction with her on the January 3rd, did you observe any signs of psychosis?
No.
And in the notes and the interactions with the providers prior to your meeting between January 1st and January 3rd, did anyone ever note any symptoms or concerns for psychosis?
No.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also still in that, what was considered the postpartum period, right? She had had a child in May of 2022.
That's a tricky question to answer because different organizations or agencies assign postpartum a different length of time.
Okay, and so in your training experience and your experience as a person who diagnoses,
yes.
Did you consider postpartum as part of what you had to figure out here with this patient? Or was
Yes.
it really not a consideration?
It was.
Okay, and why was it for you?
I mean, she had a child, and the risk of postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis is a serious consideration.
Okay. Now, after this first meeting with Ms. Clancy on the 3rd, were you able to give her, in your own opinion, a diagnosis?
Yes.
And what was that?
You said after the 3rd?
Right.
Okay, so that would mean one meeting.
Yes.
I gave her a diagnosis of insomnia with a mental health condition because one day of observation wasn't sufficient for me to figure out if she truly, to give a solid diagnosis, because it sticks with the patient.
Right. Fair to say you just didn't have enough information at that point. Right?
Correct.
Okay. So again, you saw her on January 3rd, and that was approximately 9:15 a.m., right?
If
Do you
that's what
recall?
it says. Yeah.
Well, at the top of your inpatient progress note on page 61 of the exhibit, if I say the data service reads 1/3/23 at 9:15, would that be where you would note the time you were scheduled to speak with the patient?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that on that same day, on January 3rd, that in addition to meeting with you, that she met with a social worker at 10:07 a.m., right?
Yes, the social worker and I would have met with her together.
Okay, but then the social worker would have their own note if there was any interaction that they were noting, and also a nurse as well.
Yes.
Right? And that on the 3rd, that Ms. Clancy participated in a group at 12:02 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And engaged with a mental health worker at 12:22 p.m., right?
I do know that she engaged with the mental health worker. The times are
Okay.
not something I recall.
If I indicate that the records show she
Yes.
did another group at 2:36 p.m., would that sound right?
Yes.
That she then declined a group at 3:50 p.m.
Yes.
and then saw another mental health worker in the evening before presumably she went to bed 8:52 p.m.
Yes.
Did you see her on January 4th?
Yes.
And so again, is this the same protocol? You meet, you talk, you discuss. Did you talk to her about how the previous night's sleep went?
Yes.
And how was that night's sleep?
She reported sleeping well.
Well,
I don't remember the exact words, but she said she slept. And
okay.
Yeah.
And do you remember having a conversation with her again on that day, January 4th, about going home?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Originally, I think we were thinking, we had talked about discharge on Friday, and she stated that she was anxious being in the hospital, and that she wanted to be discharged so she could be home with her family and her children.
And so did she ask to leave earlier than Friday?
Yes.
And when she asked to leave earlier than Friday, what was your response to that?
Whenever I said she could leave provided she had psychiatric follow-up the next day.
And why did you do that?
I wanted to ensure that if she wasn't able to sleep that night after discharge, that she could speak with somebody about it so that they could come up with a plan to ensure she could sleep and to monitor how she was doing off of the medication.
And was there a kind of a secondary reason that you had asked that she make sure she make an appointment before discharge?
Yes, it was also to assess whether she could think clearly and follow directions and get it together. We asked her to set up the appointment herself, and she was able to do that. She responded within an hour. She told the social worker that she had gotten an appointment, and the social worker had asked her for a fax number so that we could we could send the discharge summary, and she provided the fax number as well.
And now on this day that you had met her on January 4th, she reported that she slept well. Do you recall what dose of Seroquel she was down to at that point? Had she reached 0?
On which day?
On the 4th, when you saw her.
I'd have to walk myself through this. So I know she was on 75 milligrams the night of the first, 75 milligrams the night of the second. On the night of the third, we decreased it to 50 milligrams. On the night of the fourth, she would have been on 25 milligrams.
Okay. And fair to say that on the 4th, your plan was to continue to taper her so that she would be at 0 for Seroquel, take no Seroquel on Thursday night, right?
Correct.
And that she would be restarted on Ativan, and that she'd have the trazodone available if she needed it.
She was already on Ativan during her admission and was taking it at night. She also had trazodone, which is a sleep medication. It has sedating properties, so it can be used for sleep. So yes, she had that. She had the option to take that as well.
And so did you have a concern about her leaving on Thursday, the 5th, without having monitored her at no Seroquel?
I did not have any concerns about her safety or a risk for anybody else.
Okay, but as far as from a diagnostic perspective, would you have preferred to have more information about her sleep patterns and her mood?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you didn't have a concern for her safety. So what, in your time that you were with her, that you met with her, and all the information that you reviewed, what were identified as maybe protective factors that made you feel comfortable that she was safe?
She was, there's several things. She was future oriented. She was clearly invested in her children. She was a caring mother, just like a caring mother. She had her parents around to help her. She had family and supports. We ensured that she would have outpatient psychiatric care for follow-up. She didn't have a history of suicide. She had no history of psychosis, postpartum psychosis. She had a stable place to live. So
the statement that she made to you that she wouldn't have completed the act of suicide because of her kids or her mom, was that something that you considered?
Absolutely.
And the fact that during the time from admission on January 1st to the time she was discharged on January 5th, that she didn't make statements supporting suicidal ideation, was that a factor that you considered?
Yes.
And at no time during the time she was at McLean did she ever indicate that she had ever reported or had thoughts of harming anyone else, did she?
She had never stated that she had any thoughts of harming anybody else.
And ultimately, at the end of that conversation with her, or the hour later, she was able to secure that appointment that you asked her to on her own.
Correct.
And so knowing that now the discharge has moved up a day, what was your plan for medication for her upon discharge?
She would have continued on the Ativan to help her sleep at night. That was a short-term plan. Once she was feeling better or was able to sleep or her mood came back to baseline, she could taper off of it. She had trazodone to use as needed, and melatonin.
And as far as your recommendations for medication, it would be no more Seroquel. I guess, let me ask that question a different way.
Yes.
You didn't give her a new prescription for a different dosage of Seroquel, did you?
No.
And did you advise her to take Seroquel when she was home if she felt that she needed it?
I would assume she would take what I had prescribed.
Just to back up 1 second, as part of this treatment team plan for patients at McLean Hospital, is it fair to say that either you or other members of the team, either a mental health worker, social worker, or nurse, sometimes reach out to collaterals in order to try to gather information and assess a patient?
Yes.
And in this instance, are you aware that somebody reached out to Patrick Clancy to speak with him about his wife and her care?
Yes.
And were you aware that he reported that she hadn't ever had suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
And that he actually reported to the social worker that she was concerned about dependency,
Yes.
but she had told you that her husband was concerned. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that he felt that she had succumbed to social pressure to take psychiatric medications because her friends were taking them?
That's what he told the social worker.
And you're aware that he had made statements that he was unhappy with the medical care she was receiving at McLean?
He said, I don't think
Were you aware that he said he was very unhappy with the medical care she received?
she received. Yes. She didn't specify. He didn't specify McLean.
Okay, thank you. And as far as you're aware, the patient themselves, Ms. Clancy, she never complained that she wasn't getting seen by staff or doctors, was she?
She never complained of that.
Did she ever file any sort of complaint with the hospital?
No.
And is there a mechanism for a person to file a complaint if they feel like they're not being treated?
Absolutely.
And is that information posted all over the units?
It is posted on the unit and the forms are available.
And a person, even if they're not on a one-to-one or directly interacting with a mental health worker or social worker, do they always have the ability to request to speak to somebody?
Absolutely.
And so even when maybe somebody from their team is not there or working, is there somebody always on call, a mental health worker, a social worker, a psychiatrist, a nurse, for a person to speak to if they felt they needed to?
Yes.
And in addition to your meeting with her on January 4th, and after coming up with that plan for discharge on the 5th, are you aware that she then continued to engage in groups on the 5th, and that she continued to engage with mental health workers and social workers?
Yes.
And do you recall when she was discharged on the 5th? Was it in the morning or in the evening?
Afternoon, probably around 3-ish is my recall.
Okay. And upon discharge, was she provided with information that she could use when she was home? Like resources?
Yes.
And do you recall that she had asked about resources to find a new doctor at some point?
Yes.
And that she ultimately reported to the social worker that she felt comfortable managing at home?
Yes.
I may have one moment.
Sure.
So upon discharge, what did you actually prescribe her?
A 14-day supply of Ativan and a 14-day supply of trazodone.
Okay. And when you were having conversations with her about her thoughts of suicide or her thoughts of wanting to die, was she expressly asked if she wanted to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her answer, if you recall?
She denied that.
She denied that?
Yes.
And was she specifically asked if she had a plan to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her answer to that?
She denied it.
And was she specifically asked if she wanted to harm anyone else?
Yes.
And did she provide an answer for that?
She denied it.
And those are standard questions you would ask at every interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
And prior to discharge, she would also be asked those questions again, correct?
Yes.
Because if her answers changed at any point, it would have changed your plan, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Just like to start off just by asking, District Attorney asked you about resources that were provided to her. What were the resources?
We had discussed going on Psychology Today, where
I'm sorry?
she was aware of the website Psychology Today.
The website.
Yes, she was given the name of a case manager through her insurance who she could contact for assistance in finding new providers.
So other than telling her about the website for Psychology Today and talking about her insurance company and what they would allow for her to reach out for what, other providers? Is that what it was?
Can you restate that?
Sure, of course. You referenced her insurance company.
Yes.
I mean, that's a major consideration in medical treatment, is it not? What a person has for insurance?
No.
No?
I don't understand what you mean by
You
that.
know what insurance is? I mean, as far as like a person paying their bills for medical treatment or psychiatric treatment.
The insurance is important because who you can see is limited by what insurance you
Right.
have.
So that's what I was asking as far as the insurance. You referenced that on the resources, when the DA asked you about resources, and I asked you what were the resources, and you said going on the website for Psychology Today, right?
Yes.
And that you spoke to her about her insurance, right?
We gave her the name of a case manager who she could contact and her telephone number in case she wanted to find other providers. They would be able to look at their database and figure out what providers would be within the distance she was comfortable with, whether they were male or female, if she had a preference, and if she had any preference about any specialization.
Okay. And in reference to the insurance, what is the insurance? You answered the question about insurance. I'm just asking, what is the involvement of insurance in that offer of resources?
I don't understand your question.
All right, maybe I didn't understand your answer. That's why I apologize. You had indicated that in addition to telling her to go on the website for
Yes.
Psychology Today, that you spoke about her insurance and other providers that would be permitted, I guess, under her insurance.
Not every patient, the fact that she had a case manager at Blue Cross Blue Shield was an added benefit because they could assist her in finding providers.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
All right. Other than the case manager from Blue Cross Blue Shield and to do research off of the website for Psychology Today, what resources were provided to this woman?
There are numerous resources that are printed on the after visit summary. I don't know each and every one of them, but I think they would be in the medical record.
Okay. And that's something that is provided to a patient when they leave.
Yes.
She came in on a voluntary, is that correct? In other words, I know she was transported by an ambulance, but nevertheless, it was that she and her husband, Patrick, wanted her to be treated at McLean, correct?
She came in and signed in on a voluntary.
In other words, there were no orders of a court, no judge ordering that she be committed or anything like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And she came in on, was it New Year's Eve? January 1st?
Yes.
And do you remember what time she came in?
I think she arrived at the CEC around 4.
Now, would you agree that on New Year's Eve in McLean Hospital, that ward is pretty much running on a skeleton crew?
I can't speak to something I'm not there.
Well, obviously you're not there, but what about other people? Was skeleton crew New Year's Eve? Or
You
was
would
it-
have to ask somebody who was there.
Well, you've worked there for what, 7 years?
5,
5 years. And what is the ward that she was on?
AB1 South.
81 South?
A as in apple, B as in boy, 1 South.
South. And how many doctors work at AB South, on whatever shifts that you may have?
There are 4 psychiatrists assigned who work on AB1 South.
Now, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, that's it.
And does that include you?
Yes.
And approximately how many nurses work on AB South?
I wouldn't know, but I know that there is a nurse assigned to each team and that there are 4 teams. Sometimes, yeah, in general.
4 teams
Yeah.
on AB South, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say a team, that consists of what? A psychiatrist, a nurse, perhaps, or what?
A psychiatrist, a nurse, a social worker, and an assigned mental health worker.
And what are the shifts that this team would work?
There are 3 shifts.
Okay. And would that be like, 7 to 11, or 11 to 4, that type of thing?
I think there's 7-hour shifts or 8-hour shifts. I don't know the exact times.
All right. And are you assigned a shift, or do you just go whenever you want?
We are not assigned shifts.
And when she was presented to the hospital, she went through that initial evaluation that you told us about, the CEC. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat-
CEC, maybe you were talking about the
Yeah,
CEC?
can you repeat the question?
Sure. When she admitted herself and was escorted onto AB South, that's where she was evaluated?
She was evaluated in the CEC by the psychiatrist. Then she came to the unit and was seen by Dr. Madhwa later the same day. So she met 2 psychiatrists on January 1st.
Okay. So you have a woman that has admitted herself to McLean
Yeah.
on New Year's for help, right?
Yes.
And she was evaluated at the CEC. Is that on that ward, or is that a different part of the hospital?
It's a different part.
Okay. And how long does that evaluation typically take?
I can't speak to that. I don't work in the CEC.
What do you do in the CEC? What happens in the CEC? Does this person sit down and they get interviewed, or what do they do?
There's a full psychiatric evaluation.
And a full psychiatric evaluation consists of what?
A chief complaint, a history of, so basically a history of present illness, which would be what brings the person into the hospital.
Okay.
They review past psychiatric history, substance use history, social history, family history. They do a mental status exam, and then they make an assessment.
And they would be the CEC?
Psychiatrist.
And that would be the psychiatrist that you were referring to?
Dr. Outlaw.
Dr. Outlaw. Now, how long does the CEC typically take?
I do not know. It
I
depends on the
imagine-
speed of the person seeing the patient.
I imagine that at some point, a psychiatrist or a social worker or somebody must get into the prior history that the patient had prior to coming to your doorstep, right?
That is a part of the evaluation, yes.
Okay. And you had a chance, as the district attorney asked you, as to whether or not you were able to review the medical records that involved Lindsay Clancy's treatment at McLean Hospital for the 4.5 days, right?
I was able to review the CEC note, which had an excerpt of the MGH evaluation and the notes that were available to me since January 1st at McLean.
Now, as a psychiatrist, I mean, when she goes to the hospital, she's your patient, right?
She's got,
She's your patient.
yes,
Yes. And as a doctor, what you want to do is get all the information that's available on why this person is in your locked ward, right?
yes.
So, did you do inquiry into her prior history, or was that left to the CEC person or the social worker?
That is part of the evaluation.
And the evaluation is CEC.
And when I see her as well.
All right. So do you sometimes, when I say you, I mean you or the social worker or the CEC person, do you talk to people like third party, I think you said third party contacts?
Yes,
All right.
the social worker does.
Okay, so, and you reviewed the records. So when did the social worker talk to the first psychiatrist that she went to see?
The social worker contacted Patrick.
Well, I know you told us that he contacted Patrick and that Patrick gave some history about the benzodiazepines that he was concerned about and thought she wasn't getting good medical care. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. You know that she had medical treatment before she came to McLean.
yes.
Okay. Who's her psychiatrist?
The nurse practitioner she was seeing prior to coming to McLean, I was aware of that person.
Would that be nurse practitioner Gelada?
Yes.
Did you speak to her?
No,
Did you look at her records?
I did not have access to them.
Why not?
They aren't in the same medical record system.
Well, the same medical record system is just so that you have access to MGH, you have access to Brigham and Women's Hospital, because it's all part of some big computer information access you have. What about other healthcare providers? Can you get access to their records?
Not immediately.
Well, how about if you have a release signed by a patient under the HIPAA law? You know what the HIPAA law is, obviously, right?
Yes,
And just tell me, what does that actually mean, that a patient allows someone to look at their medical records?
yes,
And Lindsay was very, very cooperative with you guys, wasn't she?
yes.
Did anyone ever ask her to sign a HIPAA release for anyone to get access to nurse practitioner Gelada's records?
No,
How about psychiatrist Tuff's records?
no,
How about nurse practitioner Paul's records?
no.
Who's Letitia Dukes?
She was a social worker, I think, that Lindsay saw at South Shore at the perinatal program.
Okay. And do you know when she went to the South Shore, Rhode Island perinatal program?
I know it was prior to admission. I don't remember the exact dates.
Do you know what recommendations that she had received at that point?
No, other than the medication.
Do you know what medication she was actually on when she presented to McLean Hospital?
Seroquel and Valium.
What is it?
Seroquel and Valium.
You knew that Dr. Tufts was the first psychiatrist that she actually consulted, correct?
I believe so.
And when again, if you don't know, just say you don't know.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you made reference to the fact, or maybe the DA made reference in questioning you about the fact that she was looking for doctors for some type of medication or something. Is that fair?
that's a very vague statement. I don't know what you mean.
Okay. Well, actually, she saw Dr. Tufts because Dr. Tufts advertised that she was an expert in perinatal care, right?
Correction.
Overruled.
Oh, sorry. I wouldn't know why she saw Dr. Tufts.
Do you know what medication Dr. Tufts prescribed to her?
From what Lindsay told me, yes.
What?
Zoloft was the first.
All right. So Dr. Tufts, according to Lindsay, provided her, Lindsay, with Zoloft, which is an SSRI, correct?
It's an antidepressant in that class, yes.
Okay, so when you say an antidepressant in that class, the class would be selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, right?
Yes.
And that's pretty powerful stuff, isn't it?
I don't know what you mean by powerful.
No? Well, are you supposed to prescribe Zoloft or sertraline to a person that has bipolar?
I think it all depends on what you're seeing when you see the patient.
All right. So it's important, I would imagine, then, to be fair in your evaluation of this young woman that came to your hospital for help on New Year's, to find out what any evaluations were of her condition, her presentation, her symptomology when she saw that first psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, right?
Lindsay was cooperative and she was forthcoming. I had no reason to think that she would not provide us with what other providers thought, just like she told us that Tufts said she was worried about bipolar disorder. And
I apologize.
Yes.
Tufts advised her that she was worried
no,
about
sorry, it was,
Gelada?
yes.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
That's all right, no problem. And again, if you have records or you want to look at them, that's fine, because I know it's tough to have all this stuff in your head.
Yes, thank you.
And so Dr. Tufts prescribed the Zoloft to her, and you knew that right after the initial prescription of Zoloft, do you know how many milligrams she was prescribed initially by Dr. Tufts?
Lindsay, I think, stated it was 25.
Okay. And then Dr. Tufts increased it to what, 100?
Lindsay said it was increased to 50.
50, all right. So, and again, you're in I don't know if it's appropriate to say, but you're in a mental institution, right? That's where you work at McLean
Yes.
Hospital. Okay, and it's a locked ward, right?
Yes,
And she's a patient that's coming to you for help, right?
yes.
Is it appropriate for a doctor to take what that patient is telling you as a history? Or do you have to verify it or talk to other healthcare providers to make sure that they're not just running off and making something up?
I had no reason to believe that she was not a reliable reporter.
Because she seemed very forthright, right?
Yes,
She seemed very honest in her disclosure of her symptomology, right?
yes.
One of the things, or one of the tools that you in the mental health field have access to is psychiatric testing, right?
Yes,
Okay. You have, for example, one tool, and I think psychologists, and there are psychologists that are on staff, I would imagine, at McLean as well.
no, not on that unit.
As a psychiatrist, you don't administer psychiatric or psychological testing, do you?
No,
All right. But for example, you've got the Beck inventory test, or what's called the MMPI test. You're familiar with those, right?
these are forms and forms that the patient can fill out.
Right. And one of the tests is the MMPI, which is Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
I have heard of that.
Okay. And you know that one of the things that it determines is, if they call it the K scale, whether or not somebody is lying or minimizing, or not minimizing, but lying about their symptomology, right?
I don't know much about the scale.
Well, that's a tool that can give someone information as to the person's presentation of their symptomology. That would be important as to their honesty of whether or not they're trying to minimize or whether or not they're trying to falsely project their symptomology, right?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay. Were you aware that there were ever any
I just have to quickly, I haven't spoken for ages because I'm just trying to let it play. But welcome in, we've got quite a few new ladies or gentlemen chatting. We are over on the horizontal if you want to join there to chat. We've got horizontal feed and vertical. But you won't all see each other when you're chatting, but it's up to you. And yeah, this is terrible. Like, this doctor's worrying me. I mean, I'm in the UK and it's bad enough, but this is worrying. Like, this is just crazy to me, and I'm so sorry to anybody that's been let down by these doctors as well, or your doctors. I personally can't take anything like that. They tried years ago when I went. It was the PTSD that I ended up having after domestic violence, and I couldn't take any of it. It was awful. Awful. Made me feel crazy.
Psychological testing
No, I am
administered to
listening,
Lindsay?
but I'm not chatting much.
MMPI or Beck or anything?
No.
Okay.
Scary, this is.
How many times did she call or reach out to help for a suicide hotline?
I don't know.
Wouldn't that be something important to find out if the person who you're suggesting was denying suicidality or suicidal ideation upon your evaluation that she called out to suicide hotlines?
She was telling, she told us that she was having suicidal thoughts,
Right.
but had no intent or plan. So I do know that she was struggling with suicidal ideation.
Right. Anybody else that you talked to? Or did you
Patrick.
talk to anybody else?
I know the social worker talked to Patrick, and he did give the information he gave.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, as you're investigating the history of this patient, you're not aware, no idea that she had reached out on not one but two occasions to a suicide hotline. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you know that when she was first prescribed the Zoloft by Dr. Tufts at 25 milligrams, then increased to 50 milligrams, that she then reported that she was unable to sleep?
She
For
shared
40
that with us. Yeah,
Was that?
sorry. I'm sorry. I
Go
didn't.
right ahead, no problem. What is it?
I'm going to let you finish the question.
Okay, thank you. No big deal. It's just that she reported that she went for 48 hours without sleep.
I don't remember that time quoted. I know she had difficulty sleeping.
You indicated in your testimony that, and I quote, "I would have preferred to have more information about her sleep patterns," right? Do you remember saying that?
Following the changes in the medications that we were making.
So sleep pattern would be just what it says, sleep pattern. Like you sleep from 9 at night till 7 in the morning, or
Yes.
12 at night, whatever your pattern would be, right?
Yes.
And why is a sleep pattern important for you as a psychiatrist trying to evaluate your patient?
Because difficulty sleeping is a symptom of several different conditions, and it can worsen several different conditions.
And you know that she had reported severe anxiety, right?
She was struggling with anxiety, yes.
Struggling with anxiety. And she was having not just insomnia, but she had very, very severe insomnia, didn't she?
She wasn't able to sleep.
And you would prefer to have more information about sleep patterns, is what you said. I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's what you said.
I know that we were able to observe her sleep while she was on the unit. Once she left the unit, I would not know how she was sleeping, which is why we referred her to somebody else so that they could continue to monitor her symptoms.
Obviously. So let's put the time that you are observing her, or that your social workers are investigating to whatever extent they did, her background. What were her sleep patterns that were important to you prior to New Year's 2023?
The amount of sleep is important.
Yeah, and you said that. You already said, I would have preferred to have more information about her sleep patterns.
After she was in, if I was going to continue to evaluate her, I would want to observe her sleep, is what I meant.
Oh, so you didn't mean that as an evaluator of her prior medical history, trying to get a history of your patient for purposes of diagnosis and treatment, that you wanted to know what her sleep patterns were. You didn't mean that you meant prior?
The history of whether somebody is struggling with insomnia is important, and the patient can relay that to me.
Okay. You ever heard of patients that minimize their symptoms and lie about their symptoms sometimes?
Yes,
Okay. So it's important to corroborate what the person is telling you, right? I mean, you want to talk to somebody else objective to find out what, if any, evidence there is of symptomology.
and we did that with
I'm
Patrick.
sorry?
So when a patient presents and they're talking to us, it is not just about what they are saying. It's about their body language, their eye contact. You can get a sense of whether a person is being honest or whether they're lying. And we are not, we're providers. The patient is there to get help. They're going to tell us what is bothering them and what they're concerned about. That's why they're in the hospital.
This woman was in a locked ward. She couldn't walk off your unit, could she?
That is what a psychiatric unit is.
Right. And she was very sick, wasn't she?
I don't know what you mean by very sick.
Really? You indicated that you would assume that she would take what I prescribed. Do you do that with all of your patients? Assume that when they have mental disease or a defect that they would do what they're told?
If they are cooperative, and they have been cooperative and reliable, yes.
One of the things that's referenced would be she stated that she had intrusive thoughts. Remember that?
Yes.
What were the intrusive thoughts?
From what's stated in the medical record, thoughts of suicide.
Okay. And how often would she have the intrusive thoughts?
I don't recall if the frequency.
Would you agree with me that in addition to anxiety and in addition to inability to sleep, that she was in what was self-described as a brain fog, right?
She complained of feeling, you can complain of feeling foggy.
She also complained about that she felt as if she was a zombie, right?
She did not use those words.
Anybody else use that word describing her in your investigation?
No.
Did Patrick tell you that he was concerned about the medications that she had been prescribed over the past 2 or 3 months?
Yes.
And you knew what the medications were that she was prescribed, correct?
She told us.
She told you, okay. And she told you that she was prescribed, in addition to the SSRI Zoloft that was increased from 25 to 100, that she was then told.
I was aware that.
I'm sorry, 50.
Correct.
She was then told to stop taking the Zoloft by Dr. Tufts, right?
She reported not being able to sleep, and they agreed that she would not take the Zoloft.
Okay, so the answer is yes. She was told to stop taking the Zoloft by Dr. Tufts, right?
I think you would have to ask Dr. Tufts that.
Well, I will. But I'm asking you, as investigating her.
I know that she stopped taking the Zoloft, and that she saw Dr. Tufts, so I assume that they would have come to that agreement.
All right, so as you're evaluating this patient, you're assuming that she voluntarily stopped taking the Zoloft?
Because she wasn't able to sleep, and she discussed it with Dr. Tufts.
She did. You knew that.
She told us she did.
Okay. How many patients have you treated? How many women have you treated that were suffering from postpartum psychosis?
I don't recall. I don't remember, but I think it would stick in my memory, so I don't think that I probably have.
You don't think you probably have?
I don't think I have. I haven't seen any.
How about postpartum depression?
Yes.
How many patients have you treated with postpartum depression?
Over the last 20 years, I wouldn't. There are lots of patients I have seen. I
Okay.
don't keep a record of what diagnoses and what people I see.
Now, one of the things that you, when I say you collectively, I mean psychiatrists, psychologists, use in your evaluations and diagnoses of patients would be what's referred to as the DSM, correct?
Yes,
And that would be DSM, it means Diagnostic Statistical Manual, right?
yes,
And it started out with DSM-1, then it went to 2, then it went to 2R, meaning revised, and then there were a number of revisions, and now we're all the way up to DSM-5, correct?
yes.
And DSM-5, also the most recent would be -TR. What does TR mean?
I don't actually know.
So the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, is really, it's about this thick, right? If you have a regular sized book. I just have a little one, but
I think so.
okay. Do you rely on or do you use in your evaluation of patients the Diagnostic Statistical Manual?
The diagnoses are based on the criteria that are stated in there.
Okay, so you do use for diagnosis purposes what is stated in the DSM, correct?
This is wild.
Yes.
Hey,
And
Clara.
it's kind of like a cookbook. I mean, it
This is
basically tells
wild.
you what the ingredients of a particular mental disease or defect would be, right?
Yes,
And you know that it's basically a group of people that get together and they discuss what should or should not be included in the manual that psychiatrists and psychologists use to diagnose patients, right?
yes,
And they try to keep up to date and stay on top of any recent developments, right?
I would assume. I don't know.
Okay,
I can't speak to.
that's all right. So here we are in 2026, not 1928. Is postpartum depression in the DSM?
I think it's a subcategory.
You think it's a subcategory of what?
Depression.
Depression. How about psychosis? Postpartum psychosis in 2026. Is that in this manual?
I don't exactly know where it is.
Have you ever seen it in this manual?
I don't recall paying attention to where it's categorized.
So if you're treating a woman who is, as you put it, postpartum because she had the child, and then you told the jury, well, there's a time frame, a cutoff as to whether or not a person is still postpartum, still subject to mood swings, and still subject to hormone imbalance, and there's a cutoff, is what you said, right?
Different organizations use different definitions.
How about you? You're here for the government testifying in this case. What's your understanding of a cutoff of postpartum?
Yeah, just quickly to interject, Lindsay is suing. She's one of the people been sued, Dr. Goodhart. Lindsay's lawsuit names 11 defendants total, including Goodhart, Clean Hospital, and several other. Yeah, so she's getting sued,
If there is one.
to just be clear.
For the DSM-5, it is 4 weeks. For ACOG, which is the American Academy of Obstetrics or something, I don't remember what it stands for. It's 12 weeks for the CDC. It's 12 months for the CDC. It's 12 months.
Okay, so CDC would be Center for Disease Control, right?
Yes.
So they're pretty much all over the place as far as the time frame that a woman can still be involved with postpartum symptomology, right?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a doctor by the name of Meg Spinelli?
No.
Have you read anything about the efforts being made to have the DSM-6 coming out include
Objection.
No, overruled.
postpartum psychosis?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Have you read or are you aware of efforts being made to include postpartum psychosis in the DSM-6 that will be coming out within a couple of months?
I think I think it's clear that there is question about where it should be placed or categorized.
Okay, so are you aware of any efforts being made to include postpartum psychosis in the DSM-6 when it comes out?
Vaguely.
Vaguely. How vague?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I know that there's question about where it should be categorized and that the DSM is reviewed every time and they try to move things around based on what clinicians and researchers think.
What, if any, impact does the thyroid have on a woman who has just had a baby and is in the postpartum period, whatever they decided it is, 6 months, 4 months, a year? What impact does the thyroid have?
I am not an internal medicine physician. I am a doctor. What I do know about the thyroid is that the thyroid can affect one's mood and anxiety, whether one is pregnant or not.
So is it fair to say that thyroid levels are important in evaluating a woman who is in postpartum?
It's one tiny component of the entire. It is one component. Okay.
So what does that mean?
It's one of the
It's a tiny component. What does that mean?
Can you let her finish?
Sure, you'll let her finish. Go ahead.
it's one of the tests that can be done when a patient is admitted.
Okay, was it done by McLean Hospital?
No.
What?
No.
Are you aware that your records indicate that she had a thyroid read that are part of the records?
My recall is that the TSH was not from 2022 or 2023.
Right. It was from 2000 and what? From
I wouldn't know. You'd have to refer to the record.
So in other words, it was imported into McLean records by, I guess, computer access or something from MGH years before, right?
Things move forward, yes.
I'm sorry?
Labs do populate from the past.
Okay, so in the past, as a psychiatrist, as her treating psychiatrist at McLean Hospital, trying to do an investigation, evaluate this woman to tell her what your diagnosis was and what you guys can do to help her out. Did you look at the thyroid reads?
It was one of the labs that I would have reviewed.
You would have reviewed. Okay, as you're sitting here today, do you have any memory about what the thyroid reads were?
It was within normal limits.
And that would be coming from how long before? A year, 2, 3?
I don't remember.
So there were no actual thyroid tests done while she was at the hospital at McLean, right?
No.
What is the Edinburgh, the EPDS or something like that? What is that?
It's a scale.
A scale. What kind of a scale?
It's a postpartum scale for depression.
And it's used by psychiatrists and psychologists to evaluate the risk factor of a woman who is involved with postpartum, right?
I think it's to assess the level of depression.
In a woman who's involved with postpartum, not some guy that got injured on a soccer field, right?
Yes.
So what does the EPDS mean? I'm probably butchering that. What is that an acronym for?
Edinburgh's postpartum depression scale or something.
Okay, the Edinburgh postpartum depression scale. Was that administered to Lindsay when she was in for the 4 days and a half that she was in your hospital?
No,
Why not?
because we don't necessarily administer scales.
You don't necessarily what?
We don't administer scales.
Why? That's an accepted tool to evaluate a patient as a psychiatrist or a psychologist, isn't it?
It is a tool, but it doesn't in the end determine the diagnosis.
Oh, no, of course not, because the doctor who supposedly has access to the person's medical history and all of the other aspects of your evaluation is the one that gives the diagnosis, right?
The psychiatrist makes the diagnosis based on the presentation, the history of the patient.
Right. So far, what we've got is a presentation of the patient who was in the locked wards at McLean Hospital, and the presentation was from her, right?
Her presentation is how she presents, how she is observed. It's not what she's telling us.
Well, isn't what she's telling you part of what you consider?
Yes,
Okay. And what Patrick's telling you is part of what you consider?
yes.
So other than what Lindsay, who was in the locked ward, tells you, and her husband who tells you, what, if any, investigation did you do?
We did not do any additional collateral contact.
And you didn't do any tests either, right? You didn't do it. Did you do a blood test?
Psychiatry as a field is not dependent on blood tests. If it was that
Well-
simple, it would be much better for everybody. It's based on the evaluation of the patient who's sitting in front of you.
So you're suggesting to this jury that it's not a valid medical step for one to take blood from a person who is on a cocktail of drug medications to find out what their levels are?
No, not a regular procedure at all.
Okay. Now, McLean did not take any blood. McLean did not do the Edinburgh scale, but that would be something that you would be interested in, right? As to whether or not anyone else gave her the Edinburgh depression scale.
Let me clarify one thing. McLean did draw blood. They did do testing. There was no testing for levels of drugs.
Drugs.
Just
okay.
let me clarify that so that.
That's fine.
Okay.
So they took a CBC or maybe a blood count evaluation, but it had nothing to do with what was on board, as they say, as far as tricyclics, antipsychotics, SSRIs, anything, right?
They check for substances of abuse, but nothing else.
Well, there were no substances of abuse in her blood, were there?
No.
How about the tricyclics, the antipsychotics, the SSRIs, the benzodiazepines, the Z drugs that they call some of their categories? They didn't test for that, did they?
Those are not tested on a regular basis.
How about
by anybody.
on her basis?
I don't know why I would have tested for those.
Well,
What
how
would have
about
been the indication?
How about if she presents, and the history that she's giving you is that she was on a number of drugs for that 3-month period or 3.5-month period? Would it be of interest to you as to what was on board in her blood?
Medications have different half-lives. So if she had taken something, it would depend on what the half-life was. If it was a day, it would be out of her system. We would not be able to catch it at that time. It would depend on what she'd been taking and, what was in her bloodstream at that point.
So the admission note that was noted in the medical records would be on page 64 of the medical records that you were presented by the district attorney. Do you
I don't remember what page it's on, but
That's understandable.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Can you tell me what I'm looking at? Exhibit 79, page 63. And that would be the record from McLean Hospital, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what this means when it says clinical summary?
That's the social workers note.
Okay. And is
Can,
that
can
what
you, doctor, can you maybe move that microphone just so that
Sorry about that. That's the social worker's note,
Correct.
and that's what the district attorney was questioning you on when she referred you to symptomology?
It was this a conversation with Patrick? I'm not sure what, I don't recall what you're
Okay.
talking about.
All right. You can read along with me, all right?
Okay.
Clinical summary says the case was discussed in rounds, and would that be like on Grey's Anatomy? You have rounds, and they see patients in the rooms and that type of
No.
thing. No. What does it mean when it says in rounds?
It's when we meet in the morning, the social worker, the psychiatrist, the nurse, and the charged nurse, the utilization reviewer.
Okay. So that's why it says on page 63, discussed in rounds, SW and PIC met with Lindsay as part of the intake interview, right?
Yes.
Okay. Presenting problem, then it says HX, that's history, right?
Mm-hmm.
And psychosocial HX history was discussed, correct?
Yes.
At that point, she stated that she was hoping to be home by next weekend for her daughter's birthday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that then she relates her history as far as having a third baby on May 26th. That would be Callan, right?
Yes.
The youngest baby. And she then told you all that 12 weeks after she delivered, the baby wasn't taking the bottle. It was around the time that she was supposed to go back to work. Husband also went back to work, and she was experiencing a lot of, and then someone puts in quotes, situational anxiety. Is that correct?
That's what it states.
All right. So as a result, is that coming from her, or that word situational anxiety? Was that her words because it's in quotes, or was that you guys put that in there?
I didn't write that note.
Okay. But you factored that in your investigation, right?
I read it.
Okay. And as a result of this, she subsequently saw a psychiatrist that prescribed her Zoloft, right?
Yes.
And that would be Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
And 1 week after prescribing that, it says after 1 week of taking it, that she developed insomnia, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's an indication of a reaction that the patient had to the medication that was prescribed to her, being the SSRIs, Zoloft, right?
It could be a side effect. Yes.
Could be, okay. And the psychiatrist told her to stop taking Zoloft, right?
That's what it states.
And do you know from your investigation and your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, when the doctor told her to stop taking Zoloft? It was like, I mean, you can guess, it was like a week later, a couple of days later?
It would be, if I don't recall off the top of my head, but if that information was available, it would be in my note.
Do you know, can you find your note in here? I just don't know how to navigate that. Would it help you if you had a break or a little recess just to look at this?
No,
No?
I can find it right now.
Okay.
You know, Mr. Redding, that's probably not a bad idea. We've been sitting here, kind of missed that morning recess. So we're going to take that at this point, just a short morning recess to let all of you kind of stretch your legs a little bit, and then we'll come right back. Okay?
Court, all right. Jurors, close your notebooks, please, among your chairs, please. This way, please.
Said I should.
Your Honor, Can she have permission to take that and look at it, the exhibit, out of the courtroom?
I think it's probably best if you want to look at it, keep that in the courtroom.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you can look at it, but just you'd have to stay in the courtroom.
Okay.
She wants to take a break, as we all do.
Leave it here. All right, so we'll be in a short recess. We'll come back. Great, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay, we can skip the break. Just going to read out. So Dr. Goodhart was the attending, just for those that need a recap, psychiatrist at McLean Hospital, Belmont, Massachusetts, who treated Lindsay during a 5-day voluntary inpatient stay from January the 1st to the 5th, 2023, and also signed her physician discharge summary. She's named as one of the 11 defendants in Lindsay's malpractice suit. And these are the allegations before we move on. Inadequate follow-up after discharge. After releasing Clancy on the January the 5th, 2023, Goodhart allegedly called her and spoke for only about 10 minutes, simply offering names of antidepressants rather than providing substantive follow-up care. Poor medication choices most post-discharge. McLean staff under Goodhart suggested amitriptyline and another antidepressant from the very drug class that had repeatedly caused Clancy adverse reactions. Despite her documented history of bad responses to the category of medication, failed to obtain a full clinical picture. At trial, Clancy's attorney Kevin Reddington argued McLean staff, including Goodhart, should have done more to gather a complete history of Clancy's medical state and psychiatric background before discharging her. Grossly inadequate care during admission. The broader complaint alleges Clancy received grossly inadequate care during her McLean stay because it fell over the New Year's holiday when the hospital was operating with a skeleton crew. So she fits into a broader pattern alongside the other name providers. Goodhart is accused as part of the collective catastrophic failure alleged in the suit of contributing to a disorganized, uncoordinated course of polypharmacy, failing to properly diagnose that the suit says was actually bipolar disorder with postpartum onset and missing warning signs that Clancy's condition was deteriorating towards psychosis. So Goodhart is saying there's no signs of psychosis and said Clancy was assessed as low risk, who explicitly denied any plan to harm herself or others at discharge. So I just wanted to review that bit. This lady is getting sued, so bear that in mind. I mean, that was horrible to listen to. I'm like, he's gonna explode if in a minute. Like she was getting me mad. I felt mad listening to her because I mean maybe it's because she's been so careful because she's getting sued. I don't know, but I felt like, oh, lady. Like you say, if she's getting sued separately, she's going to be extra careful, isn't she? On what she says.
All right.
Can I keep it, Judge?
Okay, good to see you all anyway. At the end, I've got another Pat Brown video to go over because she's discussing her diagnosis.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Ms. Reddington.
I think it's page 63, I'm pretty sure.
My note.
Yes, I believe. I look for it. But you know what? Yeah, but this we don't have to worry about it. Doctor, you'd agree with me that your notes are contained in Exhibit 79, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you had mentioned was that at the end of Lindsay's treatment at her hospital, she was discharged, ultimately, correct?
Yes.
And that was not against medical advice, was it?
No.
And finally, you had made reference to the fact that postpartum psychosis is a serious consideration for you when you or your staff when you're evaluating a patient in McLean, correct? For
Yes.
postpartum. And one of the recommendations that you made was that she should follow up with other healthcare providers. And if I understand correctly, she actually sent a text or an email or something and confirmed that she did within the hour, right?
She made an appointment with Dr. Tufts for the next morning.
Right, and she told you guys that, right?
She told the social worker that.
So she was very responsive to your advice about you should reach out to your provider, and she did that, right?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, counsel redirect.
Dr. Goodhart, you're familiar with the discharge paperwork that a patient gets, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 146. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And you know that to be discharge paperwork for, or what's called the after visit summary for Lindsay Clancy at her stay from McLean, correct?
Yes.
And in this discharge paperwork, there's actually two packets. So it's pages 1 of 6, and then there's another one, 1 of 7. You see that?
Yes.
And it gives instructions on if you need immediate help. It gives phone numbers, right?
Yes.
It gives a crisis plan and where to call for the suicide prevention lifeline, right?
Yes.
It gives instructions on what the patient's supposed to do or what you've talked about as far as what to do as follow-up, right?
Yes.
And in this instance, it says, what's next? Call Cassandra Wolfson. Give her a call for assistance with finding community behavioral health providers. And that's identified as the Blue Cross Blue Shield case manager, right?
Yes.
And was that based on a conversation that you had with Ms. Clancy about the fact that she wanted a new provider?
She had a psychiatrist or a prescriber. She stated that she was going to be assigned a therapist by the individuals at the South Shore. And if she wanted to have more options or more choices, she could always call that person to get more choices.
So she was looking for an additional provider?
Yeah.
Okay. And also part of this discharge packet, you see that there's a section that's labeled community services, right?
Yes.
And there are a number of online resources as well as a direction to contact your primary care physician and insurance company, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so these are resources that were discussed and told and available to her when she was discharged from the line.
Yes.
Now, in addition to the resources that were given at discharge, you're aware she did participate in particular groups that would have given her some information and skills while she was there, right?
Yes.
And those skills were about illness and symptom management, correct?
Yes.
Self-compassion was another one, right?
Yes.
I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of cross, which is, I think, a legitimate objection. So,
All right, sustained.
Counsel on cross-examination kept referring to this, the unit at McLean as the locked unit, right? You
Yes.
remember that line of questioning? And fair to say, it is locked for the safety of the patients, right?
Yes.
And in this circumstance with Ms. Clancy, when she arrived from Mass General via ambulance, she voluntarily agreed to be at this locked facility until it was safe for her to leave.
Yes.
Now, when she came in, she was identified, I think you said, as low risk
Yes.
and at the lowest level of checks, correct?
Yes.
And she was very vocal with you about how long she wanted to stay and when she wanted to leave.
Yes.
And you respected that and you worked with her to come up with a plan, correct?
Yes.
And when counsel says she wasn't discharged against medical advice, would you have preferred more time with this patient to assess her symptomology?
Objection.
Overruled.
I think you're asking me to go back and do.
Well, at the time, let's talk about the time that you had the conversation with her about leaving
Yes.
early.
Yes.
You said her original plan was to stay till at least Friday, right?
I think I didn't have a set time on when she would leave. I take it a day at a time based on how the patient is doing.
And at the time that she indicated that she wanted to bump up her discharge to Thursday,
Yes.
had you had the opportunity to observe her symptoms for more than a day or two?
Yes.
Had you been able to identify if any of the issues that she came in with were resolved?
Yes.
And so she was sleeping better, right?
Yes.
Was there any indication that her mood had vastly improved?
Her mood had improved. I don't know what you mean by vastly.
Well, did you have enough time to get to the root causes of why she was having the insomnia or why she was feeling numb?
No.
Okay, and so with more time, would that have been something that you could have explored more at least?
Yes.
And you were asked on cross-examination about asking Lindsay Clancy to sign releases, and you said that you did not do that in this case, correct?
Yes.
With more time with a particular patient, is it possible that you could have determined that you needed that more information and then asked her to sign releases?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, as far as your protocol for asking for releases, is it something that you do with every patient?
No.
What are the circumstances that would lead you to ask for releases to be signed?
And it's outside the scope of cross-objection.
No, overall, all that.
It depends on how the patient is presenting, whether they appear reliable, whether their history that they're giving is consistent across different times when they were evaluated. For example, she was evaluated in the emergency department in the CEC, then on the unit by Dr. Madwa and myself. And also we had obtained collateral information from Patrick. And so I didn't feel like there was any urgent need to obtain the collateral from the other providers. And she was telling us what she liked and what she disliked about what the providers were doing.
Okay, and so you were responding to those conversations in
Yes.
coming up with a plan.
Yes.
And again, the team is not just you and your team, but also the patient as well.
Yes.
And during this time period that she was there, in addition to what she was reporting, you were also making observations of her.
Absolutely.
And was there anything inconsistent about what she was reporting to what your observations of her were?
No.
When she arrived at McLean, you were advised of what medication she had been on, correct?
Yes.
And any of the treatment plans that you or any of your colleagues recommended, did they require different medications?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, you were asked about the blood work.
Yes.
And so you indicated that McLean does draw blood upon admission, right?
Yes.
But that you did not look at the blood work or ask or evaluate it for levels of medications.
Correct.
Was there any reason to do that based on the medication regimen that you were advised that she had been on?
No.
And with your treatment plan as far as medication, would there have been a reason to do that to either verify or not verify that she already had things in her system?
No.
You were asked on cross-examination about the defendant reporting that she complained of brain fog or being foggy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you also recall that she was observed by nurses to have improved memory and improved concentration, over the time that she had been at McLean?
Yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about suicide hotline. And
Yes.
are you familiar with suicide hotlines?
Yes.
And what do they assess for when you call one?
Imminent, like risk. And if somebody's calling and they're feeling suicidal, I think the point is for them to send somebody or to help them through it.
So it's a point of intervention, correct? But in order for a person to receive intervention, they have to identify that they have an intent or a plan.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, based on your experience and your conversations with this particular patient, did she ever indicate that she ever said she had a plan?
No.
You were asked some questions about the DSM-5, and I actually have a big version of the most recent version, the DSM-5 TR, meaning text revision. You're familiar with this book?
Thank you for clarifying that. Yes.
And counsel asked you some questions about postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis and whether they appear here in the DSM-5.
Yes.
Recall that line of questioning? And fair to say they do appear. They're not their own category, correct?
Yes.
But they do appear in conversation of bipolar disorder 1, having major depressive symptoms or episodes, as well as psychosis.
Yes.
And it's very brief mention, but it's in here. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a psychiatrist, this is just a tool that you could use.
Yes.
What other things do you rely upon when making a diagnosis other than a tool like this?
Observation of the patient, the history that they're relating, the information from family, and other, that's essentially it, and other records if available.
Okay, and you use that information based on your own training and experience
Yes.
to come up with a diagnosis.
Yes.
And your diagnosis, does that have to agree with anyone else?
No.
And when you're treating a patient that comes before you for help at McLean, are you treating the patient in front of you, or are you treating the patient from several months ago?
You take the history into consideration, but you're treating the patient in front of you because that's the presentation.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
All right,
Thank you. Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Jennifer Tufts.
Good afternoon.
Good
Can you
afternoon.
start right here and raise your right hand to the clerk, please?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury and I now find between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Help me God. Thank you, ma'am. You may have a seat.
Watch your step there.
All right, good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, all right?
Okay.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jennifer Tufts, JENNIFERTUFTS,
Your date of birth.
December 31st, 1989.
Where do you work?
Astor Mental Health
And how long have you worked there?
for 3.5 years.
What is your role there?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
I've been officially fully licensed psychiatrist for close to 4 years.
I want to ask you if you could just explain to us your educational background and your training background that qualifies you to be a psychiatrist.
Absolutely. So I went to medical school at University of Vermont, graduated in 2018 with an MD. I did a postgraduate training in psychiatry at Boston Medical Center. That was 4 years, going into 2022. And then I began working at Astor Mental Health in 2022.
And are you a licensed psychiatrist in Massachusetts?
Yes.
While you were working at Astor Mental Health, did you have a patient named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the records of Lindsay Clancy for Astor Mental Health as an exhibit.
Okay, they may be admitted.
Do you recall when you first saw Lindsay Clancy as a patient?
Yes.
When was that?
It was in September of 2022.
And was that first appointment on September 15th, 2022?
I believe that it was.
And prior to a patient coming in for their first appointment, is there paperwork that they fill out, either online or that's provided to them to fill out?
Yes.
And what type of paperwork is that?
It's fairly extensive. It includes past health history, past psychiatric history, medications they have taken in the past. It includes names of any therapists or other doctors they work with, usually primary care. It includes any report of substances that they may use or may have used in the past. It includes a number of scales, so scales assessing things like anxiety, depression, ADHD. So it's a fairly lengthy document.
Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy filled out those documents on September 12th, 2022, 3 days prior to her first appointment?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review what Lindsay filled out prior to meeting with her for that first appointment?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what you learned from those documents about her prior mental health treatment?
Yes.
What was that?
That she had previously taken some medication. I believe it was in nursing school. It may have been fairly brief, but she had tried the medication Prozac.
Do you recall that she also listed that she had tried Wellbutrin as well while she was on the Prozac?
That was listed as well.
Okay. And do you recall that when she listed that she took the Prozac and the Wellbutrin while in nursing school, she listed that she had no side effects from those medications?
That is correct.
Prozac, is that an SSRI?
Yes.
So Lindsay reported that she had previously taken an SSRI while in nursing school with no side effects, correct?
Correct.
Did she also report that she had no history of any kind of abuse that had occurred to her at any point in her life?
Correct.
What did she report in regards to alcohol consumption?
I believe she reported 1 to 2 drinks at a time, and possibly up to 5 times a week.
And is there a portion when the patient fills that in, how much they drink? Is there a question there about whether they feel guilty about that?
Yes.
And what was her response?
Am I allowed to go check that just to make sure?
Is there an objection to her reviewing the records?
Yes. She indicated yes.
And so in that section, is it correct that she listed that she was drinking 5 times per week and feeling guilty at that time about it?
Yes.
And did she list her height as 5'6" in those documents? I believe on the same page, page 20.
Yes.
Now, did that initial survey or questionnaire that she filled out get into what symptoms she was experiencing at the time?
Yes.
And what symptoms did she report experiencing at that time?
Anxiety attacks, decreased appetite, depressed mood, easily distracted, excessive worry, guilt, unable to feel pleasure, unable to fall asleep, and racing thoughts.
And would it be fair to say that there's a checklist of symptoms and the patient checks off which ones they're experiencing, correct?
Yes.
And so on that list, engage in risky behaviors, that was not checked off, correct?
Correct.
And excessive energy wasn't checked off, correct?
Correct.
Feelings of hopelessness, feelings of abandonment, feelings of emptiness, none of those were checked off, correct?
Correct.
Impulsive behavior, that was not checked off, correct?
Correct.
Now, was there also a suicide risk assessment form that Ms. Clancy filled out?
Yes.
And what is a suicide risk assessment?
Well, it assesses various factors that may increase a person's risk of committing suicide.
And the form that Ms. Clancy filled out, the first question is, have you been so distressed you seriously wish to end your life? And her response was no, correct?
I'm just looking.
Page 23.
Correct.
And the second question is, has anything happened recently to make you feel you don't want to live? And her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
There's question 3, a specific plan. Do you have a specific plan of how you would kill yourself? And her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Fourth question is access to weapons or means of hurting yourself. And the answer is no, correct?
Correct.
The fifth question is made a serious suicide attempt. And the answer was no, correct?
Correct.
The sixth question, purposely done something to hurt yourself. Again, no, correct?
Correct.
Seventh question, heard voices telling you to hurt yourself. Her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 9, having thoughts of killing or seriously hurting someone else. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 10, heard voices telling you to hurt others. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Hurt someone or destroyed property on purpose. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the answers to every question on this suicide checklist was no, correct?
Correct.
Was there also a substance use assessment form that was filled out on page 24?
Yes.
And there were no issues with substance use, correct?
Correct.
Is there also an ADHD self-report scale that's filled out?
There usually is.
Direct you to page 25. And ADHD, is that attention deficit hyperactive disorder?
Yes.
And given the answers that Ms. Clancy gave on that self-reporting form, were there any concerns about attention deficit hyperactive disorder?
Not significantly.
Were there any concerns at all?
Well, she reported often to some of the questions. Yes.
And is that significant to you based on your training and experience?
You have to look at this form within the entire picture of the patient. So no, I didn't suspect that Lindsay had ADHD.
So these forms are a tool, and you use them together along with your observations of the patient to come to conclusions. Is that correct?
Yes.
There was also I believe it's entitled a GAD screening. Is that generalized anxiety disorder?
Yes.
Okay, and did Ms. Clancy fill that out as well? Page 27.
Sorry, my pages are a little bit different than yours.
Oh, I apologize.
I'll find it. Okay.
Ms. Clancy's answers to these questions, did they give you cause for concern based on your training and experience?
They were highly suggestive of anxiety and anxiety disorder.
And for example, number 1, feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge, she responded nearly every day, correct?
Correct.
Not being able to stop or control worrying, she answered nearly every day, correct?
Yes.
And so several of these questions were either nearly every day or several days, correct?
Yes.
I apologize. Can I just ask what days that are?
27, sorry. And then is there also a patient questionnaire that the patient fills out? I think it's
yes, I believe so. Yes.
And what is the purpose of this patient questionnaire?
I'm not sure exactly which one you're referring to. It might be the one that asks about things like whether the symptoms affect their daily living, what their history is. Is that what you're looking at?
It's entitled Tools-PHQ-9 Patient Questionnaire. And the date is 9/12.
You want to go over and show her.
Are you able to? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
So this form that's entitled PHQ-9 Patient Questionnaire, what is the purpose of that form?
It's a screening tool for depression.
And can you talk about the defendant's answers to those questions and what they told you based on your training and experience?
Well, some of the answers were positive. So that really indicates that she should be assessed for depression. She might have it.
Okay. And when you say positive, what do you mean by positive?
So for example, she said for number 2, feeling down, depressed, and hopeless more than half of the days, a positive response means indicating yes.
So it's not a positive, happy response. It's a positive, this might be an issue response.
Yes.
And on the next form, A1, initial diagnostic assessment.
Yes.
There is a place there, again, well, this is for September 15th, the day you actually met her, correct?
Yes.
So the patient fills out the forms in advance of meeting with you. Do they then again fill out the forms when they meet with you?
No, these are the same forms.
Same forms, just the different date on them.
Yes. Because they're included in the intake note, which is what I write, but some of the information is from the patient's self-report.
So would it be a combination of the forms they fill out and then what you observe and ask about during your initial meeting?
Yes,
And that initial meeting with Ms. Clancy, was that in person or was that a telehealth?
telehealth.
Okay. Does the who controls whether it's an in-person meeting or a telehealth? You or the patient?
Both.
Both. And if a patient told you, I don't want to do telehealth, I only want to do in person, is that an option?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I'll let that stand.
And can you just tell us when you met with Ms. Clancy on that first day, did you ask her questions such as, do you have suicidal intent?
Yes.
What was her response?
That she did not.
Did you ask her if she had homicidal intent?
Yes.
What was her response?
That she did not.
Did you ask her if she was experiencing any auditory hallucinations or visual hallucinations?
Yes.
What was her response?
She did not.
Did you ask her questions to determine if she was experiencing any symptoms of mania?
Yes.
What types of questions do you ask to determine that?
Well, a lot of it can be assessed without asking, but questions may look like, have you ever had a period of time in your life where you were excessively energetic and euphoric? I might leave it there and then follow up with some of the other symptoms.
Did any of the questions you asked Ms. Clancy related to mania or manic episodes, did any of her answers to those questions indicate that she had experienced mania or manic episodes?
No.
Now, in that first meeting, what's your exam process? Like, how do you start the meeting and how does it flow?
Sure. So I start the meeting by introducing myself, explaining what we're going to be doing for the day. Then I ask the patient why they're there. We talk about why they're there. I assess for different mood symptoms, anxiety symptoms, psychosis symptoms, mania symptoms, safety concerns. Then we start talking about the history. We start talking about the past psychiatric history, the past medical history, substance use. We start talking about other medicines that they have tried in the past or may still be taking. And it's not always in that order, but that's the general order. Sometimes things come up sooner. And we talk a bit about what the patient's goals are, what they're looking for in this time period, and then I may give some of my recommendations.
And did you follow that process for that initial meeting with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that you part of the initial evaluation is looking for signs of psychosis. Is that correct?
Yes.
What types of things are you looking for to see if someone's experiencing psychosis?
So there are a number of things. They start with how the patient appears. So some signs of psychosis might be that they appear disheveled. I assess what their attitude is, if they might be agitated or very uncooperative. That's a red flag. I will assess what their speech is like. Is it very loud? Is it very fast? Or sometimes it could be the opposite, where they're not really even speaking at all. I assess what their mood is like, what they're saying that they're feeling, and how they appear visually. I assess what their thoughts are like. So are their thoughts disorganized, where it's really hard to understand? They're jumping around and you can't follow their line of thought. I assess what the thought content is. If it's particularly about anything very bizarre or very paranoid, that would be potentially indicative of psychosis.
And you conducted that type of evaluation on Lindsay Clancy in that first meeting, is that correct?
Yes, that assessment is done with every patient.
And did you note any signs or symptoms of psychosis with Ms. Clancy that day?
No.
Do you also, in addition to the observations you're making of the patient that day, are you also asking questions about their past behavior and things that have happened to them in the past that might indicate whether psychosis is an issue?
Yes.
And what types of things are you asking them about their past?
Well, I may ask, have you ever heard voices? Have you ever seen something that other people didn't see?
And did you ask those questions of Ms. Clancy?
I believe I did.
And what was her response?
No.
Do you, and as part of this evaluation, are you making an assessment about the patient's judgment and insight?
Yes.
And when we talk about psychiatry, what are we talking about when we say judgment?
So judgment indicates their decision-making process, and whether it is a logical decision-making process or perhaps not.
And same question in terms of insight. What does that mean in psychiatry when you're assessing their insight?
So that's more about a patient's awareness, both of their inner feelings as well as mental health a bit more broadly.
And in terms of orientation, when you're assessing a patient, what does that mean?
Orientation is awareness of where someone is, who someone is, what day it is, what's going on.
And based on your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy that first day, September 15, 2022, did she appear to have any issues with judgment, insight, or orientation?
No.
Do you also assess the patient's memory?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
Well, it depends. Often, unless there is a specific concern about memory or dementia, it's based off of my conversation with them. Are they able to recall medications that they have taken? Are they able to recall, things that they have done with a lot of detail and specificity?
And did there appear to be any issues with Lindsay Clancy's memory in your evaluation of her?
No.
And what about attention and concentration? What are you looking for as a psychiatrist when evaluating attention and concentration?
I'm looking for whether they're paying attention to the conversation, if they can follow it, or maybe if they get distracted, it seems like they're not listening, something like that.
Did Lindsay Clancy appear to have any issues with attention or concentration?
No.
There was something in the records called fund of knowledge. What does that mean?
So basis of knowledge, what someone understands about the world. So maybe if somebody has a very low education, they might have a low fund of knowledge.
And was there any issue with Lindsay Clancy's fund of knowledge?
No.
Are you also assessing mood?
Yes.
And how do you assess the mood of a patient, and why do you assess it?
Well, it's very important. The mood is based on what the patient says, what they say about how they're feeling.
Okay. And so are there circumstances where a patient might say they're feeling happy, but you make observations that they appear depressed?
Yes.
Okay. And so when we see mood in the records, that refers to how the patient is reporting their mood is?
Yes.
So if it says appropriate mood and affect, or actually if it says patient description of their emotional state, it says okay, does that mean the patient said okay?
Yes.
Is there a place in the record where you describe what your observations of the mood are?
This is
That's
wild.
the affect.
Affect, okay. And so affect is how the patient presents?
Yes.
This first meeting with Lindsay, what was her mood?
It was okay.
And what was her affect?
Anxious.
So she was reporting to you, she felt okay. You were seeing she looked a little anxious.
Yes.
How do you, or what is it about a person that tells you they look anxious? Like, what were you seeing with Lindsay Clancy that told you she looked anxious?
It's hard to recall exactly what she seemed like. Sometimes, a person might look anxious.
Sometimes, Ronna.
Sustain.
In your general observations of patients, what things would you look for in a patient to determine whether their affect is anxious?
Is their voice quivering? Are they shaking a little bit? Do they appear very nervous?
And what is psychomotor behavior?
So psychomotor behavior refers to someone's body and their movements. So sometimes that can be abnormal.
And did you notice anything abnormal about Lindsay Clancy's psychomotor behavior?
No.
This first meeting, was that approximately 40 minutes?
It was a little bit longer than that, maybe 50 to 60 minutes.
Is that typical for that first meeting where you're doing this initial assessment?
Yes.
And did she appear alone in that virtual meeting, or was she with anyone?
Alone.
And what are treatment modality and interventions in general?
So that section is referring to therapy treatment modalities. It's not asking about medications. So different forms of therapy that might be done in the session.
And what would be treatment goals?
Goals that we are working on or will plan to work on, since this is only the first visit.
So how do you determine for an individual patient the treatment modality or interventions that are needed?
It depends on the patient.
So basically on what you're seeing, what you're hearing, and the history they provide?
Yes.
And how do you determine treatment goals?
So a lot of that is driven by what the patient's goals are.
And you mentioned earlier that as part of your evaluation, you asked the patient why they've come to you, what they're concerned about. Do you recall Lindsay's response to that question, why she was there, what she was concerned about?
I believe her biggest concern was about anxiety.
And what was the treatment modality or interventions that you determined would be needed for Lindsay Clancy based on this initial evaluation?
So I recommended a medication sertraline as well as individual therapy.
And the medication sertraline, is that Zoloft?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you recommended that the Zoloft to her, was that you telling her you have to take this medication, or did you have a discussion about it?
A discussion.
And during that discussion, did you get the patient, Ms. Clancy's, input on whether she wanted to take the medication or what her thoughts were about the medication?
Yes.
And do you recall the details of that conversation with her?
I recall that she was generally reluctant to take medications, but at this point she was considering it and was interested in learning about what medications might be helpful for her.
And as part of that discussion, did you explain what the medication was and the side effects and all of that?
Yes.
And did she have any questions for you based on your explanation of what the medication was for and what the side effects could be?
I'm not sure.
And why did you recommend that particular medication?
So it's a first-line medication used for treating anxiety disorders. It also is a first-line treatment when women are breastfeeding. It's the safest SSRI for babies.
And when you say a first-line medication, what does that mean?
It just means it's one of the medications that is recommended first. Sometimes you have to try a number of different medications, but that is often a first choice.
And is that based on studies and the experience of the psychiatric profession?
Yes.
What was the dosage that you recommended or prescribed for her for the Zoloft?
25 milligrams.
And were there instructions on the prescription in terms of how many milligrams to take the first week and then how many to take the second week?
Yes, it was 25 milligrams for 1 week and then increasing to 50 milligrams.
And that was your initial prescription and what should have been on the pill bottle, correct?
Yes.
Was there ever a call from the defendant where she called you and said that she was having trouble with the 25 milligrams and you recommended her go to the 50 milligrams?
No.
You said you also recommended therapy, is that correct?
Yes.
And Astra Mental Health, did they have therapists on staff that you referred Ms. Clancy to?
Yes.
And do you know if she took advantage of that resource?
She did.
Do you know which therapist she saw?
Yes.
Who was that?
Jennifer McAllister.
And how does it work when a patient is at Astra Mental Health, they're being seen by a psychiatrist, they're being seen by a therapist? Is there someone that's kind of in charge of the treatment of the patient that oversees everything, or is it all just individual?
The psychiatrist is in charge.
Okay, so you would have been in charge of Ms. Clancy's treatment?
Yes.
And as part of being in charge of her treatment, would you review the records from her therapy sessions to inform and guide your treatment of her?
Yes.
What were the treatment goals for the defendant?
I don't recall exactly what her words were.
Would the goals be what your patient tells you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach and just ask that you look at page 41 of the records for Exhibit 219 to the treatment goals section. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And what were the treatment goals according to Ms. Clancy?
So these are not her words. There's a list in the electronic medical record where I can indicate which ones might apply, or I can type out my own. So the treatment goals based on what we had decided on together were symptom reduction and improved functioning.
And you said that Ms. Clancy had been a little reluctant about starting medication. Did she tell you why she was reluctant?
Yes.
And why was that?
She was worried about having side effects.
And did she mention which specific side effects or just side effects in general?
I thought it was in general.
And as a result of that concern, is that when you went over the potential side effects of Zoloft?
Yes.
And after having that discussion and you explaining the side effects of Zoloft, how did the two of you leave it in terms of whether she was going to take the medication or not?
I told her what my recommendation was, that she should start the sertraline. I'm not sure if she told me definitively if she was going to take it or not. She might have needed some time to think about it.
And based on your evaluation with Ms. Clancy, everything you learned about her history and how she presented that day, did you have an initial diagnosis?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a generalized anxiety disorder, and it was an adjustment disorder with depressed mood.
What is generalized anxiety disorder?
It's an anxiety disorder where an individual may have a lot of different worries. They may also have physical feelings of anxiety, but they're worried about a lot of things, not really just one thing specifically.
And what is adjustment disorder with depressed mood?
So adjustment disorder refers to the fact that there may be symptoms, but they are kind of secondary to the situation. So they don't meet the full criteria, say, of a major depressive disorder, but there were some symptoms of depression.
Is this a good place
Yes.
to start? All right. Members of the jury, this is, it's 1 o'clock. We're going to take the afternoon recess. I'm going to ask you to be ready to come back at 2 o'clock. And again, same instructions and orders. Don't, during the break, don't read anything about this case or similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't talk about this. Just kind of relax as best you can for the next hour. We'll have to bring you back in. We'll continue with the evidence this afternoon.
Court, all rise. Jurors, close the notebooks, place on the chairs. This way, please.
All right. Doctor, you may step down.
Jurors, next to the floor.
All right. Before we recess, I just want to make I guess, a comment. I just want to make it real clear that there is to be no inappropriate comments or disruptive comments to be made inside of this courtroom. If anybody is found to make those, they will be immediately escorted out and barred for the balance of this. All right, I just want to make that real clear. And just in case you're wondering, there are microphones all around. And so if I get a report of that, there's going to be some serious issues and serious problems. So I just kind of wanted to put that out for everybody so it's crystal clear. There's going to be no warnings, no yellow cards. You're out. All right, so I just kind of want to make that real clear. And so with that, we'll be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock.
Court, all rise.
Court stands in recess. Please exit the court.
Just want to make it crystal clear. I don't know, maybe someone's uttering under their breath. Okay, we can skip the break. Do any of you need to stretch your legs, get a drink before we move on?
Evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, that first.
This one here, she's getting sued. Dr. Tufts. She issued 12 of the 30 prescriptions Lindsay received in the 4 months before the killings, including Zoloft, Ativan, Benadryl, Valium, Buspirone, amitriptyline. So she increased the Zoloft from 25 to 50 in October and repeatedly went 48 hours without sleep. The suit says this atypical reaction should have prompted testing rather than simply discontinuing the drug and switching to Ativan and Benadryl. Both lawsuits claim Tufts failed to recognize warning signs pointing to bipolar disorder with postpartum onset and eventually postpartum psychosis, instead treating Clancy along a straightforward depression anxiety track. She was a very young doctor, though, wasn't she? She hadn't really been going long. If you think this was 3 years ago, I got to plug my battery in. She was barely qualified, wasn't she? Bear with me a second. I just had to get the battery pack in. She was a lot more competent. Yeah, I'll be honest, although this woman might not be, she might have been negligent, she was easier to follow and seem more knowledgeable. That other one was really hard. No, she wasn't in the job very long. Yeah, they tried to give me that for migraines many years ago, and I just can't. I don't really like to take any medication if I can really help it. Like you say, Jennifer, it helped her. They have their place, don't they? But they're not meant to be just dished out to everybody. Right, okay. So let's see if they've got an expert on. Or they're just replaying. Oh, let's see what this lady says. Oh, there's a couple of ladies on. That wasn't a good angle up her nose.
With the judge. Let's talk about the impact that this could have on the trial. Here to discuss this case, we have board-certified forensic pathologist Dr. Priya Banerjee and trial attorney Alexis Rosenberg. Alexis, you saw the look on the prosecution's face when Kevin Reddington was making this claim.
We'll play this for a little bit just to give you a chance to have a break, stretch your legs, get a drink, whatever snacks.
That they said to
I'm going to go and make a
up, but when
latte.
it came to his client, they
I'll
seemed
be right
incredulous
back.
that he was making that claim. He also
You mean me, Viv, or someone else? If you mean the amitriptyline for me, no, I just didn't like any. The problem wasn't that I needed medication. The problem was that I'd been through very stressful, or was going through very stressful times. And they were like, my symptoms were just stress. When you're going through a very messy divorce and all the other things, your body is going to react, isn't it? Oh, I know, big girl. There's a group of people that are now going for the ex-husband big time, saying he swapped his shoes. He could have done it. Thing is, he's suing. They're both suing these medical people. That's what I mean. She wasn't in the job very long, Clara, was she? You see this thing. I couldn't tell if he'd lied or not because I'd have to go back and pick it apart. Okay, right. Let's carry on playing it. I'm going to go and get a drink.
also made a reference to the Handmaid's Tale, that you can't just keep her quiet. I'm talking about your just initial reaction to these accusations.
Make sure
that
you're on
is
live
very
chat,
hard
not
to make
talk
out,
about.
and it may be that we don't even know if it's the prosecution that's speaking in that clip.
Well, if it was the prosecution, it was wholly inappropriate for them to make that comment.
They are.
I think the defense bringing it up, it was
I've noticed that a lot of this is on TikTok and bloody Facebook. I don't know about YouTube, but just starting rumors that the husband's more involved and he's just got away scot-free.
appropriate, and the Handmaid's Tale did give us a little drama, but he also wanted it to be open. He wanted it to be out there and not for the judge to just make a determination like he later did that he's not going to have this outburst and not specific to what had happened.
Yeah, and a follow-up, Alexis, it sounded like from the judge's admonition, and he may have talked to these attorneys outside the presence of anyone, but it sounded like he wonders if it could be anyone inside of the courtroom. That's why he gave that after the jury was out, but while everyone is still in the gallery. What do you think?
I mean, I definitely think that maybe we don't have proof, like you said, and what you've played, it's kind of unclear where it's coming from. Now, it may be that the defense was able to hear it better or see the angle that it was coming from. I don't know, but I would guess as well, Julia, that there was a conversation with counsel where he did maybe ask the prosecution, did you make that comment that was outside the jury in the courtroom? And they denied it, I'm going to assume, and then it was that instruction that nobody is to make those sort of comments.
And Dr. Banerjee, as a forensic pathologist who testifies in situations exactly like this, the reaction to it can often be emotional.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's always a warning before I testify or any autopsy photos are shown. First of all, you know, from your experience, we whittle down the autopsy photos that are demonstrative but not gruesome, you know, just to try to contain the shock value. It's not meant to hurt, you know, the case. It's meant to demonstrate what I saw or my colleagues saw at autopsy and how it helped determine my point of view regarding any case I'm testifying in. But all of this is tragic and very, very emotional. So we always caution anybody in the courtroom, but you have to think about it, it's especially with children. I mean, it is just so heartbreaking. And so, you know, I would say her reaction's proportionate, but definitely it can be distracting as well when you're trying to give sort of, you know, measured medical opinion, balancing the blow, if you will, while the defendant is crying.
Yeah, they took a break at that time. That was yesterday.
Yes.
That was during the one medical examiner who's been on the stand so far.
Yes.
So we know the judge doesn't want distractions, and the defense will have to make that decision with the client, Alexis, as to whether or not she's going to sit through the next two autopsies, which have not been presented to this jury yet.
Well, she has the right, as we know, to sit through and hear the testimony. She has a constitutional right to be able to do that. The question is whether she wants to sit there or not. As a defense attorney, you want her there. And in reality, you want her showing, as a defense attorney, emotion and to be affected by this, especially with this type of defense. But as the prosecutor, you don't want that because you're trying to make her out to be this cold-blooded killer who has no emotion and went and intentionally murdered her children. So there is a balance in that. But I think they're going to, if I was her defense attorney, advise her to sit there, try to contain yourself, even though it's difficult and you're going to have some emotion attached to it.
Okay, in real time, the jury should be back in about 15 minutes. And when they come back, they're going to pick it back up with Dr. Jennifer Tuft's testimony. Dr. Banerjee, I want to get you to weigh in. I haven't talked to you in a few about what she testified to after we last spoke. So she mentioned the psychosis and the fact that she asked about psychosis. There was not an evidence of psychosis. This is 4 months before. I know we talked about it earlier, but when we think of what psychosis means, the people that I've been interviewing about this case, it seems like it is a much more narrow time period than something she would be experiencing for 4 months up until the incident.
Yeah, my understanding is that she can have sort of acute on chronic psychiatric disturbance, if you will. Like she carries a history of depression and anxiety. And my understanding for the psychosis is that it doesn't have to be constant like those other conditions where it can wax and wane, meaning it can come and be episodic. And I think that's what they really need to highlight. The fact, I know the prosecution's trying to say, oh, she wasn't psychotic at all. But again, this is a pretty far or distant interval between this evaluation postpartum in the hospital and then the actual event, you know. So we need to see if there were new episodes of psychosis in the interval or anybody else that can help document that issue. I also thought it was interesting that she was trying to get some sort of input from the patient, the defendant here, whether she would even take medicine. I thought that was a weird statement. You know, it is, you have to get the patient to comply, but when they're in a disturbed mental state, I think it's, you know, again, be direct, take the medicine, you need this. So I understand they were changing medicines, but the compliance factor, which we know wasn't always there with Ms. Clancy, is huge.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point because there was the question of back and forth with the side effects. The medication is important, Alexis. We've only got about 30 seconds, but what's standing out to you about Dr. Tuff's testimony as we wait for her to get back on the stand?
Well, first of all, the doctor has to give her, for informed consent, has to give the side effects, number one. Number two, the defense is going to ask, was one of the side effects this psychosis? Could that be a side effect? That's what jumped out at me.
Oh, yeah, that is good. This cross-examination is going to be very compelling. We can already anticipate
That's
that.
interesting.
Dr. Banerjee and Alexis, stand by. I know you're coming with us. We've got to get to our break. When we come back, right now, the courtroom is on the break, but that lunch is supposed to wrap up soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for being with us this Friday afternoon as we are watching together day 9 of the case against Lindsay Clancy. And the big question in this triple murder trial isn't whether or not she killed her 3 children. This is not a whodunit. It's more of a why was it done? It's what was happening inside of her mind when she did it. Today, the jury is hearing testimony about her mental state as the prosecution continues to argue that she was thinking clearly enough to be criminally responsible when these killings happened. There are 2 psychiatrists who took the stand today, the most recent being Dr. Jennifer Tufts. She's also the primary defendant in Patrick and Lindsay's separate civil suits, where they claim that different medical providers are liable because of the way they medicated Lindsay Clancy. This doctor testified in this criminal case that she didn't seem to be seriously considering suicide and didn't appear to be experiencing psychosis.
There's question 3, a specific plan. Do you have a specific plan of how you would kill yourself? And her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
4th question is access to weapons or means of hurting yourself, and the answer is no, correct?
Correct.
The 5th question is made a serious suicide attempt, and the answer was no, correct?
Correct.
The 6th question, purposely done something to hurt yourself. Again, no, correct?
Correct.
7th question, heard voices telling you to hurt yourself. Her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 9, having thoughts of killing or seriously hurting someone else. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 10, heard voices telling you to hurt others. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Hurt someone or destroyed property on purpose. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the answers to every question on this suicide checklist was no, correct?
Correct.
That checklist done in September. Here's a live look inside of this courtroom. The camera's still on the seal. That means they are not on the record yet, but we will take you there once they come back from their lunch break, which was supposed to start at around 2 p.m. Eastern. When we come back, Jennifer Tufts is going to be on the stand. She's going to finish up her direct examination, and then we will hear her cross. Here to discuss this case, watching along with us, we have board-certified forensic pathologist Dr. Priya Banerjee and trial attorney Alexis Rosenberg. Alexis, with the psychiatrists on the stand, the ones who are named in a separate pending civil lawsuit, we know that the defense is really attempting what I'm going to call a third-party culprit case. Yes, he's talking about the issues that his client was going through at the time, but I think he's also going to be pointing to other people being at fault for not catching this.
Well, isn't that usually what we have in a criminal case? We try to point the finger somewhere else. But in this particular case, I think that enough has come out and enough evidence to show that that could have possibly happened here. We have the civil case, but we also have somebody who all of a sudden is on this medication and she dramatically changes. 4 months earlier, she's doing this checklist. And by the way, I hate these checklists because first of all, people just go through them. They're not maybe paying attention, or like the doctor mentioned, lies about it. But the bottom line is the doctor has an obligation not just to rely on this checklist. They have to use other tools in their toolbox to determine what the situation is. And based on this timeline, maybe she wasn't suicidal then. They prescribed this Zoloft, and then all of a sudden she has become suicidal, had the psychosis, did what she did to her children.
Dr. Banerjee, this wouldn't be the first time that a defendant used medication as part of their defense. What's been your experience? And there's even times, I'm sure, when it's part of the autopsy in whether or not this had to do with medication or if this was a criminal act.
Oh, yes, there's that. I mean, the toxicology comes into play both for the deceased individual or individuals and the defendant. I mean, that's part and parcel of any argument, you know, whether they died at whether it was a therapeutic, were they taking it, you know, what effects did they have? Does the level then correlate with more side effects, you know? And I think a lot of psychiatric medicines have black box warnings for these reasons, right? Meaning they have an intended use to help the patient, but you have to be very careful it doesn't swing the patient the other way into a more severe state, right? So a suicidal or homicidal state, that's what's known to happen in many psychiatric conditions. You know, those come as sort of the worst case scenarios, but when they're more frequent than expected, we have these black box warnings. Not that these medications shouldn't be used, but that they have to be used with careful monitoring.
Yeah, careful monitoring. And she did have different medical providers that we're seeing inside of this courtroom that were giving her advice and that she was seeking treatment from. I want to shift gears a little bit to something that happened at the end of the day yesterday, because when we're talking about her suicidal ideations and also this suicide attempt, the prosecution has spent a lot of time on it with the cross-examination of their witnesses. But what was revealed yesterday during arguments? Does the prosecution have a secret theory of this case that the jury's not going to know about until closings? So after the 8 or 9 days of testimony that we've seen, the Commonwealth has been scrutinizing Lindsay Clancy's injuries after the death of her children. They've questioned the cuts on her wrist, the different paramedics that have been on the stand or the doctors. They've asked how deep they were and whether or not the lack of blood meant that they were not very serious wounds. We also saw them highlight that the blood smearing on the second floor window suggests that she could have slid down rather than jumping, leading to her paralysis. So during arguments outside the presence of the jury at the end of the day yesterday, the judge pushed the prosecutors on their theory, and the prosecution seemed to pull back.
The Commonwealth has at least inferred through their case that this was not a serious suicide attempt, right? I mean, and there's questions about whether or not somebody's hanging outside the window or not. And so why wasn't this an issue that the Commonwealth could have anticipated would come up?
The position of the Commonwealth isn't that it wasn't a serious suicide attempt. It's that the methods that were chosen were insufficient to achieve the goal. And the reasons for that, we would argue in our closing. I don't think we have to disclose that theory at this point, but we've never said it wasn't a serious suicide attempt. We've never said it was a fake suicide attempt. What we've endeavored to develop from the testimony is that the methods that were chosen were methods that would be unsuccessful, but we're not saying it wasn't a serious attempt. And I think the reasons for that will become clearer when the doctors give their testimony. But it's our position that she was attempting to kill herself that night, and there are various reasons and factors where she was unsuccessful in killing herself, but successful in killing her children.
Alexis Rosenberg and Dr. Priya Banerjee still with us. Alexis, is the prosecution now saying that it's not a fake suicide attempt? That's what we've been gathering. Even His Honor believed that that's what they are inferring. Your take on that?
What? I don't even know what she just said. I mean, she's saying that it was a suicide attempt and a valid one, but she was really bad at it, and now she's alive. Yeah, we all know that. That's why we're sitting here. So obviously she wasn't successful at the suicide attempt. But I mean, the testimony that's come out, I think it's clear to everybody, including the judge, was that they were inferring that it was a staged suicide attempt. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this testimony about the cuts and, you know, the fact that she didn't die, that she only broke her back. I'm not even understanding where they're going to go with this. So they're going to have doctors saying that she wasn't successful at the suicide attempt. She's sitting there.
Yeah, follow up, Alexis, because she said, we don't have to disclose our theory until closings. I'm a little uncomfortable with that. I know there's strategy. I know both sides need that, but the prosecution doesn't get to be as loose as the defense can be with perhaps saving a theory or saving witnesses or things of that nature. The prosecution has to disclose, and if they're saving it, I'm not even sure what their theory is. It's also a little confusing, and I wonder if the jury is going to be confused.
Right. The prosecution has an obligation, and if they don't do it, it's appealable. It's a basis for appeal to disclose what they have. Now, do they have to lay out on a whiteboard their strategy? No, but they have to have already produced the documentation and that's included in whatever they're going to provide testimony or produce that evidence. So I'm not quite sure by saying that. Also, why are you doing that? Why are you hiding the ball at this point from the jury? either. I mean, you should have laid that out somewhat in your opening to give them that roadmap.
Dr. Banerjee, your take on this, because I think we've talked about it before about whether or not these cuts were superficial or not. We thought that's where the prosecution was going with that, but they're saying, no, we're not saying that this was not a valid attempt.
I'm really confused because they brought in medical people, personnel, clinicians who took care of her, right? How deep they were 3.5 centimeters, 2 centimeters. They're showing all the different incisions. Some are superficial, like across hesitation marks, we call them. Some are sutured, you can see overlapping. To me, that seems like the foundation of their argument. And now they're saying that's not what what their theory is. So I think that's, what confuses me. And I'm looking at these photos, which are similar to, unfortunately, successful suicide cases I've handled. It's a very common area. You can see some hesitation marks. The pictures are good quality. So I think if they don't lay out a clear plan, how is the jury supposed to follow along? Because now it seems like facts are just being spewed out there and the jury's trying to synthesize as they go along, different pieces of the puzzle. And I think without having a clear foundation, especially in an opening, right, like what they're going to prove, I think that's very confusing.
I'm wondering, Alexis, just as we're talking about it, this is my mind going, are they just going to show that she was successful? And I hate to use the word successful because this was something the defense says she had no idea what was going on at the time, but that her infliction of pain on her children was worse. And
For the record, we return back to the matter.
on herself, it was not, and that they just want to show the different.
All right, Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Can we be seen briefly at sidebar?
Sure.
I'm back. Do you think they're going to bring Patrick back in, as in, like, she did it to get back at him? Do you think they're going to bring in that there was more going on? Do you think they've kept that up their sleeve or something else?
Just watch your step as you take the stand.
I do appreciate this so much.
All right, we all set?
Court, all right, Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. Tufts, back on that first appointment with Ms. Clancy on September 15th, 2022, as part of the record, did you detail a section, history of present illness?
Yes.
And in that section,
No.
you...
No, I'm not streaming it on Kick because you have to be very careful on Kick with legal stuff, paperwork, especially when it comes to children or extreme violence. So I'm not taking the risk. It's only on YouTube, unfortunately. I'll be on there later though to stream Brittany, but at the minute, no, we're not. KIC's very different and got some things they are strict on, and this is one
Put
of
in
them.
here, initial presentation, nursing school, Prozac helped, got treatment after second baby, 2 for anxiety, Zoloft 1 week, was nervous about breastfeeding, initial side effects. Can you just tell us where that information came from?
My conversation with the patient.
Okay. And where it says Zoloft 1 week, was nervous about breastfeeding, what does that mean?
So she had tried Zoloft before during the postpartum period after her second baby.
And did she tell you whether she had any side effects when she took Zoloft after her second baby?
She mentioned something about initial side effects, which are pretty common for many people. I didn't detail what those side effects were, but they sounded like the very normal ones that people might experience that are transient in the beginning of the treatment.
And what would those side effects be?
Possibly upset stomach, appetite issues.
I apologize. Can we know what related to this patient rather than somebody?
All right, so why don't you ask if she remembers what the defendant said the side effects were?
Do you remember what the defendant said the side effects were?
I don't remember them exactly, but they were ones that did not seem concerning.
And in your experience, in your training and experience as a psychiatrist who prescribes Zoloft, what are the common side effects that you deal with, that patients deal with from this medication?
So in the first couple weeks of treatment, we described that there's a lot of serotonin in the gut as well as the brain. So the medicine often affects the gut first. So you might have diarrhea, constipation, difficulties with appetite, nausea, things like that.
And you also wrote in the note about history of present illness, 3 months postpartum, also 4 and 2-year-old feeling overwhelmed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that came from the patient, Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And furthermore, you wrote that the baby needing more attention, other kids more challenging too. Is that coming from the patient?
Yes.
And does she also describe she's having trouble leaving the baby, too anxious to do anything when she leaves, physical tension, heart racing, worries he won't eat or sleep because he's refusing the bottle?
Yes.
And did she say that makes her irritable?
Yes.
And in that same note is where you detail that she denied audio hallucinations, visual hallucinations. You also, correct?
Yes.
And you also detail suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, denies, no concern about hurting baby. Is the no concern about hurting baby, is that a note, an observation you're making or something that came from Ms. Clancy?
It came from our conversation.
So at some point in time, she told you she had no concerns about harming the baby.
Yes, it was.
I object.
Just an objection? If you could rephrase that question.
What did she tell you about her thoughts about the baby?
I asked if there were those thoughts, and she denied them.
And did you also provide information to her about what to do if in between appointments there were emergencies or issues?
Yes, I believe that I did. I usually do when I meet a patient.
And in the page describing treatment follow-up plan, which would be in the initial diagnostic assessment from September 15th in that treatment follow-up plan section, is there a part, there's a part there that says, if having urges to harm self or others, go to the nearest emergency room, call 911, or call the National Suicide Prevention and Crisis Hotline, correct?
Yes.
Is this page given to the patient?
They can access it online on the portal.
So Ms. Clancy would have the ability to go on here, look at the portal, and see what to do if she was having a crisis.
Yeah, just this this plan section, yes.
Just the treatment plan section?
Yes.
So is it that she would have to search through the records, or is that something you can click on to see the treatment plan?
I'm not sure exactly what it looks like for a patient.
Okay, but that's one of the sections that's available to the patient, Lindsay Clancy, if she goes onto the portal?
Yes.
There's also in here, if you feel you're in crisis, you may text home to a certain text number from anywhere in the United States. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that do when you text that text number you text home to that text number?
It connects you to a counselor.
Now, what was the treatment or follow-up plan for Ms. Clancy?
To start the search for Lane, to start individual therapy, and to follow up with myself.
So your recommendation wasn't just that she take pills, you recommended that she attend therapy, correct?
Yes.
And when you recommended the therapy, did you, and the medication, did you also go over with Ms. Clancy alternatives to the medication that you were recommending?
I believe she was aware that the alternative was that she could not take a medication, which is what she had been doing before.
And after you went over all of this information with Ms. Clancy, did she convey to you that she understood the plan and was agreeable to the plan?
Yes.
What is informed consent?
Informed consent means you communicate with a patient what the risks and benefits are of treatment, and they understand that and they agree to the treatment.
And did Ms. Clancy show that she had informed consent to everything you discussed?
Yes.
Now, was your next appointment with Ms. Clancy on September 28th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
And so during that appointment, did you discuss the medication, the Zoloft, that you had prescribed to her?
Yes.
And what did you learn from Ms. Clancy about whether or not she had taken that medication?
She shared that she decided not to take it.
Did she tell you that she had picked it up but had decided not to take it?
Yes.
Did she tell you how she was feeling?
She said a little bit better.
And did she elaborate on that?
The baby was getting some more sleep, so she was also able to get some more sleep, and that helped her feel better.
And at this appointment, did you go through a mental status exam of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And what is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an assessment of the patient at the point of meeting. It can change at different times, but it's comprehensive, referring to how the patient appears, how they cooperate, how they speak, how they describe their thoughts, how they're able to communicate with you, and what their mood is like.
And do you do that at every appointment with every patient?
Yes.
And so on the September 28th, 2022, when you met with Lindsay Clancy for that second meeting, did you do a mental status examination?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that?
So I can, is it okay if I read it from the note, or do you just want me to?
There's no objection.
Go ahead, you may.
She was alert, she was oriented, she was appropriate, her rapport, meaning how she worked with me, was appropriate, dressed appropriately, euthymic, meaning not depressed, not angry, kind of a normal mood. Her affect was full, her speech was appropriate, her thought content and a process were appropriate. She did not mention any hallucinations. At this point, I mentioned her insight was poor, her judgment was excellent, her cognition was did not show any deficits, and there was normal psychomotor activity.
And why did you list that her insight was poor?
So I think that must have been related to the fact that at this point, she did have some very clinically significant anxiety. Usually when people come to a psychiatrist, they believe that their symptoms are significant and that a medication is something that might be prescribed. But despite these symptoms, she still didn't want to try the medicine.
And what is the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
So a psychiatrist is a medical doctor. We go to medical school and then we specialize in psychiatry. A psychologist does not go to medical school. They may do a lot of research in their training. They may learn a lot about psychotherapy, but they don't learn about the human body, about how we metabolize medications and things like that.
And so can a psychiatrist prescribe medication?
Yes.
Can a psychologist prescribe medication?
No.
Now, in the medical records, exhibit 219, page 47, it lists here recent lab work, no lab results were found. Is it that you had ordered lab work and you couldn't find the results, or that none were ordered?
None were ordered.
And why is that?
It was not necessary.
And why isn't it necessary at that point for Ms. Clancy to order blood work?
There's no blood work that is commonly done when a patient presents with generalized anxiety disorder and no other medical complications.
What types of situations would you order blood work for?
I mean, there could be a lot. Certain medications require laboratory monitoring. Maybe something that, could affect the kidneys or could affect the thyroid, could affect the cholesterol. These are things that we monitor to make sure that the medicine is prescribed safely.
And so Zoloft, is that not one of the ones that would need to be monitored because of its potential effects on the body?
Correct.
And at that time, she reported to you she wasn't even taking it yet, correct?
Correct.
And your appointment that day, I think according to the records, it was approximately 17 minutes long. Is that correct?
So can I explain that?
Absolutely.
Because I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. So the 17 minutes, I think people are looking at the note where it says a therapy start time of 10 a.m., a therapy end time of 10:17, so they're calculating 17 minutes. But those timestamps are specifically related to the therapy portion of the exam. They're not reflective of the complete duration of time when I met with her.
So what would be the complete time that you met with her on that day?
So I don't know the exact amount of minutes, but the appointments are 25-minute appointments. So it would be more or less a few minutes, about 25.
And so the 17 minutes that are for the therapy portion of the appointment, what comprises therapy? What does that involve?
It really varies based on the person, based on the situation. It can involve, providing some emotional support.
I apologize. Can we talk about Lindsay Clancy rather than in general? That's all.
It's
I'm going to allow a little bit of the background, so that then we'll move into the defendant.
Thank you. So you were saying that therapy portion is kind of talking to the patient, seeing how they are, and getting an assessment of their current mental state?
Yes.
And the other 8 minutes, typically, what happens in those 8 minutes?
That's more focused on specifically medications and medication management.
So these appointments that you had with Lindsay Clancy, when it says 17 minutes, that's the therapy, the talk portion of the appointment, and then there was a separate portion where medication was discussed?
Yes, in the real world, those two segments are intertwined. So it's not necessarily that we say, this is the end of your therapy component. It's a bit more seamless than that.
Okay. Now, in your training and experience in the way you conduct your practice, if you're having a therapy portion or you're conducting therapy with a client and that 25 minutes has run out, is it a hard stop or is there an option to continue?
It's not a hard stop. I do have limitations because I have other patients that are waiting. But if there's something urgent, I can go a little bit over. If there's an emergency, I can cancel the next patient if I have to.
And these 25-minute appointments that you have, if a patient were to request a longer appointment with you, is that available?
It's an option.
Did Lindsay Clancy ever request a longer appointment time with you?
No.
Now, that appointment on September 28th, 2022, was that also a virtual appointment?
Yes.
And did Ms. Clancy appear to be alone in that virtual appointment?
Yes.
And based on your conversations and assessment of her on that day, what was the plan going forward?
So at this point, she was improving, and we decided to pause on the medication question and have her meet with one of our therapists.
So that first appointment was on September 15th. You recommended therapy. The next appointment was September 28th. So had Lindsay not scheduled a therapy appointment yet with Jennifer McAllister at that point?
I'm not sure when she called to schedule that.
And but that was the plan going forward, that your recommendation was that she attend therapy with Jennifer McAllister?
Yes.
And did Ms. Clancy seem receptive to that plan?
Yes.
Did she tell you she was going to make an appointment with Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
Now, according to the records, the next appointment was October 3rd, 2022, just 5 days later. Was there a reason that you had such a short time span between that September 28th appointment and the October 3rd appointment with Ms. Clancy?
I believe that the patient must have scheduled the appointment on her own, and that's why the span of time was rather short.
Do you recall Ms. Clancy reaching out to you about getting paperwork for a maternity leave extension?
Yes.
And did she reach out to you through the portal for Astor Health?
Yes.
And did you respond to her on that portal?
Yes.
And did you fill out paperwork for her to extend her maternity leave?
I think that I did.
And so there is a message from Ms. Clancy to you on September 30th, 2022 in the portal that states, "Hi, Dr. Tufts. Thanks again for all your help at our last two appointments. While I am feeling just better enough to function without medication, I did reach out to my employer about extending my leave for reasons of postpartum anxiety/depression. I don't feel mentally well enough to return to taking care of patients with a baby at home that still won't take the bottle. I know this will trigger my anxiety too much, and also having to stay up all night as a nurse, I don't feel it's possible right now. They asked that my provider could fill out a form so they could process this request. Can I please send you the form to fill out?" And you responded on September 30th, 2022 at 2:41 p.m. This type of paperwork often requires a lot of information, so it's best if we go through it together in an appointment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So would that have been why the October 3rd appointment was set up?
That may have been, yes.
And then do you recall receiving a message from Ms. Clancy on October 10th, 2022, stating, "Hi, Dr. Tufts, there is a part on the serious health condition form that you filled out for me that needs to be changed. On the second page, you put I could work a reduced schedule of 8 hours per day, 2 days per week. However, we discussed not working at all until January 1st. I think we talked about when I return to work, that is what I could do, but that the way it appears on the form makes it seem like I can do that now. Do you still have the form to make the adjustment, or do I need to send it back to you? And then you responded that you would send back an updated version. Is that correct?
Yes.
So do you recall having a conversation with Ms. Clancy at the October 3rd appointment about not returning to work and how long she should be out of work for?
I recall having a conversation about that.
And that January 1st date, was that something you decided or something Ms. Clancy requested?
I think it was something that we decided together.
And in that appointment on October 3rd, did Ms. Clancy tell you that she was on the verge of taking the medication?
Yes.
And did you discuss that with her?
Yes.
And what was that discussion?
Well, she was having more anxiety again. It seemed like maybe it had started getting better, and then it was kind of where it had been when she initially reached out, and so she was feeling like a medication might be helpful.
And did Ms. Clancy tell you at that appointment that she wanted to try therapy before taking the medication?
Yes.
But she had not had an appointment with Jennifer McAllister yet, correct?
I'm not sure what date her first appointment was with Jennifer McAllister.
Showing you page 57 of Exhibit 219, an initial therapy assessment by Jennifer McAllister on October 3rd, 2022. Would that have been the first time she saw Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
So that's on that same day that you saw her. It looks like from the record you saw her at 11:30. Is that correct?
I don't have the time on my paper, but I'm sure that's correct.
Okay, so apparently she saw you about the work form, and then she had an appointment with Ms. McAllister. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it says here in the records that Jennifer McAllister is an LMHC. What is that?
A licensed mental health counselor.
And so is a counselor, a licensed mental health counselor, someone who can conduct therapy sessions?
Yes.
And why is it in your practice that you have a psychiatrist who does therapy and prescribes medication, but in addition, you would have a therapist doing counseling?
So today, a lot of psychiatry is practiced as a team. At least that's how we practice at my office. So oftentimes the therapist is able to see the patient every single week. They're able to focus in more depth on certain aspects of the patient's well-being, and so it's helpful to have one person paying extra attention to the therapy component, especially when the psychiatrist does have to spend a lot of time discussing the medications and thinking about the medications.
And so is that the teamwork approach that Lindsay Clancy received in her treatment at Astor Mental Health?
Yes.
And in that October 3rd assessment with Ms. McAllister, you reviewed those notes and records so that you could properly treat Ms. Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And in that first meeting with Ms. McAllister, the defendant described her relationship with her parents as very supportive and stable, correct?
I don't have Jennifer's notes in front of me.
Showing you page 60. You want to just review the notes?
Sure.
We'll look up when you finish. Does that refresh your memory as to the notes that you reviewed from Lindsay's session with McAllister?
Yes.
And so in that session, Ms. Clancy stated that her parents were very supportive and stable?
Yes.
And She also mentioned having the support of an older sister who only lived 2.5 hours away. Is that correct?
That's what she stated in the note to Jen.
Did she also say that she was not close with her in-laws who lived in Situate? She would see them often as they were her husband's parents, but she didn't generally allow them to watch the children. Is that correct?
That's what I read.
And there's a quote in here, don't have a particular reason why, they don't bug me about it either. Is that correct?
That's what I read.
And October 3rd, 2022, when you met with her that day, did you again do a mental status exam?
Yes.
Had anything changed in that mental status exam from the September 28th meeting that you had with her?
Can I review it?
Yes.
I mean, there isn't anything that stands out to me right now.
And I think that what you put on the October 3rd date was that her insight was still poor.
Yes.
And was that for the same reasons you described earlier?
Yes.
The next time that you saw Ms. Clancy, was that on October 20th, 2022?
Yes.
And what information did you learn on that date about whether or not she was taking the Zoloft you had prescribed?
So she told me that she decided to start the Zoloft.
And did she tell you how long she had been taking it?
For 1 week.
And did she tell you that the previous night she had increased the dose?
Yes.
And that's what was in the original prescription, correct? To take the pills at 25 milligrams for 1 week and then increase to 50?
Yes.
So if that had been done, taking the pills for 1 week would be 7 pills, and then increasing the dosage the next night would be 2 pills?
Yes.
And so that would be 9 pills?
Yes.
When she told you she increased the dose, she told you she now feels awful. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was it that was bothering her?
She was having increased difficulty sleeping. She had loss of appetite, diarrhea. She was feeling her mood was down. She was tearful and feeling very foggy and feeling very anxious.
Now, what is the lowest dose of Zoloft that you would prescribe a patient or could prescribe?
The smallest pill is 25.
And what's the highest dose of Zoloft?
200.
Okay, so she was on the lowest dose of 25, is that correct?
Yes.
And then according to what she told you, she had increased for 1 night to 50 milligrams, is that correct?
Yes.
Did she also tell you she was scared to start something new?
Yes.
Is that in terms of another medication?
Yes.
So what was your discussion with Ms. Clancy when she's telling you that she's having these issues with Zoloft, but she's afraid to try something new?
So we discussed what to do moving forward. So we discussed whether it would make sense to switch to a different medication at that point. And at that moment, because of her negative experience with the Zoloft, she did not want to start a new medication at that point.
At this meeting with her, did you ask her if she had any suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
What was her response?
No.
Did you ask her if she had any homicidal ideation or thoughts?
Yes.
What was her response?
No.
Did you ask her if she was hearing any voices or seeing any visual hallucinations?
I'm not sure if I asked that in that appointment, but she was very clearly not psychotic.
And why do you say that?
Because of how I described some of the signs of psychosis that are on the mental status exam. None of those were present.
What was her affect during this meeting?
It was depressed.
And did you write that that she was, strike that? What was it about her affect that made you write that she was depressed?
She visually appeared like she was feeling sad.
And her mood, how did she report that to you?
That was depressed as well and anxious.
What about her thought, content, and process that day?
That was appropriate.
And her speech?
It was appropriate.
And her judgment and cognitive skills?
Her judgment was excellent, and her cognition didn't have any deficits.
And her psychomotor activity?
Normal.
So the main change here from previous visits was that she appeared depressed and anxious.
Yes.
Although she had appeared anxious that first visit, correct?
Yes.
So to make sure we have the timeline correct, the first visit she appeared anxious. The second visit she appeared to be doing better. The third visit, she still had that poor insight when you met about the paperwork. And then this fourth visit, she appears depressed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did she also tell you that she was worried about getting suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
So that would have come directly from her, correct?
Yes.
And what was that? What were the details of that conversation?
So it was one of the things that she was anxious about. It was a fear of one day having suicidal thoughts if she were to continue to feel poorly.
Okay. And showing you page 77 of Exhibit 219. I know you said earlier you weren't sure if you asked her about audio or visual hallucinations, but just directing your attention to the integral history, if that refreshes your memory.
Yes.
So did you ask her about audio hallucinations and visual hallucinations?
On the 21st, I did.
Okay. All right. So then there was an appointment the following day on October 21st?
Yes.
So why did she have an appointment that following day?
Because she was feeling pretty poorly after starting the Zoloft, so we were following her closely.
And at that point, you knew that she had had an appointment on the 3rd with Miss McAllister, correct?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not she had followed up making another appointment or was struggling with that?
She was planning on making another appointment. I don't know when that second appointment was scheduled.
When that first appointment where she was seeming depressed and having issues with Zoloft on October 20th, did you tell her to stop taking the medication at that point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you discuss other options with her other than medication, like natural remedies?
Yes.
And what type of natural remedies did you discuss with Ms. Clancy?
So I mentioned things like fish oils, something called L-methylfolate or SEAM. These are supplements.
And why would you offer alternative remedies to a patient?
So it was because she seemed reluctant to start a prescribed medication. I thought she might be more open to something that was natural.
So you weren't pushing her to take a prescription medication, correct?
No.
Now, on October 21st, when you saw her, did she tell you that she hadn't been able to get any sleep the night before?
Yes.
You've already said she told you she wasn't having audio or visual hallucinations, correct?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she was having suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No.
What was her affect that day?
It was depressed.
And did she tell you during your conversation that day that she had been anxious all day, not depressed or irritable, getting better?
Yes.
Okay, so she's telling you she's not depressed, but her affect to you appeared depressed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that for the same reasons you stated earlier, those visual cues that you saw?
Yes.
Did she appear hyper or manic in any way?
No.
Was there any changes in her rate of speech or pattern of speech?
No.
Was there any difference in her mental status exam?
No.
And this appointment, was this appointment virtual as well?
Yes.
Had all your appointments up to this point been virtual?
Yes.
Was she alone in that virtual meeting?
Yes.
What was the plan that was formulated on October 21st?
So the plan was that she start a medication called Ativan to be taken as needed, which means not necessarily every day, but in the instance of severe anxiety.
And how did you explain to Ms. Clancy when to take the medication?
I don't remember exactly how I explained that.
So in general, as a psychiatrist, when you're prescribing a medication like Ativan and you're telling a patient to take as needed, what does that mean?
So it means when the symptoms are present, and in this case in particular, when the symptoms are severe.
So with Ms. Clancy, what were the symptoms that she was experiencing that made you decide that Ativan would be an appropriate medication?
Anxiety.
So would it be when she was feeling anxious, feeling those symptoms of anxiety, that she should take the medication?
Yes.
And what was the dose again?
0.5.
What's the lowest dose of Ativan you can give?
0.5.
What's the highest dose?
Maybe 2.
So you started her at the lowest dose, the 0.5.
Yes.
And was there a specific time frame that you wanted her to try this in?
Yes, this was for 1 week.
And was the prescription for a 1 week amount, or is it hard to tell that because it's as needed?
It's hard to tell that without seeing exactly how many pills were prescribed.
And was there also, again, a recommendation to go to Ms. McAllister for therapy?
Yes.
And when were you recommending follow-up with Ms. Clancy?
1 week.
And why a short turnaround at this point?
Because she was still having very significant symptoms.
And did you in fact see her on October 26, 2022?
Yes.
And at that appointment, what was Ms. Clancy's affect?
Depressed.
What was her mood according to her?
It was anxious and depressed.
And did you discuss with her whether she was taking the Ativan and whether it was working?
She said that it was not helpful for her sleep, but it made her feel less anxious.
And in this appointment, there was a discussion of Benadryl. Is that correct?
So she reported that Benadryl was something she had tried and it was helpful. It was taken over the counter.
Had you recommended or told her to take the Benadryl at that point?
I don't think so.
And so when you met with her and she told you that she had taken the Benadryl and it had helped, what was your reaction to that?
I was glad that something was helping.
And did she tell you how often she was taking it or how much of it she was taking?
I don't recall.
Did you ask her that day if she had any suicidal or homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was the response?
No.
Did you see any signs of psychosis that day?
No.
Up to that point on October 26, 2022, had you ever had any difficulties in communicating with Ms. Clancy?
No.
And ever any difficulties understanding her or thinking she wasn't understanding what you were saying?
No.
At this appointment on October 26, 2022, did she tell you that she had scheduled an appointment for therapy with Mrs. McAllister?
I don't remember. Oh, yes, she did. She said she has an upcoming appointment.
And what was the plan after meeting with Ms. Clancy on the 26th?
So at that point, we discussed trying a new medication because she felt that whatever side effects were caused by the Zoloft had resolved, but she still had the same anxiety that she had had beforehand. So we discussed starting the medication Buspar at 5 milligrams twice a day.
And what is the lowest dose of Buspar?
5 milligrams.
And what is the highest dose you can prescribe?
The pills probably come up to 30 and multiple 30 pills taken per day.
So you could prescribe someone more than 30 milligrams per day?
Like a total dose of 60.
Okay. So you started her again at the lowest dose?
Yes.
And why did you choose Buspar?
So Buspar is very well tolerated. It's a very mild medicine, especially for someone who is experiencing side effects from another medication.
And what does Buspar do?
It lowers anxiety.
And was she to continue taking the Ativan with the Buspar?
She could continue taking it as needed if she were to have those extreme moments of anxiety.
So would it be that the Buspar was twice a day, and then if she felt really anxious, she could take an Ativan?
Yes, because given that low dose of the buspirone, it might not have been enough of a dose to be effective right away.
And Buspar and Buspirone are the same thing?
Yes, sorry.
There's also a note in here prescribing hydroxyzine 25 milligrams daily as needed for anxiety. What is that?
Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine. It's similar to the Benadryl that she had been taking for sleep. So I recommended that she try the hydroxyzine. It is a safer medicine to take compared to the Ativan. So if someone is feeling very anxious and they can take a hydroxyzine and that prevents them from needing to take the Ativan, that's good. So I wanted her to at least try that option instead.
So you gave her several options on how to deal with the anxiety as it appeared each day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why take hydroxyzine, which is an antihistamine, instead of just taking the Benadryl?
So they're very similar, but hydroxyzine is indicated for anxiety, whereas Benadryl is really indicated for allergies.
And you discussed this plan with Ms. Clancy, and did she agree to that plan?
Yes.
And in discussing it with her, did you go over all the possible side effects and the interactions of the medications that you had prescribed?
Yes.
And did she voice any concerns about any of that?
No. I mean, I think she was still apprehensive about starting a new medicine and about potential side effects, but nothing specific.
So it was a general concern about medication in general?
Yes.
But after you had the conversation and explained what you were recommending and prescribing, did she agree to that plan?
Yes.
And was there any change in her mental status that day?
No.
Now, going to the next time that you saw Ms. Clancy was at October 30, was her next appointment on October 31st with Jennifer McAllister?
Yes.
So you were able to review in the records in preparation for your next appointment that she had in fact went to a therapy appointment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the therapy appointment was that approximately an hour-long appointment with Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
When was your next appointment with Ms. Clancy?
November 2nd.
And on that date, was that also a virtual appointment?
Yes.
Do you know whether the therapy appointment with Ms. McAllister was in person or virtual?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was virtual.
Okay. And up to this point, had Ms. Clancy ever told you that she didn't want to do virtual, that she wanted to come in person?
No.
Now, on this November 2nd appointment, did you have a discussion about the abuse bar?
Yes.
And what was that discussion?
So she did not start it. She was too afraid to start a new medication.
Did she tell you that she had continued with the Ativan and the Benadryl?
She said she continued with the Ativan.
Ativan. Was there any further discussion about the Benadryl or the other antihistamine that you had prescribed, the hydroxyzine? I hope I'm saying that correctly.
You are, and I'm not sure. I don't think there was much conversation about the Benadryl or the hydroxyzine.
Okay. And what was her affect that day?
It appeared appropriate.
And what was her mood? How did she report feeling?
Euthymic.
What does that mean?
Euthymic means a normal mood, not necessarily sad or angry or euphoric. It's just kind of neutral in the middle.
And would that have been a word coming from Ms. Clancy or just how you describe the word you used to describe?
It's a clinical word.
Clinical. Did you ask her if she had any suicidal or homicidal ideation?
Yes.
What was her response?
No.
Did you see any signs of psychosis present in her that day?
No.
That day, did you discuss alternatives to Ativan?
Yes.
And why were you discussing alternatives to the Ativan?
Because Ativan was not a medication I intended for her to be taking for a long period of time. It was a short-term medication.
And why is that?
Because it does have a risk of dependency when people take it for a long period of time, and especially at high doses.
So did you bring up this discussion about alternatives to Ativan, or did Ms. Clancy ask about it?
I think that was something I brought up.
And what were the alternatives that you discussed with her?
Remeron, trazodone, pregabalin, and hydroxyzine.
And what was it about those medications that you thought they would be appropriate for Ms. Clancy?
That they might be safer medications that could also help her with sleep, also help her with some of the anxiety.
And how are they safer?
So they don't have that risk of the dependency.
And while you're interacting with her and discussing the alternatives to Ativan, what was her mental status that day? Was there any change in it?
No.
And so after this discussion with her about the alternatives, was there a decision made on how to proceed?
Yes. So we discussed tapering the Ativan by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks.
And what does tapering mean?
It means slowly reducing.
And why do you slowly reduce a medication?
So when you are taking Ativan, like I mentioned, the risks of dependency, there's also risks of withdrawal symptoms if a medication like that is abruptly stopped. So that's why we gradually decrease it.
And so if the plan was to decrease it by 0.25 milligrams a week, what amount was she taking per week?
So it was by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay.
So at first we were decreasing it from 1 to 0.75.
Okay. So it was a 1 milligram pill that she was taking, and then she would just take less and less and less until she wasn't taking it any longer?
Yes.
Okay. And then had you, with Ms. Clancy, decided on a replacement for the Ativan?
At this point, I don't think there was a medicine that we had decided on.
Okay. So the plan at that point was just to taper off the Ativan, but nothing was added at that point?
Yes.
Did you next see Ms. Clancy on November 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall why there was a 20-day gap between seeing her on the 2nd and then seeing her on the 22nd?
Well, I'm not sure. I would really be guessing if I said.
Okay. Did you learn at that appointment on November 22nd of 2022 that Ms. Clancy had started another program?
Yes.
And what program was that?
It was a South Shore perinatal mental health clinic.
And was that the first that you learned of Ms. Clancy being involved in that program?
Yes.
Did she tell you she was thinking about doing it, or that she was already enrolled in that program?
That she was enrolled in it, and that what it sounded like she was going to be transferring her care there.
Okay. And did she tell you that she was starting a new medication?
Yes.
What did she tell you she was starting?
She said she was going to start Prozac.
And did she also tell you that what she was currently using for medication?
Yes.
And what was that?
The Ativan and the Benadryl.
And did she tell you that was for sleep as needed?
Yes.
And so you had put in place a plan on November 2nd to taper off the Ativan, but on November 22nd, she was still on the Ativan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And had she tapered off or reduced the dose, to your knowledge?
I don't have it documented exactly what dose she was taking on that date. She was just still taking the medicine.
Still taking it, okay. On that date, did Ms. Clancy deny suicidal and homicidal ideation?
Yes.
Did she show any signs of psychosis?
No.
Did she also tell you that she was going to be transferring her therapy care to that South Shore Perinatal Health Clinic?
Yes.
So basically at that point, the plan was for her to receive her mental health care at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic and no longer see you? Was that the plan? Okay. Was there also discussion of a return to work letter that day?
Yes.
And did she request that from you?
Yes.
And did you give her a return to work letter?
Yes.
And was that authorizing her to return to work immediately or on January 1st, as the previous form had said?
I don't remember what date it was for her to return to work. I don't think it was immediate.
Did you then have a further appointment with Ms. Clancy on December 1st, 2022?
Yes.
And how is it that, she was planning on transferring care to the South Shore Perinatal Clinic on November 22nd, but then on December 1st, she has an appointment with you?
So patients can schedule their own appointments. I'm not involved in the scheduling. I can schedule an appointment if someone asks me to, but they can schedule it without my awareness. So she had scheduled it.
Okay. So she hadn't reached out to you in advance to ask about it. She just scheduled an appointment with you for December 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that appointment, did she tell you that she ended up not returning to work?
Yes.
And what was discussed at that appointment?
That she wasn't getting better.
And in what ways wasn't she getting better?
She had tried the Ativan taper, but without the Ativan, she was having a lot of difficulty sleeping. So she tried a few different medications, a few different medication combinations, but she was having trouble with them.
And did she tell you what types of medication she had tried?
Yes.
And what were those?
Trazodone 50 to 150 milligrams was minimal effect. Ativan and Benadryl combination was helpful. Then she added the Prozac 10 milligrams with the Ativan and Benadryl to help with the sleep, but she still had worse sleep, so that was stopped. Then she tried a combination of Remeron with Klonopin, but she felt disoriented, had rebound anxiety, and it was of minimal help. Then she tried Remeron and Seroquel, and that was prescribed, but she didn't take it.
And these medications that she was talking to you about, those weren't prescribed by you, correct?
Correct.
Did she tell you that those had been prescribed by her provider at South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Yes.
And what is trazodone?
It is the category is an antidepressant, but the doses that we use are low, so it's really a sleep medicine.
And what is the lowest dose of trazodone?
50.
And what is the highest?
It can go very high, up to maybe 600.
Okay. So the 50 to 150 milligrams that Ms. Clancy told you she had taken, is that on the lower end of the dosage?
Yes, it's the commonly prescribed dose, again, because it's mostly used as a sleep medicine. So those are the normal ranges.
Okay. And Prozac, I think you had said earlier, was an SSRI?
Yes.
And that was a medication Ms. Clancy had told you she had taken in nursing school, correct?
Yes.
With no side effects then?
Yes.
And she told you on December 1st, 2022, that the Prozac had worsened her sleep?
Yes.
And then what is Remeron?
Remeron is mirtazapine.
And what's that?
It's another antidepressant.
And what is Klonopin?
It is a benzodiazepine like the Ativan.
So prescribing Remeron as an antidepressant and Klonopin as an anxiety medication, is that an unusual combination?
No.
And then she told you she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel, but hadn't started that, correct?
So I think she had started the Remeron, but maybe hadn't started the Seroquel yet.
Okay. And did she also tell you that she was having some intrusive thoughts on the Remeron, so she was planning on stopping?
Yes.
Did she tell you what those intrusive thoughts were?
She said it was a feeling like I'm going to die.
Not a feeling that she wanted to kill herself, but a feeling like she was going to die.
Yes.
Did you ask her if she had suicidal ideation?
Yes.
What was her response?
So she denied having suicidal ideation, but she was feeling pretty badly. She said she was close to it, meaning close to having some suicidal thoughts, and that she was feeling very hopeless. But she didn't have any active thoughts of hurting herself, didn't have any intention of doing anything, didn't have any plans.
Did she also tell you, and this is a quote in the records on page 144, "I think it's my problem. I keep reaching out to different people and not sticking with the plan."
That's what I documented.
Okay. And did you discuss that with her, that concern that she kept reaching out to different people and wouldn't stick with the plan?
Yes, I advised that she have one person who is managing the medications.
And why is that important?
So that it's very clear what's happening.
And what is the importance, if any, of sticking with a plan, a mental health plan?
Well, the importance of sticking with a plan. Obviously, the psychiatrist comes up with a plan for very particular reasons. And so, sticking with the plan is advisable.
When you prescribe psychiatric medications, do those medications take effect immediately?
No.
How does that effect start to happen in a person?
Well, it depends which medicine. Some medicines do work very quickly, like the benzodiazepines, Ativan and Klonopin. But the medicines that prevent anxiety, the medicines that prevent depression, those do take a long time to actually kick in.
And why is that?
So the way that the medications interact with the brain, the serotonin receptors, the way that they change the neurotransmitters, it takes time for those changes to happen.
Okay. Now, did you also talk to Ms. Clancy about bipolar disorder that day?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
So it was mentioned because of the poor reaction she had had to some of her medications, the insomnia. So we discussed whether these side effects she was experiencing indicated she had bipolar disorder. But when that was assessed, it was not deemed that she had bipolar disorder.
And why was that?
Because she really didn't meet the criteria.
And what criteria didn't she meet?
So there's a number of different criteria for bipolar disorder, or specifically looking at mania, because she did have some symptoms of depression, but the other side is mania. So the most important one is euphoria. So actually 7 days of continued euphoria with very high energy levels. That's the most important one. But then in addition to that, you need some other things like potentially pressured speech, grandiosity, which is like a person feeling superhuman or godlike. You might see increased risk-taking behaviors. Usually those are significant risks, like somebody having affairs or using drugs, things that really negatively impact their life. The person might have a decreased need for sleep, which is not just insomnia, but it's truly not needing the sleep and having enormous amounts of energy otherwise.
What is pressured speech?
It means talking very fast, so fast that it's really hard to interrupt them.
And did you ask Ms. Clancy on December 1st questions that would potentially elicit whether or not she met that criteria?
Yes.
And did any of her responses to your questions indicate any instances of mania in her past or present?
No.
What was the plan going forward from that day?
So at this point, she was still seeing the doctors or the providers at South Shore, and so they were still managing her medications. So the plan was that she had an appointment with them tomorrow. She was considering taking the considering taking the Seroquel without the Remeron because she had had side effects with that, but that wasn't decided on. That was something to consider. And we also talked about starting a medicine called lamotrigine. I just gave her some information about the medicine. And we also talked about her going to a partial hospitalization program, which provides extra support for people who are really struggling.
Lamotrigine, is that Lamictal?
Yes.
And did you prescribe it to her that day or just discuss that option with her?
Just discussed on that day.
Why did you discuss that option with her?
Because it was clear that she had depressive symptoms and she was not tolerating some of the other antidepressants. So I thought that might be another option to explore.
And you also discussed with her a partial hospitalization program?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Because she was really having a hard time. She had, mentioned those thoughts of feeling hopeless and the intrusive thoughts. So I referred her to a program that would provide extra support. It would be a program that she went to every single day, not hospitalized. She could still stay at home and be with her family, but that she would have all day care every day for, as long as that was needed.
And what program was that you referred her to?
The HRI program.
What does HRI stand for?
It's a hospital. I'm not sure what it stands for.
And where is that program located?
It's in Massachusetts, I think Brookline.
And when you referred her, when you talked about that program with Ms. Clancy and referred her to that program, what was her response?
Well, I gave her the information for it. It's a program where the patient can call and schedule their intake appointment. So I gave her that information.
And was there any concern at that point? You had mentioned earlier that it's important to have, one provider prescribing medication, knowing what you're taking. You knew she was going to the South Shore perinatal program. Was there any concern about discussing medications with her, like Lamictal, on the first, when you knew she was seeing these other providers?
Well, she continued to see me in more of a supportive role, and I was just trying to help her, give her as much information that could potentially be helpful. So it was something for her to discuss with the other providers.
Did you ever reach out to South Shore or to get those records, or ask Lindsay for some type of waiver to get the South Shore records?
No, I didn't. And, the reason why is because she was very aware of what the medications were. She was very, very able to communicate what the different treatment decisions were. She was very medically sophisticated, so I didn't think it was necessary.
And you were aware she was a labor and delivery nurse, correct?
Yes.
So you were aware she was familiar with medications, and she was able to communicate with you on a level that's not a typical patient, correct?
Yes.
Did you next see her on December 16th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you make that appointment with her, or did she reach out as she did on the December 1st and make her own appointment?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And that appointment on December 16th, 2022, what did you discuss with her that day?
So she was still not feeling well. She said, I'm having a really rough time. She said she found something that was helpful for her sleep, Valium and quetiapine, which is Seroquel. She said it finally works, but feeling very depressed during the day, no motivation, had some SI, suicidal ideation. So she went to Mass General emergency room, declined inpatient. She was feeling hopeless, but didn't have any intent or suicidal plans.
So when she told you that she had some suicidal ideation, did you ask her specifics about that?
Yes.
And what was her response?
So she described it as this hopelessness, like a fear of not getting better.
Did she have a plan on a plan to kill herself, or a plan of how to kill herself?
No.
And you mentioned she told you she went to Mass General Hospital Emergency Department because of these feelings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you that they had offered her an inpatient program at McLean and she had turned them down?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she turned them down?
I don't remember.
Did she tell you about plans? Did she tell you what she was taking for medication at that point, in the plans for medication?
She said she was taking a mixture of the Valium and the quetiapine, and there was a plan to increase the quetiapine, but currently she was taking 200 milligrams.
And did she also talk to you about the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She said that she was referred and appointments were being scheduled.
And were you familiar with that program?
I've heard about it.
What type of program is it?
It's one of those partial hospitalization programs that I had mentioned, but it is focused on postpartum. So I thought that was a good fit.
Did she tell you during this appointment that she thought that her depression was related to the Seroquel?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she thought that?
She thought there was some coinciding of the timing in which she started the Seroquel and started feeling more depressed.
And did you note in the records that it was unclear if Seroquel was causing the depression? As reported, she was more depressed the last visit before taking it?
Yes.
Can you just explain that, what your observations were?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the Seroquel was making her worse because she did already seem depressed before she had started the Seroquel. So I wasn't sure. I thought it was possible, but.
What was the plan going forward from that appointment?
So the plan was for her to go to this women in infants program, and if she was having more suicidal thoughts, to go back to the emergency room.
And was she also planning to start Lamictal 25 milligrams daily?
Yes, at that moment, given how the depression was continuing and worsening, I did feel like after we had discussed the Lamictal numerous times that I did need to step in and prescribe that for her.
And you prescribed the 25 milligram daily dose for her?
Yes.
What's the lowest level of Lamictal that you would prescribe?
25.
And what's the highest?
So in psychiatry, typically 200, but I mean, it really can go up to 400 or 500.
And so again, you prescribed the lowest dose to start with, correct?
Yes.
And was she to continue with the Seroquel that she had been prescribed by the South Shore perinatal program?
Yes.
And what about Valium?
So I didn't make a recommendation on the Valium. I think there was a plan already in place on tapering it that I supported.
And did you do anything in terms of reaching out to her providers at South Shore Perinatal to let them know you were adding a prescription, or did you communicate with Ms. Clancy about letting her providers know?
I communicated with Lindsay about that, and she was so good at giving me all of these updates about what she did with them. I figured she would tell them when she next saw them.
And did she tell you that she would update them?
I believe so.
Was the next time you saw Ms. Clancy on January 6th, 2023?
Yes.
And how did that appointment come about?
So again, I don't often do the scheduling. I'm not sure exactly whether I had scheduled that or she had.
Did you learn during that appointment that Ms. Clancy had just been discharged from McLean Hospital?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Ms. Clancy tell you about her current mental state and what had happened between your last appointment on December 16th and now this appointment on January 6th?
So she was continuing to feel depressed and attributing it to the Seroquel that she had been taking. So the idea was going to McLean so that she could be safely taken off of the Seroquel.
And was it at McLean, according to Ms. Clancy, that she had tapered off the Seroquel?
Yes.
And so on January 6th, did she tell you what she was prescribed at that time?
Yes.
And what was that?
Trazodone 100 milligrams, Ativan 1 milligram, and melatonin 5 milligrams.
Okay. And are these all low doses of these medications?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she had current suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what did she say?
No.
Did you ask her if she had homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No.
Did you observe any signs or symptoms of psychosis in her presentation, answers, or behavior?
No, I did not.
Did you ask her about whether she was having side effects from these medications, the Trazodone and the Ativan and the melatonin?
Yes.
What was her response?
So the only side effect she felt was that potentially when the Ativan would wear off, she would take it at night, and then in the morning it would wear off, and she would feel more anxious after it wore off.
And in terms of the Trazodone, did she say she had any side effects from the Trazodone?
No.
And melatonin, what is melatonin?
Melatonin is a chemical that the brain makes that tells us it's time to go to sleep. It's associated with the circadian rhythm. It's not a prescription, actually. It's a medicine that you can pick up in over the counter at the pharmacy.
And is it just to help regulate sleep?
Yes.
What was her mood according to Ms. Clancy on that date?
She was feeling numb.
Numb?
Numb.
Did that cause you any concern?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, she still appeared quite depressed.
And in what way? Was that her affect?
It was, yes, her affect was congruent, meaning it was the same as her mood.
So, just so we can understand, so if I tell you I'm happy and I appear happy, is that congruent?
Yes.
And if I tell you I'm happy but I appear sad, is that incongruent?
Yes.
And is that important when evaluating a patient?
Yes.
And why is that?
Sometimes it's not congruent, and there could be all sorts of reasons why, but it's just something to pay attention to.
And so on this day, though, her mood and her affect were congruent.
Yes.
Okay. And was there a plan formulated for that day, on that day?
Yes. So the plan on that day was to increase the trazodone to 150 milligrams. She had previously taken that dose and tolerated it well. She had just come off of the Seroquel at Mass General, at McLean. So we were still in the phase where we were monitoring to see if the depression might get better off of that medicine.
And is that why you didn't immediately prescribe a new antidepressant?
Yes.
Was she to continue the Ativan at 1 milligram per night and the melatonin at 5 milligrams per night?
Yes.
And I believe in this note for under condition, you wrote deteriorating?
Yes.
And why is that?
So it sounds like a very strong word. I will give some context that it's not my choice of a word. I have 3 options when I'm filling that out. I can say a patient is improving, unchanged, or deteriorating. So she wasn't improving and she wasn't really unchanged. She appeared a little bit worse than the last time I had seen her. So the best word is to say deteriorating.
Okay. Was there anything about her presentation or affect, things that she told you that led you to believe that she was in imminent danger of harming herself or someone else?
No, there wasn't. And we had, she was feeling depressed and we had a plan to address that.
Is there something you can do if you have a patient who you think is at risk of harming themselves or others?
Yes.
And what is that?
I could issue a Section 12, which would mandate that they be brought to a hospital for treatment, or at least for evaluation and then possible treatment.
And did you feel that was necessary at that time with Ms. Clancy?
No.
And when you're evaluating a patient, taking the history, looking at their current state, looking at what the answers they give you to the questions, are you reliant on the information that they give you?
Yes.
So if a patient withholds important information, is it hard to make a diagnosis or a plan?
Yes.
Was your next appointment with Ms. Clancy on January 9th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was discussed at that appointment?
So she said that the trazodone increase was helpful. She was still getting that rebound anxiety the day after she took the Ativan. The mood was okay, but she was feeling like she was still flat. She wasn't able to cry, but she said she was able to laugh a little bit, and hadn't been having recent thoughts of suicidal ideation.
Had not been?
Had not been.
And did you also ask her if she had any homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No.
Did you notice any signs or symptoms of psychosis?
No, I did not.
Did you have a discussion with her about trying an antidepressant?
Yes, I did.
And what was that discussion?
So at this point, she had been off of the Seroquel for a couple weeks and she wasn't getting better. So I thought that suggested the Seroquel might not have been what was causing depression, and it was depression. So that was what we needed to treat.
And what were your suggestions for treatment of the depression?
We considered some different options. We didn't pick a medicine on that date, but we considered amitriptyline and Wellbutrin.
And Wellbutrin was one of the medications she had taken when she was in nursing school, correct?
Yes.
And you discussed those medications on the 9th. Why wasn't a decision made that day?
Because we had made a different medication change because of that rebound anxiety with the Ativan. We decided to switch that to diazepam, which is Valium, and it has a longer half-life, meaning it's broken down by the body much more slowly, so you're less likely to get that rebound anxiety. And also the nice thing about the diazepam is it's easier to stop gradually. You can every week or every couple weeks, you can increase the dose by just 1 or 2 milligrams. So it's a lot easier to stop. So I felt that was a better alternative. And she also wanted to be off of the Ativan, so and be able to sleep without that kind of medicine.
And I don't think I asked you this before, but what is rebound anxiety?
It just means that when the medication that treats the anxiety gets out of the system, the anxiety comes back, and it comes back even worse.
And you explained it a little bit, but what is a half-life of a medication, and what does that mean in terms of the body processing it and how it affects you?
Yeah, so it's a little bit complicated, but it's basically the time it takes for half of the medicine to be broken down by the body.
And that tells you or indicates to you how long it lasts in the system?
Yes.
And so you were saying that Valium, the diazepam, the Valium, might avoid the rebound anxiety because it's slower to leave the body. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Ms. Clancy send you, after this appointment on the 9th, January 9th, did she send you emails on January 11th, 2023, asking you about your knowledge and thoughts on ketamine therapy and whether that would be a good option for her?
Yes, she did.
And what was your response to that? If you can't find it, I can bring it up to you.
I think I have it. So I mentioned that it's a great option, but it can be hard to get the insurance coverage for it. Usually you need to have demonstrated that you've tried 4 different antidepressants first, and so that it might be necessary to try another medicine first.
Okay. In that email where she was asking you about ketamine therapy, did she tell you that did she say, I'm still feeling a very low mood, no motivation, just very depressed. This has been going on for months now, and I'm getting desperate for something that would work quickly to get me out of this depressed state. Do you remember that being part of the email?
Yes.
Had she indicated thoughts like that to you before, wanting something that would work quickly to help her feel better quickly?
I mean, she may have said that once or twice.
Do you know where, strike that, did you ever recommend ketamine therapy to you, or is this something she broached to you in this email for the first time?
It was something I had considered because at this point she was starting to be a bit treatment resistant, and ketamine is a treatment for treatment resistant depression. So it's a reasonable thought, but I didn't think we were at that point yet.
And you mentioned that insurance companies usually require you to try 4 antidepressants. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say treatment resistant, is that someone who is in depression, but the typical medications aren't working for them?
Yes.
And did you have an appointment with Ms. Clancy on January 16th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what was your interaction with Ms. Clancy on January 16th?
Her mood was still very low. She was still depressed. It was she was able to get out of bed and take care of her basics like hygiene and eating. Her concentration was fine, and she was doing what she needed to do to take care of her baby, though she subjectively felt like the bonding was forced with the baby.
She told you that the bonding felt forced with the baby?
Yes,
Did you ask her if she had suicidal or homicidal ideation?
I did.
And what was her response?
No.
Did she show any of the signs or symptoms of psychosis on that day?
No, she did not.
Did you have a discussion about a Valium taper?
Yes.
And why did you have that discussion? Who brought that up?
That was because she really did not want to have to take a benzodiazepine medication every day for sleep. So we discussed how to come off of that medication safely.
And that, again, is that like taper off to take a little bit less each time?
Yes.
And did she agree with that plan?
Yes.
Was a decision made at that point on which, if any, antidepressant to take?
No, we had not made a decision. Oh, sorry. At this point, we did. We did go ahead and decide to try the amitriptyline.
And what is amitriptyline?
So it is a tricyclic antidepressant.
What does that mean?
It's an older antidepressant that's been around for very many years. It helps treat insomnia and some pain, headache conditions as well.
And the dose that you prescribed, did you say it was 10 milligrams?
Yes.
Is that the lowest dose?
Yes.
And what's the highest dose?
Can get quite high, maybe 150.
And so again, you started her at the lowest dose. Why was it that throughout this time you're treating her and trying these different medications that you always start at the lowest dose with her?
That's standard practice because the medications, they have side effects, and the lower the dose, the more mild the side effects are, and it gives the patient time to acclimate to the medicine, and then you gradually increase it depending on how they're tolerating it.
Happened. It just, she was talking and then it went off.
Two, if you have a patient who you think is at risk of harming themselves or others.
And so that it might be necessary to try another medicine first.
Okay. In that email where she was asking you about ketamine therapy, where she's denying suicidal ideation, denying homicidal. Your next appointment with her was January 23rd, 2023. Is that correct?
To the feeling of her heart racing. She had a decreased appetite as well. She was on only 2 milligrams of.
There's about 13 minutes left of this, and then it looks like they've finished for the day. And then I'm going to play one of the doctor videos. Dr. Joseph.
Valium at this point, and feeling more anxious in the morning. Mood was the same, flat, anxious, no motivation, numb. She has to force herself to get out of bed and out of the house, but is able to do that. And she is sleeping okay.
And did you ask her if she had suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation on the 23rd?
Yes, I did.
What was her response?
No.
And did you notice any symptoms or signs of psychosis that day?
No.
Was there any difference in her rate of speech or speech pattern?
No.
Was there any difference in her ability to think or communicate in any way?
No.
Was there any change in her your evaluation of her judgment or insight?
No.
Did you still consider her insight poor at that point?
I did.
And why were you still considering her insight poor?
So I think there were just a couple of things that came up throughout our 14 visits that suggested that to me, like I explained earlier. But later on, it was it had to do with her over attribution. It seemed to the medications about certain symptoms that she was feeling, meaning like how she felt about the Seroquel, how she felt that that was making her depressed, when in reality, I think she was just depressed.
Hey, everybody,
So
come in.
it was related to her thoughts about medications and how she was feeling.
So would it be accurate to state that instead of accepting that she was depressed, she was placing the blame on the medication?
Objection. Sustained.
In your mental status exam of her on the 23rd, how was her appearance?
She was appropriately dressed.
How was your rapport with her?
It was appropriate.
How was her speech?
It was appropriate.
How was her thought content and process?
Appropriate.
How was her cognitive abilities?
There were no deficits.
And her psychomotor activity?
Normal.
What was the plan going forward on that day?
So we were going to continue the same dose of the diazepam because she was feeling a bit more of the anxiety. So we said to slow down the taper, and we increased the amitriptyline to 20 milligrams, thinking that that would also help with the sleep.
And at any point in time, did she tell you she was planning to kill herself?
No.
At any point in time on the 23rd, did she say she was planning to kill her children?
No, absolutely not.
At any point in time during your interaction with her in that session, was there anything about her affect or demeanor, her behavior, that indicated to you that she was a danger to herself or others?
No.
Was there any reason, based on your evaluation of her in that session, that would give you grounds to file a Section 12 on her that day?
No.
Throughout your time treating Ms. Clancy, did you continue to recommend that she attend individual therapy?
Yes.
And why is that?
It's very important.
And is there a reason it's important, or like what are the benefits?
Yeah, it has many studies have been done to show the efficacy of therapy as a component of treatment for depression and anxiety. So, some people may only do medicine, some people may only do therapy, but the best response is a combination.
Thank you, doctor. I have nothing further.
All right. Counsel, can I see everybody at sidebar? We're going to break at this point. All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break at this point. I'm going to excuse you till Monday morning, 9 o'clock. The schedule, I'm going to suggest will be similar to today. It should be pretty much a full day. We are still, if not on schedule, ahead of schedule. All right, so I just kind of want to let you know that. So now you're going to have the weekend, and so I just kind of want to reiterate those instructions I've been giving you every day, because you know the questions I'm going to ask you on Monday, right? And so I'm going to instruct you and remind you, don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't do any research on this case. Don't take any field trips and happen to drive by any place that you have questions about. It's also very important that you don't read anything about this case or similar cases that might come up. All right, and don't listen to anything. Don't watch anything. You've gotten a fair amount of evidence so far. We've been here for a couple of weeks. But you don't have all the evidence. All right, and so it's important for you to keep an open mind. And the best way to do that is basically shut your mind off until Monday. All right, I know it's been a long couple of weeks for you, so I hope you have a nice weekend. Get rested. We'll see you, everybody, on Monday. And again, thank you so much for all your time and your work on this. And I really do hope you have a nice weekend. We'll see you Monday. Okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors, my name is Dawson. No one waiting on the chairs. This way, please.
Jacqueline, no, I don't think I did. Hey, everybody coming in.
Court, this court's in session.
All right. And Counsel, if I could ask you to come one more time, basically just talk about kind of the schedule for Monday.
Jacqueline, I don't think I got your videos, love. Was it under Crafton Jacqueline? Email? Julie's Crafton? If so, might need to resend it. So, stop sharing that one. So this is Dr. Joseph that we've been following, but this AV sent me this one. I didn't know this other channel existed. So this is a different channel that we've watched before. Jacqueline, calling you Jackie. Jacqueline, do you want to email me them again, love? I don't remember getting them, and I've just searched your name, and the only email I've ever got from you, according to this, if I got the right email, is to do the numerology. Okay, let's have a look at this. I'm gonna wait. If BJ goes live, I'll review it, but I'm not doing anything in between, if that makes sense. Like, I'm only going to do a live review because it was a lot. It was too much yesterday. Let's see if she's got anything planned before I start. Oh God, Gypsy Rose. Ugh. She didn't got Gypsy Rose. Oh my gosh, she's trying to. Not for another 3 hours, so we've got plenty of time. We also want to go over Pat Brown video. Soon as BJ, so I'm getting things done in the background as well. So I'm multitasking, but I'm listening. Yeah, I'm not doing anything in between. I'll just come on later and live review her. And then tomorrow it means there'll be no trial, obviously. So we have more people watching today, though. I think a load of people just dropped off. Yeah, there's another Pat Brown one. So let's have a look at it. I don't know if I'll play the whole thing because it is an hour and a half, but we'll see what they say.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Carl Steinbeck here, Sunday night from San Antonio, Texas. And I have a most honored guest tonight I wish to bring in right now. I have to present to you for a Q&A for both myself as well as some of y'all at the end of my questioning for Dr. Joseph Witt-Doering, who is a foremost expert in the world on psychiatry. He's a board-certified psychiatrist, and he understands not only just what the drugs do to the person, but how they have the effects of folks if they don't interact well with their brain. And also the key thing is how to get off these drugs. And so I'm going to talk about that as well as what these effects of drugs have done to the case we're following in Massachusetts, the Lindsay Clancy case. So, Doctor, you also have a clinic there in Utah, I believe a couple other states, and
just to give you a bit of information on this gentleman. So his bio says he's a former prosecutor and defense attorney, Carl Steinbeck of Steinbeck Law Firm, PLLC of San Antonio, Texas. Analyzes criminal jury trial cases in the media and utilizes vast. Okay. He's been a guest on Court TV, YouTube channels, Brainwashing Children, Court TV's Closing Arguments. I've never. Oh. That's right. The judge has just gone back on the record. Let me take that off. So he's a criminal. What was that I said? Former prosecutor and defense attorney. And then Dr. Joseph is an expert in this field, medical field. I'll drop
You've been
this link.
working not only with your clinic there since 2020, you also have a YouTube channel. I recommend everyone follow that. But this doctor has also done worked for the industry as well, the pharmaceutical industry, as well as the FDA. So he's really got this unique experience from all different angles of what's good about psychiatry medicine and also the downfalls of it, the shortfalls of it. And is there any issue with these drugs being the actual cause for the predicament that Lindsay Clancy is in? So with that being your introduction, go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead, doctor. Do you have anything else to add on your background that I've not covered in a quick summary there? You have so many things you've done and taken part in over the years.
Sure. Yeah. Well, firstly, Carl, thank you so much for having me. I guess you summed up my background pretty well. A psychiatrist for 10 years, working at the FDA in the pharmaceutical industry, and working in a private practice for the last 7 years, essentially helping people who come to me in situations like Lindsay's, when they feel like medications are making them worse and they want to come off. And so I see a lot of people day to day who are struggling with drug side effects. And so when I saw this case play out in the horrific way that it did, I was immediately interested in watching the trial play out.
And I've seen that you've also posted some of your interpretations on how she was treated and whatnot. What did you think of how she was treated, being bounced around with different doctors and given all these different cocktails that some were having worse effects on her, then she's given a huge increase in the amounts and then suddenly cut off? And what's this kind of, is this like the norm that you see in your clinic, or how is this an aberration?
No, this is the norm. I mean, what happened to Lindsay Clancy could happen to anyone. And for those listening who may not be aware, this was about, gosh, I think it's 3-4 years ago, a woman in Massachusetts, Lindsay Clancy, apparently, what it seems like with absolutely no motive, took the life of her 3 children by strangulation. She then self-inflicted lacerations, threw herself out the second-story window, and permanently paralyzed herself. Now, usually when a murder, when deaths like this happen, people look for a motive and they say, gosh, was the husband having an affair? Was she aware of it? Was he trying to leave her? Was this a revenge killing? Does she have a history of drug abuse? Was she high at the time? Does she have a history of violence? Have CPS been out there? We immediately, because that's what's happening in 99 out of 100 cases. But with Lindsay Clancy, it was very different. So she has this, there's no motive there. It's a happy, intact marriage, no prior history of violence, no prior history of serious mental illness, anything like that. This seemingly happened out of the blue. And the thing that is really on trial right now, and the reason why this has sort of gripped the whole country, and instead of it, I mean, it's obviously horrific what's happened, but it's the fact that she was put on a cocktail of psychiatric medications in the 6 months leading up to this that made her worse. And so I'll jump in and just give a bit of an overview, Carl, just to kind of set the context of what happened to her. So Lindsay, during her first 2 pregnancies, she had 3 children. She had postpartum depression afterwards and some mood elevation. So something suggestive of maybe there could be some bipolar disorder going on, where she'd become very energetic afterwards. But it normalized and she was fine. She was able to return to work. She was a good mom, by all accounts, functioning very well. Following the birth of her 3rd child, she went into a very deep depression. And several months into that, she gets put on a drug called Zoloft. Now Zoloft is a very common SSRI medication. This is a type of antidepressant. And immediately upon getting put on the Zoloft, and this is about, I think, 4 months before she takes the life of her children, she develops severe insomnia and her mental state deteriorates. Now, I think a lot of doctors look at that.
Jacqueline, your emails have come through now. I didn't get them before. Pretty sure I didn't, because that's a different name as well. Well, like email address. But isn't it true that now people are trying to look at the husband like, oh, maybe he did it, he's having an affair. Even I thought, what if he was having an affair because he's moved on so quickly?
And they say, well, maybe the drug's making her worse, but many people will also say, oh, this is just coincidence. You know, her depression's actually getting worse. She needs more medication. And so that's what happened then. She got doubled on the dose of Zoloft, and that made her even worse, so much so that they stopped it. Okay, that's fine. You know, sometimes you make mistakes with medications and you need to get that feedback. Now, this is in 2022 on the tail end of COVID where all of this is happening. And so while it sounds like, hey, she's getting good medical care, you have to remember this is all essentially being done on Zoom. I think she sees one of her outpatient doctors one time in person. So these are transactional, 15 to 20-minute video visits on Zoom. And so a couple of weeks later, someone else evaluates her and says, oh, why don't you take Prozac? Seemingly unaware that she had a very bad experience to Zoloft and had a negative dose response. Now, in sort of like the drug, if you're a drug regulator or a drug safety officer, things that stick out to you of like it's screaming a adverse drug reaction is you increase the dose and it gets worse. That's just cause and effect. That's a really tight clinical timeline. And so they don't investigate that and they put her on Prozac, which makes her worse again. And so it's like now we have these two signs that she's really not responding well to this class of antidepressant medications. And it's heartbreaking because you listen to the husband's testimony and he describes her during this time as being tortured by these medications. He says she's on the couch, her head is under a pillow, she's riddled with anxiety, she's pacing around the place. This is someone who, at least from my perspective, I suspect has kind of had a severe adverse reaction. Now, a little bit of context, I'll go on a brief tangent here. The prosecutor right now is trying to make the case of, oh, well, she only took a couple pills of the Zoloft. She only took a couple pills of the Prozac. How could we say this was really effective? What most people misunderstand about some of these really severe adverse drug reactions that can happen is when you have a toxic reaction to these drugs, the effects can linger even after you stop taking the meds. I'm probably most well known for talking about withdrawal type injuries.
This is why he would make a really good expert witness, isn't it? I'm curious how quickly the divorce happened. Well, it's sort of a bit, I tried to find out, but it's a bit hush hush. I think, let's have a look. When did? Let's have a look. Also, Court TV have spelt Lindsay's name wrong. I've been copying and pasting and it keeps putting it. They've spelled it Lynn's Day, and nobody's changed it. The exact divorce date hasn't been publicly disclosed or filed on the record. No divorce filings for the couple turned up in New York State or Plymouth Circuit Court records. Patrick quietly divorced Lindsay sometime after the January 2023 killings and moved to New York City. Well, he moved within 3 to 4 months. He remarried Dr. Rachel Dennis, a reproductive endocrinologist and infertility specialist, in April 2026 at a ceremony in Central Park Ladies Pavilion. It only became apparent when Kevin Reddington disclosed it in court on July the 23rd during jury selection for the murder trial. Not been publicly made available. He and his new wife did the Boston Marathon in 2025. Well, he moved to that area 3 to 4 months. So I do wonder if he knew, even if he wasn't having a physical affair, I wonder if he'd cross paths with her. Well, he didn't move. He didn't divorce her till after the killings, though, Jacqueline. So I don't know. Yeah, 3 months, wasn't it? It was three. I think it was 3 or 4.
And benzodiazepine injuries, and both of those medication injuries, they linger for months and sometimes years afterwards. And I imagine something similar is happening in Lindsay's case, that each time she's getting exposed to one of these medications and it's causing insomnia and it's worsening her mood, it's almost like a boxer getting hit once in the head, twice in the head, and then the third time in the head. Each time she's exposed to one of these medications, becoming further destabilized. And why does this happen? No one really knows. Just genetically, some people are just very susceptible to these side effects, and you need to notice it and stop. And so the next thing that happens after she has a bad experience with the Prozac is someone says, well, maybe she has bipolar disorder. Let's put her on an antipsychotic. And the antipsychotic that they choose is a drug called Seroquel. Now, she gets put on Seroquel, and this doesn't work either. And this is like a big red flag at this point. Antipsychotic medications, these are the drugs that you use in emergency rooms to essentially flatten people when they come in. They're extremely sedative, and they take the wind out of your sails. It makes her even worse.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, Jodie, last night. His mum, his first wife and second wife all work in the same sort of field. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
It revs her up, and her husband, and this is awful, her husband even tells the doctor at the time, I think we need to stop with the medications. I think we need to do a hard reset. We need to come off. Something is not going right here. She's worse than she was even before the drugs. And instead of listening to him, following his intuition, because he's watching this, they increase the dose from 50 all the way up to 400. She continues to decline. Yeah, and the whole time this is happening, more drugs are getting added on. She gets put on Buspar, she gets put on Mirtazapine, she gets put on Klonopin, she gets put on Ambien. A lot of the medications I just brought up then are strong sedatives, none of which really make her better. Finally, she ends up, and this is, I think, the week before she takes her children's lives, she ends up going to Brigham Women's Hospital. This is an inpatient psychiatric hospital associated with Harvard Medical School, seemingly one of the best institutions in the country for this type of care. She doesn't see a doctor there for 3 days because it's over New Year's, so no one's there. And on the second to last day, I think she sees someone for a very short visit who does not look at her medical history, doesn't do like a thorough evaluation, and suggests that she go on another antidepressant called amitriptyline. Again, quite similar to the Zoloft and to the Prozac that she's already had a bad experience to. She leaves the hospital. She's on the amitriptyline. She calls her doctor because she's still struggling. The doctor tells her to double the dose of that. And the next day, she takes the life of the lives of her children. Now, this is someone who and here's the reason why this case, I think, is going to, I really think it's going to come down to that this will not be seen as a premeditated murder or anything like that, because we have all of these clinical time points and these medical records and notes from the husband saying that she's getting worse, and people vouching for her that there's no alternative explanation here. It's really laying out this tragic story of this woman that becomes more destabilized, agitated, paranoid, delusional, until ultimately, on the day that this happens, she's having severe hallucinations where someone is telling her that she needs to take the lives of her children. And she's in this fever state, kind of delirium, psychosis at the time, and she does it. And so, that's kind of the context. But you asked me at the start, is this typical? Carl, is this something, the care that she got, is this something that you would see in normal care? And for most of the people on this call listening, you already know the answer is yes. We've already, you've seen family medicine doctors. Most people listening to right now are in the insurance system, and they know that, hey, you see a family medicine doctor for maybe 5 minutes. our current system is built in a way that we have these very short transactional visits because that's how doctors can process patients through in the limited time that they have. But one of the outcomes of that is that everything just gets diagnosed as depression. You can just diagnose anything with depression and say, oh, we'll just put them on.
That's what we need, beautiful disaster. I wish you would, I think you mean in depth, explain how someone in severe psychosis could she jump in and out of lucidity. That's what I mean. How do you bloody know if you're like a juror? Like we're not, well, I'm not a juror, but we're not experts, but like how do you know? No, exactly, Jennifer. It doesn't make him a murderer. I think people just want to demonize him. And even though I brought it up, I wasn't thinking bad of him. Like even if he was having an affair, say he was at the worst case scenario, that doesn't mean to say you go and kill your blooming children, meaning her. Have you got proofs of that, Skip Princess? This guy should never have a license to practice psychiatry. He's never worked with patients before. He went to med school but couldn't work as natural. So you're telling me he's never had patients, but he says he tapers people off. What do you mean he's never worked with patients? Where's your proof of that? I love people coming in there acting like they know everything and like but more than professionals. Wow. Okay, he's a liar. Well, have you got proof of that? Please send me proof of that because I'm not going to just take some person off the internet that I've got no idea who you are. Respectfully.
More medication because it's depression, and they never really do a thorough analysis on why is this person getting worse. And so that's what's on trial here, and that's what I think the defense is going to lay bare, that she really had poor medical care and this unspeakable tragedy occurred. And but for the grace of God, it happened to Lindsay and not anyone in our lives or anyone that we know, because these 17% of the population are on these drugs. And so it really.
What jumped out to me is Patrick never said she was a loving mother. He said she was it dedicated? But he never mentioned the word love, which stood out to me.
Really could have happened to anyone.
What do you make of a lot of people saying that don't think this was a mental health issue or a drug issue? They say, well, look how calculating she was. She wasn't in any kind of state of psychosis because look at the planning she did to get rid of her husband. So is that something that's normal in psychosis and these kind of meds where they can meticulously plan and be very calculating and how to make it where they can slip through the cracks and nobody's going to be alerted to them planning this horrific act of whether it's suicide or a murder-suicide? Is that something you can answer to, Doctor?
Yes. So, the defense is trying to make a lot out of this. Their argument is essentially that, unless Lindsay Clancy woke up the day of the event and was delirious, drooling on herself, floridly psychotic, confused, that is the only way that we could possibly say these drugs were affecting her. Now, if you're a clinical psychiatrist and you do this day to day and you have a deep understanding of how drugs that affect your mood and personality can affect you, that's not the case. They can be they can be subtle to quite dramatic shifts in your mood and personality when you're on these drugs. And you also know that there can be a waxing and waning in how these symptoms turn up. You can have some people and they look functional and they're just doing normal things. And then all of a sudden they can act out very impulsively because the drugs are affecting, impulse control in the brain. And so what matters more to me is not that she wasn't, drooling on herself and in such a state of confusion and delirium, is how does this fit in with who she is as a person and the alternative explanations. And so again, kind of going back over it, this is someone who was functioning well, had a great job, was a wonderful mother, had no motive. No one is coming forward with anything. I mean, you look at what the prosecution's trying to do. They are trying to say, well, we have these notes that she sent to the babysitter that said, oh, give my child 2 tablespoons of oatmeal. Oh, she's a control freak. And when she was going back to work and she had less nanny help, she could not bear, not having control. That is the motive that they've pulled up. This is just a controlling person who didn't have enough support. This is ludicrous for anyone who has ever been around a postpartum mother. That's pretty normal. Moms can be kind of neurotic and anxious. It's a hormonal thing. They're protective. They can be particular about things, but that's not a motive for murder. And so we have this person who has no motive, and then we have this whole medical record where this person is pleading with doctors for help, about how she's worsening and she's more depressed and she hasn't slept in several days. And she's starting to have suicidal thoughts, and she's telling her husband and her mom that she's starting to have homicidal thoughts as well at certain points. And all of this, it just, taken together, to me, it seems highly plausible. In fact, it seems like the most obvious answer by far, that the drugs were impairing her judgment, even if she wasn't tripping over her own feet and drooling on herself and having conversations with people who weren't there. It doesn't have to be at that level to be able to make a determination that someone was gravely altered by these medications.
Right. And, I noticed the warnings on these drugs, these psychotropic drugs. They'll talk about may cause suicidal thoughts or ideations, but they never go to the next step and say may cause homicidal thoughts, actions, to include suicide. So do you have any thoughts on that, Doctor?
Well, it is in some labels. Like, I know you look at the ADHD drugs for sure. Abilify, which is often used as an antidepressant, has homicidal ideation in the label. The SSRIs, under the boxed warning, it talks about, it doesn't say homicidal ideation, but it says akathisia, aggression, irritability.
I think if it said that on them, people would definitely not take them. Apparently somebody just came in the chat, Evie, and said that Dr. Joseph is a liar and he's never treated a patient. What do you say to that? I've asked for proof, but I won't get it. Was that Jacqueline? Yeah, I'll maybe play them tomorrow, Jacqueline, because obviously got a lot to go through. But I'll save your videos and we will play them. Yeah, he's a liar. Like, what? Some people, I said, okay, send me your proof. I'll wait.
Now, clearly akathisia, which is this sense of discomfort and pacing, and agitation, aggression, irritability. I think most people could say, well, in severe circumstances, you could see how that could bubble over to actually violence. And you can see how that violent behavior could bubble over into murder or homicide.
It blows my mind that people come in and say he's a liar. He's not treated one patient or spoke to a patient ever. What planet are people on? Like, I wonder if these people are just kids that are
The
random.
other thing that the SSRI labels say is,
I think sometimes people are just either just come in to just say random shit for the sake of
that
it.
these drugs
I
can
really
induce
do.
mania and psychosis. I mean, these are pretty disturbed states of mind. And so just because the SSRI label doesn't say these drugs can cause homicide, when you look at the supporting, the list of similar adverse reactions that are kind of around that, it's very clear that in the right situation, you could get some aggression, you could have some delusions and some psychosis, and that could lead to actually aggression. So it could lead to murder. So it doesn't need to actually be in there for it to be, okay, this has been, kind of blessed by the FDA, and this is something that can happen. There is enough supporting similar side effects there. I mean, we're talking about drugs that are known to induce impulsive suicidal behavior. it's not a stretch to say that this could lead to impulsive, aggressive behavior as well.
Would you say that while she's taking these drugs, that her interaction of them with her, what do you call it, the postpartum depression or psychosis, so that would exacerbate it, and so it's like that was like another punch in the face, if you will, to her, or punch in her brain, I should say, that made her not be her true self.
Yes, so it definitely looks like she was having some postpartum depression. And sadly, the drugs usually should help take the edge off that. But if you're one of these unlucky people and you're having these rare reactions that can destabilize you, well, now you just have them together. You have postpartum depression and you have a drug injury and severe adverse reaction stacked on top of that. You get the double whammy.
Wow. So this whole thing about her being selfish and controlling, that to you looks totally contrived, and it's not even a legitimate issue of indicator of guilt in any way. Is that true, Doctor?
I mean, to me, and I would bring this up with with you, Carl, and also the audience, and because I think we can all opine on something like this. Does that seem like a logical motive for murdering your 3 children and throwing yourself out a window? It like, maybe if you wanted to really stretch it, like the prosecution is trying to do, she's a control freak. But has there ever been an instance in the past where her, maybe how particular she was about certain things led to her acting out and being aggressive in some way? No, there is nothing there. And so I look at this and I'm just like, the prosecution needs to get a life. This to me just seems like it's an awful thing to drag someone through. I mean, the only benefit coming out of this is, I think that it's going to, in a very public way, show that these drugs can be quite dangerous and it will save other people. But I think they need to get a life. I mean, I think the motive and the story that they're spinning about this is so, it makes, like, I look at the prosecutor and I'm like, have you had children before? Have you been around new moms? Do you know what that kind of anxiety is like, and that you are a little particular with what you want your kids to eat, and you really become a protective mama bear? That's not a motive for murder. That seems like a very out of touch argument.
Yeah, and you mentioned like 17% of the populations are on these drugs. I had looked up that there's the number of articles stemming back to 2013, 2017, talking about how these antidepressants are in basically all the fish in our lakes and in the oceans around America. And so these are so much being recycled through our systems. Not that it's going to affect the fish so much in their interactions in the wild, but some of them are actually, some article I saw talk about how it can actually make them more aggressive as well. And they're finding it in their brains. So I thought that was interesting as well. We sort of like can't even get away from it just by eating a fish you catch out in the ocean or something. But what about, do they ever test at the FDA when they do the polypharmacy of these drugs? So like, what does the drug manufacturers have to test them? Like, do they have to show, well, if you mix trazodone with lorazepam and Xanax, this combination taken for 2 weeks is going to cause X to happen? None of that's ever done?
None of it is ever done. And I think people would be shocked if they knew how weak the evidence base is supporting the safety and the effectiveness of the drugs. The precedent for what qualifies as good enough to get a drug on the market was set in the 80s, and it was essentially 2 to 3 month clinical trials of these drugs, just solo, nothing else, in healthy patients. There is no clinical trial data that supports combo use of drugs, even though many people are on multiple drugs, just like Lindsay was. We have no idea if that's safe or effective in the short or long term. I mean, we're out in cowboy country doing that stuff. The other thing that I think should frighten a lot of people is that when your doctor says, hey, these drugs are safe and effective, like how long? Vinay Prasad, Chief Medical and Scientific Officer of the FDA, He was last year. He's now left, but he published a piece where he looked at the 10 most commonly prescribed antidepressants in the US. Not a single one of them had had a double-blind, randomized, placebo-controlled trial that lasted longer than 52 weeks. And so most people are being told these drugs are safe and effective. And the part that's being left out, for maybe up to a year that they were studied for. After that, we have no idea what they're doing. I can tell you because I see it. I mean, a lot of these drugs wear off over time, and people need higher and higher doses. People get late onset side effects, and then I guess the last thing that most people assume the FDA is doing is that they're asking drug companies to conduct studies on how to get people off these drugs safely over time. How do you taper people off? How do you do it in the right way? Are you manufacturing doses of the drug that facilitate tapering? None of that is done either. They just do these 12-week studies to get the drug on the market, and then they just kind of dust their hands, and that's it. And that's the evidence base supporting the use of psychiatric medications. It's frightening.
You and I have both looked at the civil lawsuit that her attorneys filed for malpractice by her attending physicians. And one of the things that has come up is the fact that she was able to actually be the one that killed her children by a hands-on, like, strangulation type thing, which is more personal than like shooting a gun or something like that. What are your thoughts on how is that more an indicator of psychosis and deranged thought that you're not in your own volition, or is it more of an indicator of criminal thought and intent?
Carl, I can't, to me, I don't read much into the method that she killed her children, so much as the lack of motive and alternative explanation other than drug-induced behavioral changes. And I know they're also trying to make a lot of, she told her husband to go and, do X, Y, and Z, go to CVS and also go to a takeout place. We're never going to know for certain if at that time she was already thinking about doing it, because the husband describes her during the day that she was fine. She was looking after the kids. She was building a snowman. She was worried about them. She was feeding them. He had left her alone with the children multiple times before. This wasn't like, and even in the preceding 6 months, there was no indication, like she could have killed them a million times, when he was out for longer periods. Like, she sent him out to get takeout food. And so we also don't know whether, yes, go get the takeout food, and then all of a sudden she was overcome by these intense command auditory hallucinations that went on. It really can happen like that.
Yeah,
so again,
me, medication has its place. Like when my son when he was a baby, and he had to be on propranolol for 4 months after heart surgery. But you know what they told me when they gave him it? It was in a liquid form. We had to put it in a syringe and put it in his mouth, and he used to literally suck it out the syringe, not a needle syringe, obviously, like to give medication. And it was like sweet, I think, and he used to suck it literally, like he never, it was not a problem. They said it had never been tested on babies or children. It had only ever been tested on adults. But we had no choice. There was no alternative. But, he's 27 now and still here to live, to tell the story. Yeah, he's going to need a heart valve replacement at some time. Well, technically he will, because he has a valve missing. But the longer he can go without it, the better, because once they start doing them. But they said, we have to warn you, this has never been tested on babies or children. But they saved his life, so medicine has its place, and sometimes they have to take, a calculated risk, because the propranolol was to help relax his heart and the muscle that was stiffened. Crazy, right? But then some people, it's toxic for them.
I don't think much of that.
Interesting. Thank you. What do you think then? You've seen the law from Massachusetts, both for the defense, what is commonly referred to as insanity, but criminal responsibility through specific intent and thinking of the defendant. There's also the involuntary intoxication defense, which is a complete defense, unlike the insanity one where you got to be referred to a mental health facility. The involuntary intoxication defense is a complete defense where you basically walk out of the courtroom after that happens. What are your thoughts on does the state, are they able to meet that burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt that this is a normal thinking person that was just cruel and evil that day that she did that horrific act?
Yeah, this is a little it's a little challenging for me as a doctor and not a lawyer here, but to me, this feels like involuntary intoxication. Now, the challenge here is precedent, right? And my understanding in the U.S. is, I mean, I can't really think of a case where someone has been able to walk out with an involuntary intoxication from a psychiatric drug problem. So I don't know what the defense is going to do, whether they're going to push on that or they're going to because one of their arguments is actually that she has bipolar disorder. And this was due to a bipolar psychosis that was induced by the antidepressants. That might be a much safer defense because you could say, well, this was bipolar disorder. She was having a manic episode with psychotic features and then go for not guilty by reason of insanity there. I mean, maybe that's how they would do it. But I think they have two good defenses with not guilty by reason of insanity. But what I think is, I think this was really involuntary intoxication. And as for the threshold of evidence needed, I guess, isn't it more, I thought it was the other way around, that the prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there was criminal intent. And so she may not need to meet that threshold, in that other way. But I'm no lawyer.
Yeah. No, actually, that's a insanity, which is unique for most states. Normally, the defense has that burden. And then for involuntary intoxication, once it's raised, sort of like initially at a low level, then the government has to disprove that also beyond reasonable doubt. So it is a tough, high threshold standard for the prosecution to meet. But this is such a unique case, and it's involving a lot of issues, and people are on both sides of it. So, yeah, that's it's something like you're saying, though. It's very good for people to be aware of what these drugs can do and the side effects. I know there's a lot of support groups out there on things like Facebook and Instagram for those that are trying to get off these meds, and they have a horrific time doing it. A lot of times they commit suicide because they just can't get out. They cannot get off them because the mental pain and anguish and physical pain throughout their bodies is such a severe degree that they'd rather choose to kill themselves and then continue to withdraw. So, do you see that quite a bit where people are at their wits ends and they're just like, I can't do this anymore. I'd rather die than try to get off this drug.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I see every day in my practice. I would say 70% of the people in my practice have essentially brain damage from psychiatric drug withdrawal. Again, it's something most doctors never warn people about. The condition is called protracted withdrawal injury. And there's a small group of people, I estimate it maybe around 5% of people who are long-term users who come off too quickly. That severe withdrawal from the rapid taper is actually damaging. It's like taking a hit to the head. And for many of these people, the symptoms last for several months to sometimes a couple of years. And they can be so extreme that people become completely disabled. They lose their jobs. They're unable to turn up for their families in ways that they want to. And it's not uncommon for people, when they're suffering greatly from essentially a brain injury and their life is falling apart around them, that they become highly suicidal and and many people have taken their life in the context of these severe drug injuries.
There's a question here, Doctor. I'm going to go to a few questions before we conclude here. Thanks so much for your time. And Juliet York saying, we've heard what meds shouldn't have been prescribed for her. What meds would this doctor have prescribed instead?
Yeah, good question, Juliet. The answer is no meds, right? So if you have evidence that someone is, one, they're having a bad reaction to the SSRIs, and then they trial multiple different drug classes. And so we had like Remeron or Mirtazapine, we had Klonopin, Ambien, Seroquel, Buspar. And, the report from the husband and Lindsay was she just kept on getting worse and worse. Now, the reason is once you have one of these first bad reactions, like she had to the Zoloft and the Prozac, once you've harmed your nervous system, most people respond poorly to additional drugs. The injured or the destabilized nervous system is just more susceptible to adverse reactions. And so the question that I think that most doctors should be thinking about is what should have been done instead. Now, what should have been done instead is fairly early on, they should have recognized, okay, she's responding poorly to everything. She's probably had an adverse drug reaction. She probably has a destabilized nervous system. Let's bring her into an inpatient setting or a residential facility. So a lot of these adverse drug reactions, they resolve in a couple of weeks, sometimes 2 weeks, maybe sometimes it's a month. And so if you have someone who, because they're very unlucky, they have this bad reaction and now they're suicidal, maybe they're having some homicidal thoughts, you bring them into a setting where you can monitor them and you essentially just wait for it to resolve. And then you question them about suicidal thoughts, how they're doing, you observe their behavior. And after they've said, yes, I'm actually better now, it's gone away, then you discharge them. For the postpartum depression, it should have been managed conservatively. You don't need to use medications for it. If you're having bad reactions to it, you can support them with all of the other things that we know work, psychotherapy, lifestyle changes, nutritional things, exercise. Time is a good thing because sometimes drugs just aren't an option for that, and you just make do with the other things. So that's what should have happened. And if that had happened, this wouldn't have progressed to the point where she took the lives of her children and paralyzed herself.
Do you have any idea whether you think she's currently on medication? Have you been able to see any of the trial? Do you suspect she's on something right now just to be able to cope with going through all this evidence of what horrific accident?
Yeah. It's kind of hard to say. I mean, who knows, right? Like, what I do notice is that she looks very sad. She looks very emotional. I've seen her crying. And she's also quite thin. And so usually, if I were to contrast that with James Holmes, who was the Aurora shooter who killed, I think he injured like 50 people in the Aurora,
I think
he dressed up as the Joker and, brought assault rifles into the
it did crackle a little bit.
Cinemas. When you saw him afterwards, he was blunted, he was overweight, and you could just tell he had been nuked with antipsychotics.
Hold on, let me just reset something. Also, I'm on this gaming laptop. I'm not going to buy it. I should never have bought a gaming laptop, but it's a great laptop. But the battery is on the outside of the laptop. And when the little connection to the battery pack, I've noticed the crackle comes when the backpack, I'm not touching it, but if the the battery pack slightly moves or the connector it crackles, and I'm like, what? This was £1,000 laptop a year ago, and I always keep the battery plugged in because it drains pretty quick, and I don't want to be like, just step away a minute and then realize like, oh, the battery's about to die. So I always keep. I'm just obviously I've got my computer, But if I do upgrade later down to get another laptop, I am not getting a gaming laptop where the battery's on the outside. It's just the crackling. I'm on the second battery pack. The first one was the charger. It just fell out all the time. I was like, this isn't right, and they had to send me a brand new one within weeks. So yeah, I think that's what's causing the crackling.
Between when it had happened and when they brought him into trial, and that's not what Lindsay looks like. But I mean, who knows? I mean, this is just speculation on just how I see her sitting in her wheelchair.
Some people say that this was a fake suicide attempt by her, and the prosecution's going along those lines. I understand. So, what are your thoughts on that? Is that she was able to perfect the acts against her children, but not herself? Any comments or thoughts on that, Doctor?
I mean, hey, she committed enough to essentially paralyze.
Yeah, apparently Lewis said to me they're designed like that. There's a reason why they're designed like that, and I can't remember exactly. He said it's to make them lightweight or more lightweight or something, or to save. No, I think it's to save. You can have more inside the laptop if the battery is on the outside, so you get more of other things. So there's a reason, but I don't like the design.
Paralyze her to become a paraplegic for the rest of her life. She fractured multiple vertebrae.
No, she'll never walk again, Jody. She's a paraplegic. She's paralyzed from the sternum down.
I don't put much stock in it. I mean, it seems like an extremely lethal attempt that led to permanent ongoing damage. So again, I just think it's a really weak argument. I think people like to reach for straws as well, Carl. When something like this happens, it really challenges our, how we look at justice. And I think for some people, it's just like, hey, people died. There must be, consequences for this. And I think they start reaching for straws. Oh, maybe, that she was secretly a psychopath. She planned the whole thing out. We try and erect like another story just to say, it couldn't possibly be the drugs. The only way I want to understand this is that, this was just cold-blooded murder. And, in order to do that, you would have to fake this suicide attempt in this bizarre way. But no, I don't think that makes any sense to me.
When she's going to these doctors, how bad her intrusive thoughts really were. And we've heard about these.
It probably did just crackle then. That was me. I did move it. I've unplugged the battery pack because it's fully charged. So that was me that did it. Honestly, it's a really bad design, but they're designed that way so you can get more in the laptop and save space on the outside. You have the battery on the outside, but we live and learn. I won't buy one like that again.
She's having these audible commands to kill and kill her kids and stuff like that. I mean, how do you process that as an expert like yourself when you're treating these patients?
Yeah, I think she definitely was minimizing it, and you might say, well, it's her fault, that this happened because she wasn't truthful. But I would put it would be very easy for me to put myself in her position where it's just like I feel like I'm going crazy. Why am I having these horrific thoughts? Like, I don't even want to bring them up with anyone. Why am I thinking about death? What if I bring them up and something bad happens? What if people want to take away my children? I suspect there's way more people than we think who, when they get put on these drugs, they start having homicidal thoughts and they think, maybe I should just kill my husband. Maybe I should just kill my kids. Maybe I should just kill myself. And they never bring it up because they know it just sounds insane.
No, I'm not being funny, but I have never, ever thought. I've never even wanted to kill myself. Like, even with everything I've been through in life, I've never thought of harming my child, my parents, my ex did some bad things. I still, well, I'm going to lie now. There was a moment when I said to him, look, if you're going to do it, like to me. But I could see in one of those moments where if it had been me or him, like, I don't know, but it never. But I didn't even think about, oh, let me just get rid of him, that'll just get rid of the problem. I've never had that thought. But in that moment, or one of those moments, if he was trying to do it to me in self-defense, I might have done it to save my life, but you don't know until you're in that position. But I have never, yeah, that is different. But that would have been in the moment self-defense. But I've never even to this day thought, oh, I might as well just bump him off, get rid of the problem. Never. Never felt that about anybody. You left your marriage and your children. Did you have to leave your children, Sharon? I'm so, yeah. I mean, I got me and my son out of it, but I got 100% full custody of my son. My ex-husband didn't even have access to medical unless I agreed to it. I've never had suicidal thoughts either. Luckily, touch wood. The thought of leaving my son behind is enough to not make me think like that. Vix and me too. My son thought of, leaving him behind and him. And I get it. Maybe it is the people that do get that. It's like not rational. I know my mother had planned when she was very, very sick. When I was younger, she'd planned it. But thankfully, I walked in the door and she apparently that stopped her, or I interrupted her or something, or she thought I can't leave my children behind. But she was, she had an illness at the time. That's what I mean. I'm not judging anybody that has, but I just thankfully I don't want to have those thoughts, right? But maybe it's irrational and you can't like snap out of it if you do have those thoughts.
So I think it's probably highly likely that for quite some time she was minimizing the extent of the thoughts that she was having.
Oh. And just living with the torment of that and trying to cope with it. And then also they can have maybe a better day where they're not so disabled and laying on the couch and unable to move. So is it fair to say that they a lot of times meander between acting functional, they have some energy, and then they have a relapse, and then are back into this delirium mode and planning to kill themselves and the kids. So it's got to cause a lot of stress in the families too. I mean, imagine what I'm just thinking what Patrick would have gone through trying to deal with this, running around different hospitals and doctors, and nothing's getting done. You got 3 kids, and so what does that also? I guess factor in the fact that you got a husband and 3 kids in the house to add stress to her as well, and what she's going through, or
yeah, absolutely, Carl. And so postpartum depression often isn't just the hormonal factors. It's the fact that you're not working, and what are you going to do with your career? And there's now there's additional stresses around the house, and now your husband has to kind of change things at work, and he's under more pressure, and who's watching the kids, and I put on a lot of weight. Now I don't like the way I look, and I'm unhappy with what I'm seeing in the mirror. There's all of the very natural things that that your listeners are aware of if they've had kids. I mean, all of that stuff is happening as well. And the other thing that I want to mention is this. When we say that these symptoms can wax and wane and they can come and go, I wouldn't blame you if you heard that and you're saying, well, kind of, Dr. Joseph, that sort of just sounds a bit like a Just So story. And it does, if you're like, well, yeah, sometimes it turns up and then sometimes they're better. And it just so happened that it just turned up that morning, and just take my word for it. And I would be skeptical with you as well if I didn't see it on a daily basis. And I mean, it's called waves and windows. There's something very unique about how the brain reacts to neurological injuries. It's not often linear. Symptoms come, symptoms go. And unless I had seen this hundreds of times and it was described in the medical literature by other doctors who have observed this under the name Waves and Windows, and you can look it up, I would be a bit skeptical about that. But that's what we see when people have these severe adverse drug reactions. It can come and go. It's a clinical phenomenon that's been reported.
Here's a comment. Beechnut saying the drugs did not cause nor prevent narcissistic rage. So that's what this person apparently thinks Lindsay was doing that day. What do you have a comment on that, Dr. Joseph?
Yeah, I mean, well, sure. Like if Lindsay had, a history of displaying narcissistic behavior and having narcissistic rage and, a trail of destruction behind her of exploded relationships of people just saying, oh, she's such a narcissist and a control freak and a terrible person. But she doesn't. She's gainfully employed, doing really well in her role, supportive husband, intact marriage, people lining up to say, this isn't her, this isn't who she is, she's a lovely person. So the alternative explanation here is that she was just like a closet psychopath that hid it the entire time. And I don't think that makes sense. So again, I think it's just, I'm not really buying that.
Is there anything that the public can do in addition to watching your YouTube videos to educate themselves on psychotropic drugs and how to overcome depression, thoughts of suicide, things of that nature? Is there any literature out there or other self-help things people can do that you'd recommend?
Yeah, I think the best book out there on the issue of psychiatric drugs and drugs making you worse is the Maudsley Deprescribing Guidelines. And so, like, if you are someone on medications and you're just like, I've been on these drugs a long time and I'm not getting better. In fact, maybe I'm getting worse. Is this the drug or is this my underlying condition? You need to get an education on that because oftentimes the doctors aren't really that invested into digging into that, sadly. And so Maudsley Deprescribing Guidelines is great for an overview of all the side effects these drugs can cause and how they turn up. It also will help people in terms of like coming off the drugs. It's kind of you to mention my YouTube channel. I talk a lot about this stuff over there. I make a lot of videos about coming off medications. That's also a resource if people are interested. And, as we mentioned at the beginning, this is my day-to-day job. I have a business called the Taper Clinic. I employ psychiatrists and nurse practitioners, and we also do assessments and help people come off. And you could just go to the Taper Clinic website if you want to learn more about what we do.
And on your videos, you talk about how sometimes it can take years to be able to taper off a drug. So it's not just a couple weeks, a quick taper, or a couple months. Sometimes it's years as well. That's how strong these meds are.
Yeah, and not for everyone, but for a substantial minority of people, for reasons we don't really understand, their brains just aren't that elastic to coming off. Like, there are some people you could pull them off even after 5 years on the drug, and they feel terrible for 2 weeks, but then they start feeling better, and within 2 to 3 months, they're fine. But then there's other people where if you do that, it just doesn't get better, and they're worse, and they never fully adapt. And then either two things, and then what happens is usually the doctors say, well, yeah, see, there's proof, your depression came back, you need to stay on this drug. And then the person ends up stuck on a drug that they don't even want to take anymore. But if they were able to do a gradual taper, and what we use is usually liquids. So we draw up medications in a syringe, you dose into your mouth. And the syringe is really cool because there's so many lines on the side. And so it gives you a lot of precision in how much you want to lower. And then we just match it to what the person can tolerate. And we may find that on a syringe with 100 lines, hey, they can tolerate 5 lines every 3 weeks without having uncomfortable withdrawal. Perfect. We just follow that. And yeah, sometimes that can take 9 months. Sometimes it can take 18 months, depending on how quickly their brain is adapting to the removal of the drug. But the process is really just about finding the fastest rate that a person can safely remove the drug without essentially, turning, becoming very symptomatic to the point where it impacts their life and they get very uncomfortable.
Is it your understanding, doctor, that for a lot of these antidepressant drugs, that unless you continually increase your dosage over time, your body's going to go into withdrawal mode, and therefore you're thinking you're going back to your original state, and instead what it is actually a drug withdrawal reaction, and so therefore you have to keep upticking your drugs in order to think that you're going to be stabilized, and it's just sort of like a downward spiral where then you get maxed out and then you're really hopeless at that point. Is that something you see as well?
I see it in a lot of patients. And that's just the nature of how the body reacts to external things that are kind of throwing off the balance in the brain, because these drugs are not correcting any chemical imbalance. That was just a lie. They're essentially just drugs that cause changes in the brain. If we look at the SSRIs, they boost serotonin, and the body doesn't like that. Serotonin, isn't just some, one role chemical in the brain that controls your mood and your anxiety. It's involved in how your heart beats or how your gastrointestinal tract works. It's involved in your immune system. And so if you start taking these drugs that artificially raise the amount of serotonin, your homeostatic forces in the body kick in and it adjusts. It thinks it's being poisoned. And so how does it adjust? Well, it downregulates serotonin receptors, decreases the amount of serotonin it creates. And that's why oftentimes, you put someone on 5 of Lexapro, common antidepressant, and 6 months later they come back saying, I don't really know what this drug is doing anymore. It feels like it's only working 10%, or it's not even there. At which point, it's like you either stay on a drug that really isn't doing anything, or you bump the dose, and then so on and so forth, and eventually you're maxed out on the dose, and then you get put on another drug. And so that's one outcome. Just tolerance builds over time, and you keep on chasing the drug effect. Another outcome is that the drugs just eventually become toxic. I mean, for some people, their brains are just not built to be in a drugged state for years or decades at a time. And we notice with the benzodiazepines and the antidepressants that there are a subset of patients who, with the benzos, they develop a condition called bind, which is benzotoxicity, where they become very anxious and agoraphobic, and they develop a whole constellation of neurological problems like obsessive thoughts and agoraphobia. With the antidepressants, they develop tardive dysphoria, which is marked by fatigue and brain fog and low motivation, and these are essentially late onset side effects from brains that have just they just can't handle it anymore, and the only way to recover from those side effects at that time is to come off the drugs.
Oh. What about do you believe in the concept of medication spell binding that Dr. Peter Bregan had talked about years ago, where you don't really know that they're changing your personality, and because you don't know they're changing your personality, you think everybody else is acting differently towards you, so your whole life sort of spirals out of control because you never blame the drug, you always blame somebody else. Is that am I saying that the right way?
Yeah, and essentially, I mean, what it boils down to is that the drugged brain is very bad at realizing that it's abnormal, right? And I think the most relatable experience for a lot of people is we've all been at a bar and had a buddy of ours, maybe have a couple too many drinks, and all of a sudden he thinks he's God's gift to women, and he goes over there and he, starts talking, and he feels like he's doing a great job, but he doesn't realize that, the friends are rolling their eyes, that maybe he sloshed his drink on someone else who's now kind of wiping it off, and he's really become kind of a pest. But because he's inebriated, he's just like, I'm doing fine, I'm great. And yes, the same thing can happen with psychiatric drugs. When you take powerful chemicals that can alter your mood and personality, you can lose that insight. And I mean, there's a whole group called Marriages Destroyed by SSRIs and SNRIs on Facebook. I think there's like anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 people in there who are sharing war stories of exactly what you just described, Carl. One partner gets on an antidepressant, all of a sudden they're irritable and critical all the time. They start They have no insight into how much their personality and behavior has changed whenever their family or their partner bring things up with them. They're just like, wow, you've changed. They're like, no, it's actually you. You're the one who's unreasonable. You're the one who's, this and that. And it's completely destroyed relationships and blown things apart because they haven't been able to recognize that they've become altered in a bad way, and they become very defensive about it.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Doctor. I know you have other things to get done tonight. We really appreciate you having the time to come on this channel and educate us on the ins and outs and the complexity, the extreme complexity of these medicines and how everyone can react differently. No one can 100% accurately predict how somebody will react on this. So thank you for your time, Doctor. Thank you for supporting the cause of making sure people can come off these drugs if they want to. And there is hope thanks to doctors like you. So thanks so much, Doctor.
It was a pleasure. Thank you for having me. Have a lovely evening. And thank you to the viewers for listening.
Thanks. I'll stay on and answer a few more questions. So thanks, Doctor.
Okay, so we're not going to watch the whole thing. Okay, sorry, I was just reading some of the comments. Right, I'm going to have a look at what Pat Brown says. Profiler on Lindsay Clancy. Does her behavior point to a personality disorder? Get Pat's link. She's no nonsense, no bullshit, this lady. And then we'll wrap it up. Oh, wrong screen. Wrong one.
Hello, everyone. This is criminal profiler Pat Brown, and I want to talk about Lindsay Clancy as a trial is going on, and I see so many people discussing what her mental state was. And I want to point out some things that people may not have thought about. Now, let me start out by prefacing that, I am not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I don't claim to be. And so this is my disclaimer. Anything I say here is just my opinion on possibilities, okay? But I have been a criminal profiler for over 2 decades. I also worked in hospitals for 13 years of my life, and I encountered quite a few people who I would designate as psychopathic. And I've watched their behaviors, I've watched the manipulations, I've seen what they've done. And therefore, and also in other parts of my life, I have encountered some very fascinating cases of narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, and psychopathy. And there's, all I can say is this: psychiatrists and psychologists tend to not want to talk about these personality disorders because they're hard to fix, if not impossible to fix. So they prefer to have something they can do something about. So they often downplay any kind of narcissistic personality disorder, which includes a psychopathy. It's just a kind of, it's a continuum, and it's just like psychopathy is at the very end, where at that point, that person really, quite frankly,
I wonder if she's been tested by a professional for narcissistic personality disorder or anything.
feels zero empathy for anybody but themselves. So I want to talk about, does Lindsay Clancy's behavior possibly signify that she had a narcissistic personality disorder or psychopathy? All right. And so I wrote this on a somewhere on Facebook. And when I wrote it, I thought that, I just wanted to get this out. And then I thought, I want to come on here and explain it a little further so people could understand how things really work in real life. and without getting all emotional about it, but just helping people understand. Okay. As a profiler, I can find her to have psychopathy. Can find, I'm not saying she is one. As a profiler, I can find Lindsay Clancy to have psychopathy and depression. Now, so people think because I don't deny that she was depressed. Most people get depressed at some point in their lives. They get depressed for a whole bunch of reasons. And having a bunch of children can be depressing. It doesn't mean you necessarily have postpartum depression. It just means that you're depressed postpartum because children are a lot of work. And they're a lot more work than people realize. And since pregnancy is one of those things that people can do without really working that hard at it, don't have to get a degree, don't have to go through a training course, you just have sex and you're pregnant. And then you're a mother. And what do? And most of us aren't well trained to be mothers either. And in societies where we get a limited amount of support, where women these days they stay home with their children and have great support systems around them, like aunties and mothers and sisters helping them with the new baby, and even on into as the children grow, they get so much help. A good portion of women having babies suddenly realize, oh my God, what have I done? I might love this baby, but I didn't realize it was going to be so much work, and that I was going to have to leave my job and miss all my adult friends and ruin my career. And my husband's not helping me out enough. It can be quite traumatic, not because you have any chemical imbalance in your brain, but because you've changed your whole life just like that. And even when you're pregnant,
Is it crackling again?
women get through pregnancy because they get a lot of attention.
Crackling again? Is it still crackling? Shouldn't be. Well, with more children, Melissa, it could change. It could be one child affects you differently, one birth affect. I don't think, you could have 5 babies and then the 6th one, something happens, or the child might be born poorly and it affects you. I don't think we could say all pregnancies are the same.
And they may not have the best pregnancy. Some women just really don't love their pregnancy, but still they get a lot of attention. Oh,
We had problems after the 2nd child, so it wasn't brand new.
What's inside? How's the baby? And they go on with their lives. They continue working and doing whatever else. Well, the minute that baby is born, your life turns upside down. And you either are ready for that new life and can move on with it and be thrilled with it, or not so much. And there's all kinds of variations in between. So for all women out there and for men out there who have children, it changes your life and you deal with it. And hopefully you deal with it in a way that you realize that the enjoyment you get from your children to be able to have a family is so wonderful that you can make it through those other things. But not everybody ends up feeling that way. Okay? I just want to point that out. Depression is not an unnatural thing when somebody's life changes radically and they're having difficulty dealing with it because it's not what they expected. So I have no problem with Lindsay Clancy being depressed, with or without any kind of postpartum depression, that she had. The chemicals in her brain did something to her. As she had each one of these children, apparently it got more and more difficult for her. And when she had her last baby, it got worse. She says this, which I find interesting. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. What? It's not your first baby, it's your third baby. Of course you treat the third baby differently. You have other children running around and, what did you think was going to happen. Like the other two were going to disappear and you're going to start all over again. Like, oh my God, I never knew what a baby was like. I could focus 100% on that baby. That's an irrational thought there. And not because she's psychotic, but because she's having difficulty understanding and accepting that life changes each time you have a child. None of your children get treated the same. It's just the way it is. I was a baby. I was the baby of the family. Sometimes I resented my older sisters because I thought they got deals that I didn't get because I was a baby. Sometimes they thought I got deals that they didn't get because I was the baby. So I mean, that's the way things work in life. Things change. But she says, I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. Does this mean she's a psychopath? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying she's having issues. I want to feel love and connection with all of my kids. And that's concerning. She does not feel love and connection with all of her kids. Why not? I don't know. All right. And she once described Dawson, her middle child, as the most difficult human I've ever encountered. That child is not that old. I'm not sure what her issue is with him, but interestingly enough, she had a lot of support when she had these children. Before she had the children, she seemed to say that she wanted to have tons of children, which is like, really? You know, you're a nurse, you want to work, but you want like a whole baseball team? No, if you really want that many children, maybe what you need to be is a stay-at-home.
That's my issue here. You see, look, you can't have it all, can you? You can't have loads of children, go to work, have all the energy in the world, and your life be perfect. I think, to me, she gave me the impression she was trying to be too perfect, too everything. You can't do it. Buffering? Which shouldn't be buffering. You sure? You might just refresh. Please refresh if you're having issues first. Buffering? It's not my end. It's not buffering my end. And I'm watching on the YouTube side as well. It's playing clearly here. Still buffering? I mean, I'm not playing it at the minute. I've got it on pause. I don't know what's going on. Just like my end, it's just normal. Sharon said it's clear there.
Mom.
Let me check on the YouTube side.
Are you just saying that so you can be impressive? Oh, I just want so many kids. And then you started having those kids and you're like, you know, kids are not that easy. And by the time she had the third one, she's like, you know, I don't know about these kids.
Playing
and
it here.
And that, I guess it's this one. He's a handful. Well, everybody's got that handful kid, you know. So she was struggling with her children and the baby by the time she murdered these children, and she did murder them. So don't make that something different. She murdered them, whether you believe she was in psychosis or not. She murdered them. The baby was 8 months old, and one of the things that bothers me about the postpartum depression / psychosis bit is that when does it end? I mean, I sort of get it. Like, you just had the baby, whatever, but now it's 8 months in, and you're still having all these issues. What about 10 months in? When does it stop? How about 2 years old? Can you still have postpartum depression and psychosis at 2 years old? What about the men who kill their children? Do they have postpartum depression? I think they do. But is it chemical? I don't see evidence of that terribly much. And she was never even diagnosed that way. So, you know, that you have children that are becoming depressed does not mean that it's a chemical imbalance in your brain necessarily. Okay, I'm not going to get into the whole big argument here because I know everybody's going to say, yes, it is. That's exactly what it is. But is it, even if it's true? Okay, I'm going to say, all right, let's say it's true. Is it true for Lindsay Clancy? And I do not think it is. And I'm going to show you why I don't think it is. Let me reread this. As a profiler, I can find her to have psychopathy, and depression, that life isn't working out the way she envisioned. And this is important because one of the problems with people with narcissistic personality disorders of any sort is that they have this unrealistic view of life and how they're going to achieve it. Grandiose thinking is.
I'll stop sharing. Do you know why I think it's been reported? We've played this, what? We're on day 9. It's playing now. We're on day 9, right? And I've never had to put the suicide. They've made me put the suicide hotline, and you've got to, like, when you watch, you've got to say, I agree to these terms. That's never been on for the whole other days. And I got an email. I'll read this out to you. I swear this has been reported. I have never, ever, ever in all my YouTube days had an email like this. I'll read it out to you. This is why I think it's been reported. YouTube, need help, you're not alone. Hi, we're getting in touch because members of the YouTube community, including fellow creators, viewers, or staff, have expressed concern for your safety or well-being after coming across content that you posted with topics related to suicide, self-harm, or eating disorders. That's why I know I've been reported. If you're someone you know struggling with suicidal thinking, self-harm, or eating disorders, because that's one of the reporting categories. It's not been reported by YouTube. People have reported it. And the reason I know that is because I've never had an email like this ever. And it's only today. Talking to someone can help or process these emotions. We encourage you to use the resources listed in your help center if you need support. Will it let me reply? No reply, no. So someone's reported me. That's why I think it's buffering. Let me have a go. Right, we'll try and play the rest of this video, and if it doesn't play, then I'll just stop. I didn't say anything earlier because I thought we'll just see what happens. But if you go out and come back in, it asks you to agree that it's like a suicide thing. Well, I wonder if all... What do you mean that might be me? Did you report the video, Sharon? You saying you reported me? Surely not. Oh, I was going to say, what do you mean that might be me? I thought, well, that would be a bit wild. Well, they've been doing these things, we know. And the reason I know that's a report is because that's one of the reporting categories when you report people on YouTube. And why didn't we get it the other 8 days? Why have we not been? Why have I not had that warning from YouTube all the other days? You'd get it every day, wouldn't you? I talked about suicide. No, Sharon. I got the email hours ago. I just didn't say anything. When did I get the email? I got it hours ago. The whole subject's about suicide, so from day one it would have been flagged. No, it was hours ago. It was reported hours ago. It's what the trial is about. I think it was before they came. Well, I got the report in my email hours and hours ago. Probably a you know who people. It was over 3. It was about 3 hours ago. Yeah, but Sharon, why I've not had it before? We're on day 9 and I've never had this. Why would they not do it all the other days if we're on? I've streamed this all day, every day for 9 days. I think someone's reported it purposefully, but whatever. See how we get with this. See if it's still
Big for psychopathy, grandiose thinking. And then it doesn't turn out that way. It isn't as much fun as you thought. You didn't get as much attention as you thought. Now you're starting to get annoyed. And now you realize it's a lot of work. And you become exhausted and you don't want to do that. And that stupid kid wants to nurse all the time. And that stupid kid, and even when she had a great deal, by the way, back here, her husband, she got good maternity leave. Her husband got paternity leave and he worked in the home. And he helped with the children. And these 2 children were going to nursery school. I think they were going like at least three full days a week and a couple other days part-time. And she had a nanny come in. I was like, wow, I didn't have that deal. That's a lot. She got massive amount of support. And it wasn't enough. Why? Probably because it wasn't working out the way she envisioned, which was, I don't know, she's going to get more kudos for being a mother, that her children were always going to be great kids, whatever delusion. And I do say delusion, not from psychosis, but delusion from narcissistic personality disorder, because that makes a person, when they have this, unrealistic about life. Unrealistic. They want to be the best. They want to be, better than everybody else. They want to get more attention than everybody else. A narcissist wants constant ego stroking. They have to have that coming in. It's like food for them. And if it doesn't come in on a regular basis, they become starved and they become angry or hangry. They're a hangry narcissist. It's like, why isn't anybody paying attention to me? Why isn't anybody saying I'm great? And why isn't anybody doing enough for me? This is narcissistic personality disorder. Psychopathy is just at the end of that continuum where a person may become to the utmost of narcissists out there. All right. As a profiler, I can find her to have psychopathy and depression. Okay, I gotta stop here again. Anybody can be depressed, including psychopaths, because they don't get their way. So it's not like you're a psychopath or you're depressed. No, you can be both. And life isn't working out the way she envisioned, and that the children are an impediment. My quote, and I've been quoted on this many times, my most famous quote is that psychopaths either think you're useful or in the way. As long as you're useful,
hey Brandy,
things go on pretty well. You'll see men who get married, they have a couple kids, they're maybe they're the little league coach, and then one day he murders the entire family and runs off as a stripper. What? Well, because up until that point, all of you guys were useful. Because I got married, I got sex all the time, she cooked for me, it was great. And then I had these kids and, everybody said, you're a daddy, isn't that wonderful? The kids looked up to me. And then those stupid kids got older and they started saying, I don't want to do that, daddy. And the wife started getting a little bored with the sex, so she didn't give as much sex as you wanted. And now they were in the way. And so at that point, you got rid of them all because you're either useful or you're in the way. I think somewhere along here, after the last child was born and she wasn't feeling it, Lindsay Clancy may have felt these kids were useful once, but now they're just in the way because I can't have a.
Have you been following this trial, Brandy?
Life that I want with these kids because I'm not having fun. All right. Now, the next part, that she sought help. People go, oh my God, she sought help. Therefore, she couldn't be narcissistic personality disorder or a psychopath because they don't seek help. Not exactly true. They will seek help when it's useful to them.
When it's useful,
not when you think it's useful, when they think it's useful. Either because they're trying to manipulate somebody for drugs, They're trying to manipulate so that they look good. Like, oh, I sought help. Or because, in this case, I think this is what is true. I think she sought help thinking she might not have to go to the lengths she did to fix the situation. So even if she had narcissistic personality disorder, even if she was psychopathic, she might have thought, if I go to these go to the doctors. I don't think she got much in the way of therapy. If I go to the doctors and they give me drugs, maybe I can cheer myself up. Maybe that'll work. And I want to have to do something drastic
That's
because
where
I
I'm
don't know
hung
what
up.
to do because I'm not happy.
That's where I'm hung up with this.
But I don't know what to do. So maybe they can fix it for me. I think that's very possible for her to decide that. And so she goes and they give her stuff and she tries it and she's thinking it ain't working. And she does check out about sociopathy. Can you fix that? Well, why are you looking that up? Maybe because at that point you're realizing maybe my problem is not solvable with drugs or even therapy. Maybe I got a problem here. So she went seeking help, trying to change what she hoped could be changed in some way, so maybe she wouldn't have to go to the final option. All right, so I think what happened was it didn't work. Now, just because she went and tried to get help doesn't mean that she wasn't premeditating the possibility of what would happen if she didn't get help that worked. Doesn't mean she didn't plan. At somewhere along the way, she might be saying, this is kind of useful just in case this stuff doesn't work. Well, it will be helpful if I have this record of I've sought help. I'm going to tell them I have postpartum depression. Hey, because that's real popular today.
But if Pat's writing that, then it would be very, very, very planned, wouldn't it?
Postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. I can tell you from the comments that I'm going to get below here, there's going to be an explosion of people going, Pat Brown, you do not understand. I suffered from postpartum depression. I suffer from psychosis. Well, you think she's an idiot? Doesn't realize these things. She works in the field. She works in the field with mothers. I mean, in the hospital. She knows this stuff. She's not an idiot. She knows this stuff. And so if she's trying to get help at the same hand, you can have double motives. People don't understand this. People think you can have one motive. You can have double motives. She might have thought, okay, if I could get some kind of something, they could do something for me that keep me from having to knock off my children, because that's kind of like really a risky venture there. If they can do something to get me through this crap, maybe I can get I don't know, maybe it'll work. But in case it doesn't, it'll set up a very nice history of me seeking help after having a baby and saying I have postpartum depression, whatever. Doesn't mean she's not planning. You can plan. You can have two motives at the same time. You can plan. And then it doesn't really work out, but you got the history behind you and you say, okay, clearly this is not going well. So I'm going to go through with the nuclear option. And I'm going to try to survive it, which I think she did try to survive it. So I am on the prosecution side on this. I do not think she intended to kill herself. I think she very, again, methodically planned to send her husband out of the house. Her best day ever, her husband says. Well, that's what is called manipulation, because she had to make him believe everything was superb for him to be comfortable leaving the house. And she did. She was good at it. By the way, I want to let you know, people who are narcissistic personality disorder and psychopaths can be very, very engaging people. Very, very, they can smile when they need to smile. They can emote the way that you think they should emote. They can be kind and sweet and wonderful. They can be doing all this because they're acting. They're acting as a person would act if they were not psychopathic or have severe narcissism, because they think, okay, this will get people to like me. And it works like a charm. People do like them. And they see the smiles and they're like, oh my, that's a nice person. People fall for it all the time. I'm going to talk about her husband, Patrick, in just a little bit, because people say, well, what about him? Okay. So let's go back to her though. I think she did try to survive it. I think her plan was to get him out of the house, tell him the best day ever, get him all psyched up to think everything was cool, get him away for that hour, planned it out perfectly. As soon as he walks out the door, she's off strangling her children, one after the other. And it's not an instantaneous thing. It's not like somebody had a gun and just went like this one time. She strangled one, and the terror and horror of that child dying, she could see. I don't know if she strangled from the front or the back. I am not privy to that information. I at least haven't seen it yet.
They were laying
But she
face
watched the
down there.
child die in front of her. The child she brought into this world. The three children, for some reason, people seem to forget exist. They're like, oh, I feel so bad for Lindsay. She's going through hell. These little children thought that was the woman that cared about them, the woman they trusted. They went through hell. These two children, that little baby, as they're being strangled to death by the person they believed loved them, which they apparently were wrong about, probably because she was a good actress as far as being a mother too. So she strangles one of them. And then after that one dies, and she sees them go cold and blue and stop breathing, and their eyes no longer move. Didn't bother her a bit. She went to the second one. She did it again.
That's
That
where I'm
child,
at.
just the terror that child must have felt. She did it again. And after that happened, she went to the third, the baby, I guess the baby, I don't know if the baby's last. None of us really know. And then she did that to him too, until all three of them are lying dead in front of her. That's cold-blooded as hell. I'm sorry. I don't find that psychosis. I find that cold-blooded and very meticulous. All right. Then somewhere in the middle of that, hubby calls and says, hey, hon, I'm at the store. And she's like, okay, blah, blah, blah.
Well, no, it didn't quite. Oh, well, he rang from the store to see about what he was buying, wasn't it? See, this is what I can't get past. Was she that in psychosis to kill all three of them?
Doesn't seem to have any problem talking to him. Didn't have any problem talking to the stores before she sent him out. She didn't have any trouble making orders. She was clear of mind of everything else except for the one moment in time, some male voice came out of nowhere and said, you better kill them quickly now so you can kill yourself. Get out of here. To me, that people would fall for that. It is a little frustrating to me because she never experienced this kind of thing on a long-term basis. It's just popped up after she planned to send her husband away for enough time for the voice to pop up and tell her to kill her kids, and methodically, and apparently just one time, kill the kids, and then she killed one and didn't. Hey, should I kill some more? She apparently didn't ask that question. So anyway, she kills three kids, and now she's going to kill herself. She's a nurse. She knows exactly how to kill herself. She goes upstairs and takes some medicine she knows will not take effect before her husband gets home because she knows her husband is coming home. Now, there are people who've made the mistake of thinking their partner's coming home or is in the next room and is going to come in and check on them. And they do something, something that will kill them in let's say 30 minutes to an hour. And they assume somebody's going to be there before that happens. That's what you call an attempt. That's not what you call actually, I wanted to do myself in. It's an attempt that you knew was going to be interrupted. If you don't want to be interrupted, she had a car outside. After you kill your kids, you jump in your car, you drive down the road 150 miles an hour and just slam into a tree. You take the knife with you. You go any place and you make sure you're dead. She didn't do that. What she did was take some medicine because by the time she finished killing off the three children, her husband was already on the way home. She knew he was going to be there in a few minutes. She knew that medication was not going to take effect. Now I know, oh gosh, there's some people out there going, well, but she was in psychosis. She didn't think clearly. And the defense is using that same statement for everything. Well, if she did that, it's because she wasn't thinking clearly. She was in psychosis. And then, of course, she does everything clearly. It's like, well, psychosis doesn't always make you think unclearly.
Pat definitely gives you the no bullshit alternative. Pat Brown is a criminal profiler. If you look at her bio. Yeah, and she crushed the medication, put it in lemonade, drank the drink, but not enough to It's a pity they didn't have indoor cameras, right? Well, she's giving you the extreme opposite to Dr. Joseph, really. It's a pity they didn't have indoor cameras. Yes, I have, Tiffany. After my son was born with a congenital heart condition, and had 8 hours of surgery after 2 days. Yes, I had it after that. And then I became obsessive about illness, scared about illness, and it was terrifying. But I never once wanted to kill my son. I wanted to do. Did I take medicine? They tried to put me on medicine, but I can't take it. It just makes me worse. I had to give it back because it made me feel 10 times worse. So I went down the more natural route. Exercise was one of my best. I was in the military, and exercise is one of the best medicines for me. And that's why I chose to have no more children, because I didn't want to take the risk, because they said having another child would increase the risk of it happening again. And I didn't want to take that risk. So I chose not to have more children. You see, this is what I don't understand, why people keep having children when, and that might sound harsh to some people, because they think we should just be able to keep having babies and not think about the consequences. But what if you can't cope? This lady's giving you the more extreme. Dr. Joseph gives you the more medical side. The point is, was she in psychosis or not? It was Sharon. It was awful. He had 8 hours of heart surgery at 2 days old. It was terrifying. And I did everything textbook. I've never done drugs. I didn't drink. I didn't take any medication. I went swimming every day. I wasn't I put the textbook weight on. I didn't do anything that I didn't eat or drink anything that they say you shouldn't during pregnancy. And there's no history of it in the family. It was a complete shock. He was born, he would have died. He would have died if they hadn't. I've got a Polaroid picture of Lewis when he was. Oh, I can feel it now. Just even to this day, 27 years later, when they incubated him in Truro before they got him to Bristol, he was bloated. His heart was twice the size of what it should have been. And I just went into. I think at first I went into like shock. What's his diagnosis? Is pulmonary valve atresia with. I think they said it was he had a hole in the heart as well. I've got all his medical notes. So his pulmonary valve was shut off. There was no valve. So the blood could not get through. So as the holes were closing down, as they should, what I didn't know is hormones kick in and make those holes shut down. And the holes were actually beneficial to him. Same with your nephew. Yeah, it's terrifying. I mean, that is something that needs surgery immediately. He would have died. He was on 40% oxygen. So yeah, I did go into, after that, like, we were in hospital for a month in Bristol in the UK, 200 miles from home. And it was at a hospital at the time where a lot of babies were dying from, they were saying, failed heart surgeries. It was terrifying, but they saved his life. They were brilliant. So yeah, his valve now just has skin that flaps. He's 27 now, but in time they've said they monitor him. He has, all the tests. He has the only way they can monitor it properly is through sorry, my brain, I've been what do you call it, the scan, when you go in the tunnel. He's 27 now, Tiffany. He's got He doesn't take any medication. His blood pressure's normal. He's got a full-time job. He's got a house. You know, he's got a partner. They're getting married. But they said at some point that valve, but they don't want to put a valve in because until it's really necessary, because once they do it, they only last so many years. So what do you call this? Oh, my brain. You know, the scan, MRI, that's it. You have to have an MRI every year. That is the only way. Sorry, my brain. How long have we been on this? 7.5 hours. He has to have an MRI every year because that is the only way to closely determine whether there's any change in the heart. So he has his echocardiograms, he has his stress tests, he has all the things. But the only true way to monitor it is an MRI. And the choices are at the minute a pig's valve or mechanical, and he's opted if and when at the moment pigs, but in time they're hoping they'll be able to use his own tissue to grow one. But the skin just flaps now. Yeah, it was. But those nurses in the skaboo were absolutely, yeah, stem cell. Those nurses, the men and the women in that skaboo that do the one-on-one are like angels to me. They were so wonderful. Anyway, yeah, so that I did, I'll be honest, I did go after we got home and things started to settle down, it kicked in. I worked in cardiac research sites, evolving all the time. Yeah, I'm saying positive, Jacqueline. It's the only thing I can do. Jenna K, we're talking about skin flaps in the heart, not anywhere else. In the heart. But anyway, you know, I didn't have any more children because of that. I was too scared to. Yeah, we're talking about heart valves, not anything sexual, Jen K. I know that's. Yeah, I chose not to because I was too scared to have any more. I thought I wouldn't be able to cope. What if it happened again? I want to place it. Yeah, we're having a good evening. Well, sort of going over this is never great, but it's an interesting trial. We're just going over Pat Brown's version, her thoughts on this. So I'll carry on playing.
Make up your mind. Which one is it? You can't think clearly, or you do think clearly. All right. So she takes medicine. She knows drugs are not going to take effect. Then she goes and puts superficial cuts on her wrist, the wrong direction, and then her throat. Does it cause bleeding? Sure. She works in a hospital. Bleeding.
Yeah. Just quickly before we move on, I said, you know, can you test us? Is it hereditary? Even though there's no one in the family, they couldn't find any at that time hereditary link. They said sometimes things just go wrong and there's no explanation for it, unfortunately. No, they didn't notice during the pregnancy. And the reason is because back in the 1998, in Truro, they only did normal ultrasound, you know, the scan, your baby scan. So they just did the normal ultrasound. Now, had we known, or years later, they'd have done a 3D scan and it would have been picked up. But to be fair, if I'd known, which they couldn't have done anything about it in the womb, I'd have just been worrying the whole time. So it's probably better I didn't know. But it's pity we didn't know quicker at the beginning, you know. But they said if I did have another baby, they would do the 3D scans. Because you got to remember, this is way back. They would have done more in depth. Like you can pay for them, you could pay for them privately then, but unless you got any concerns, they didn't do them. Yeah. So they said that they would have, you know, on another child. They'd have done deeper scans in the womb, but nobody else in the family that had children. It didn't happen to anyone else, thankfully, because then his cousins that were born after all had to be checked. But thank God none of them. So I still worry to this day though. He's 27 and you know, oh, it never leaves you.
You bleed like a pig sometimes, especially from the smallest cuts, and it looks terrible. It does. I mean, it does. It looks horrible. But man, to actually, if you actually have to cut some major artery for yourself to bleed out to the extent that you need to bleed out in a short amount of time. And she knew she wasn't bleeding out. She knew she was just throwing some blood around. It's not a big deal. I mean, if anybody's ever cut themselves in the kitchen, man, it looks like a crime scene. And all you did was cut your little finger a little bit. She knew enough. She did that. And of course, the defense attorney is perfectly happy to have the public see all of these pictures of the blood on her body. Look at the blood all over her body. It was not that big a deal. Sorry. I've seen murder scenes. Yeah, no. That was that. And then people say, oh, well, she was going to do these things, but she didn't do it. She just panicked and didn't do it each one of them well enough. And that's why she threw herself out the window. I agree with the prosecution. Although I will admit, I have not seen the pictures that the prosecution says there's blood that's on the windowsill and blood that's going down the shingles, which indicates to them that she got on the windowsill and tried to hang out the window and drop in order to not kill herself. And I personally think that's very likely. It's only a second-story window. Even if you jumped out, you wouldn't know you're going to kill yourself. If you jumped out with your feet going to the ground. Of course, they say she threw herself out the window head first. I don't believe that's true. But there's going to be people say, well, you didn't see the pictures, so you don't know. Okay. All right, Mr. Defense Attorney, let us see those dang pictures. I can't find them. Maybe if you can find them, link me below where the heck those pictures are. Because I did AI in this one, and I'm like, where are the?
She didn't jump head first out the window. What's she on about? That's what I don't know, Tiffany. I just don't know. I can't make my mind up so far. We're only on day 9, but I can't decide. Was she just like, I want rid of them and I want to punish Patrick or something? Yeah, but she didn't jump head. Hey, Tahir, she didn't jump head first out the window. She slid down the side. She didn't go head first. So I like Pat Brown, but she needs to do a bit more research because she didn't go head first.
The pictures, and supposedly AI said, well, the defense didn't want the public to see those. I'm like, why not? Didn't mind us seeing all the pictures of the blood all over her body at the hospital. Why can't we see some blood on shingles? Why not? I don't know. I said, maybe I missed something here. And so if you know, put it below. But if the prosecution is what they're saying is true, she hung herself out the window. She wasn't trying to kill herself. What she probably did was miscalculate the fact that the ground was solid, and maybe when she pushed off, she dropped or lost grip because her hands were slippery. She fell in a way she didn't expect to fall, and it caused paralysis. And probably when she woke up, she was like, "Oh my God, what the hell? I'm paralyzed. This is horrible." Not the kids were dead, but that I'm paralyzed. And she asked for a lawyer because after you murder your children. Personally, I just asked for whatever.
You see, that's another thing. She asked. She didn't throw herself out. She slid down the side, down the shingle, or down the window. She didn't go head first. Welcome from India. Was he having an affair? Well, that's we don't know. He moved on very quickly. She didn't go head first. I'm very happy. Thank you, Tahir.
Religion you are, ask for a priest, ask for a pastor, say, I deserve to die. I didn't manage to kill myself, but I deserve to die. I don't need a lawyer. But
She asked for a lawyer.
anyway, I think again, it's calculated. I don't think she intended to die. I think she intended, after she gave up, couldn't figure out how to make her life work. Children were not useful anymore and in the way, but she couldn't figure out how to get them out of her life. Now people are going to say, oh, well, she could have just divorced. Oh, people.
Yeah, some of the friends have been on the stand in the last day or two, which they all gave good testament. Well, a few. She said, is my body broken? Do I need a lawyer? That's it. That's what I mean. Why would you ask if you need a lawyer? You wouldn't have a clue.
Murder constantly instead of divorce. Why? Because when you get divorced, you have to go through court. You have to deal with child custody issues forever and ever and ever. And your kids are still around to annoy you, you know? So if you get rid of everybody, you don't have to deal with any of that. It's just, they're all gone. And everybody feels sad for you. And, you know, you have good funerals and everybody pats you on the back and says how terrible. And then you can get dates because you say, you know, I'm a widow. I'm a widower. My whole family, they were murdered.
Wow.
But you don't have anything to deal with anymore. Scott Peterson, if he divorced Lacey, he'd still have to deal with that kid. He'd have to pay child support the rest of his life. And he'd have to have phone calls with Lacey. He'd have to have, aren't you going to take your son for the weekend? But if he gets rid of Lacey and the baby, he's free. And we see this over and over and over again. So this is not anything unusual. She wanted to get rid of those kids because it just became too much for her. And she thought she could look like she was in psychosis and get away with it. Hey, it would be better than dealing with them. It would be better. And you have to, your mind that you think, oh, that wouldn't be better. That can't be better. It can't be better being a mental institution. Well, we don't know that she'd actually stay in the mental institution for very, very long because people already feel sorry for her. She didn't mean to do it. And she just was in postpartum psychosis. She's not schizophrenic. If she was schizophrenic, this might go on forever and ever and ever. At least Andrea Yates had that good excuse. I'm a schizophrenic on top of having psychosis. Hey, you better not let me out. Actually, she doesn't even seem to want to get out. She seems to like it where she's at. But she doesn't have schizophrenia in the background. So if everybody's going to believe she had postpartum psychosis, well, there's no more postpartum. Once it's over, it's over. And at a certain point, the psychologists who don't seem to recognize for a good portion of time, narcissistic personality disorder or psychopathy will say, well, she seems healthy. She seems sad that she lost her children. She seems like she wants to go out and do good things in the world. Let's let her go. And I think she would be depending on that. And I think aside of the paralysis, which are really bad, that was a bad deal, you know, Lindsay, if that's your whole plan was to just go for a few years in a mental institution and get out and then carry on your life in freedom. And now you're paralyzed. Well, you did screw that up then. And so things aren't going as well as she might have planned if you believe she planned it. I know some of you do not. All right. I want to stop here to talk about her husband. It's interesting. Her own mother says she can't forgive her. Her own mother doesn't seem to be all much on board with it. Postpartum psychosis.
Wow.
Why not? Mothers usually are the biggest suckers for their daughters. She killed her mother's grandchildren, all three of her mother's grandchildren. And I'm going to guess the mother who raised this child. I don't know what kind of mother she was. I'm not going to get into that. But she might have seen things as she was growing up. And now that she's done what she's done, she looks back and goes, oh my God, maybe I overlooked all of these things. Maybe I downplayed all of these things. Maybe she really was a psychopath way back when. Maybe she was, I noticed let's say she thought, oh, I look back, I noticed manipulations, lies, all kinds of things. But I just chalked it up to personality, not personality disorder, but personality. So the mother doesn't seem to be too forgiving as her husband is. So why is her husband so forgiving? And I'm going to say this. A lot of people are very vicious about Patrick. They say, oh, he was cheating on her. There's no proof of that. So
yeah, there's no proof of that so far. I wonder if her mum and dad will take the stand. Patrick's dad's been on the stand. I wonder if any of the other parents. She is very judgy, but she's like a criminal profiler, so she's the other side. She's like the extreme.
There's no sense of you going there. He was a terrible husband. I know this was used with Yates, Andrea Yates. So it's like her husband, oh, he was a horrible husband. He forced her to have all these kids, blah, 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 blah. He was a terrible person. I disagree. I think she had a good husband, an incredible husband.
I agree with her on that.
But I will call him a dolt. I use this word quite often when it comes down to women with narcissistic personality disorders / psychopathy and their husbands. I find in general, their husbands are dolts. And I don't mean dolts in the way that you're a complete moron, stupid, whatever, but I do believe
he was more of a
they are a dolt when it comes down to women and the relationship they're in. A dolt in the sense he doesn't get it. That he's actually a nice guy. Too nice a guy.
Mr. Nice Guy.
Do you remember Sherry Papini?
That's what I said.
He thought he had the best wife, supposedly. And they're raising the kids together. Every picture you ever saw of Sherry Papini was, she's a good looking woman. She's always, yeah. And then she disappears. People think she was kidnapped. And her husband's beside himself. He's like, oh my God, my wife's been kidnapped. My poor children are losing their mother. And then she reappears. And then he finds out she faked it all. He woke up from his adulthood. And he's like, I don't ever want to see that woman again. He was so pissed off because he couldn't believe that she fooled him the way she fooled him. But now we have Lindsay's husband. Do you know what he must be going through? He chose her to be his wife. He had 3 children with her. And she had some issues, but he tried to be a good husband, helped her with all these issues. He said, he took his paternity leave and he helped her. He actually told her, as you said this in court, that I put money aside in case she needed longer, she could stay home. That's one hell of a nice guy. And supposedly, since he worked at home, he often helped her while he was at home. In other words, helping her out with the children, the baby, while he was at home when he was no longer on paternity leave. And the money between the two of them could afford nursery school. The kids went to nursery school. As far as I can see, he did everything to support her.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, poor guy, I think when he came home and found she'd murdered all his children, set him up to go to the store so she could murder their children. When he saw them, I don't know how that guy is even getting through the day. And he says very quickly, within a couple of weeks, I forgive her. And I'm going to say, I think this is why he says he forgives her. I think because if he doesn't, he has to admit that he just was a dolt. I was a dolt. I didn't see all the time she manipulated me, lied to me, because I believe she did. I believe that those lies and manipulations weren't just for the doctors when she said certain things to them, or just when she sent them to the store and when she talked to them on the phone perfectly fine. I don't think those are the only times. I think she probably had a history of it, but he was a nice guy, and nice guys don't see it. As long as, well, there's a truth to this too. As long as they're getting sex, and sometimes for guys, food on the table and whatever else, or not having to deal with certain things. He seemed to be actually more of a better husband than even many adults that I've seen who are in situations like this. But they want to see the best. They want to be able to carry on with their lives, and they just don't see it, or they don't want to see it. But for the most part, most people are married to, most men who are sort of adults married to women who are manipulating them to a great extreme, don't really see it. And because they don't kill their children, they live with it. But here we have a guy who came home to find his children all dead. And I think deep down in his heart, he says to himself, oh my God, how did she fool me? all these years, I saw this, I saw this, I saw this, I saw this. And if I admit that, because people say this already, well, why did you leave her home with the kids? If you knew she was having problems with severe depression and possible psychosis, why did you leave her home with the kids? Good question. And he doesn't want to answer that question because he's horrified. I fell for her manipulations and I left the damn house. And therefore, if I believe that she's really a psychopath, possibly, and she killed the children on purpose, and I ignored all of the things for the 5 years, 6 years I was with her, all of the signs were there and I ignored them all, then I am responsible for the death of my 3 children along with her. But if I can just believe she's just psychotic for that moment in time, was a great mother, although her own mother doesn't seem to be so kind. And she was this great wife, great mother, great everything. She was so perfect. Everybody loved her. If I can believe that, then I can believe that she had this psychosis just for this moment in time. And I don't have to, theoretically hate her, but more importantly, because he didn't stay with her. He divorced her. So if she really only had this moment in time, why is he not there for her? And he's remarried, had kids, so he's moving on. I think he doesn't want to admit that he just was adult and missed all of that. And he feels guilty because he should have known better. But he kept having children with her. And then it all ended up this way. I mean, I can't blame the guy. I wouldn't want to think that either. Nobody wants to think that they missed everything. I don't know how many people say, like, I had no clue that my husband was cheating on me. I had no clue my wife was cheating on me. And there's this like trail, but to admit it means you saw it, you thought about it, and you stayed anyway, even though you were being lied to and cheated on and eventually maybe dumped. I mean, a lot of this is just the way humans handle things. I feel sorry for the guy. I don't have any animosity toward him at all, or to her mother, who at this point seems like she can't stand her. I think that from what I've seen, from working in the hospitals and working with people who are psychopathic, dealing with people with narcissistic personality disorders, I've watched them manipulate the living hell out of people. Because I used to be an interpreter, I was a sign language interpreter at the hospital. So that was the 13 years of my life. And I would see, because I was almost like a fly on the wall, I would see somebody come in and they would see me when I walked in the door and they go, oh, hi, what's up? How are the kids? How are they doing? That's it. I know. And they chat. And then the doctor would pull this curtain and they go, and they go, oh. And I couldn't tell the doctor that because it was against the code of ethics for sign language therapy. I couldn't tell them. She's faking it, man. And then the doctor said, what's wrong? What happened? And I'd sign, what's wrong? What happened? Oh, this happened. Oh,
Yeah, but like, we haven't heard from. Where's she getting that about Lindsay's mother? We haven't heard that. Has anybody else heard that? Because she did change proxy to her parents, didn't she?
I'd interpret that and the doctor would walk out and pop back up. So how are the kids? I mean, it was like amazing to see. They were lying like dogs to the doctors. I saw people getting drugs from doctors, pretending they had sickle cell when they didn't have sickle cell, because they just wanted Percocet to sell on the street. I watched a woman who was clearly Munchausen syndrome by proxy lie like crap to the doctor. I've seen women do a Munchausen syndrome lying about being raped when they weren't. I have seen a lot of stuff. But the doctors fell for it every time because all of them are very convincing actors and they knew how to show emotion, even if that really wasn't what they were feeling. They knew how to smile. They knew how to cry. They were good. And as soon as that doctor and nurse walked out of the room, they changed in a heartbeat right in front of me. It's fascinating. So I've seen it. I've seen how it works. And so when you're looking at, as this trial proceeds on, I'm not fond of the prosecutor. I didn't like her opening statement. I thought that she was, I don't know, something, I just didn't go for it too much. I thought the defense went for the emotion right away, which is what he's got on his side. I don't know, as the whole trial goes on, whether I think the prosecution has gotten stronger. The defense has gotten weaker. But I will say what I said in the beginning of this trial. There are 12 jurors there. There are 12 jurors. And I've always called the lay jury system 12 people off a bus stop. Well, people who, for whatever reasons, got stuck doing jury duty, wanted to do jury duty, whatever. But they're 12 people and they have no training in psychology, no training in profiling, no training in anything. And so they got these two sides, having an out, and they throw experts from both sides at them. And they're supposed to figure out which expert's a lying dog and which one's telling the truth. And who's pulling on the heartstrings, who's not. I would be confused.
Well, I don't know where the hell Pat's getting this about the mother, because I mean, I know that this is what the AI report says. Now, Pat, I don't agree with everything she says and does, but she also has witnessed a lot and she goes a bit too far the other way, but then she's seen a lot of manipulation, hasn't she? Says Lindsay's parents have shown protective support for her throughout the proceedings. They've been showing up at court together. Her parents were present in Plymouth Superior Court for her first in-person appearance ahead of the trial, saying directly, "We're here today to support her and we love our daughter very much. And we're here just to support her any way we possibly can." Her mother has also expressed being protective of Lindsay emotionally, with one parent speaking alongside her mother, describing wanting her to gradually acclimate to the courtroom setting because she's nervous and scared, and emphasizing that what matters most is Lindsay's state of mind at the time of killings rather than just the facts of the crime itself, a framing that lines up with the defense's postpartum psychosis argument. I don't know. Don't know where she's getting
Part of
that
that
from.
jury. So what they're going to go with is gut feeling, and that's never what a juror should actually do. A juror should base everything on evidence. But this is a messy case where the evidence comes down to 100% comes down to personality disorder, or a personality that is obliterated by postpartum psychosis. There is no absolute proof. There's no physical. We know she killed them. That's not an issue. She murdered her 3 children. Get the word straight. Murdered. It's not accidental death. It's not homicide. Is not enough. It's a homicide, but homicides can be self-defense. Homicides can be, there's all kinds of things homicide can be, but murder is the absolute choice to kill a person. No self-defense, and certainly these little 3 children, they weren't doing something to her she had to defend herself against. She planned and murdered these 3 children. But I will say again, I think she's going to be found not guilty by reason of insanity, because I think all you need is one person on that jury to go, because I'm seeing it in the comments. I'm going to get hate comments all over here. You don't understand psychosis, Pat. You don't understand postpartum depression, Pat. She clearly was in psychosis, blah, 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 blah. It's because most of you don't understand narcissistic personality disorder or psychopathy because you've never been around it. And a good portion of, unfortunately, the mental health community doesn't want to go there and talk about that because it's not treatable. Okay, so I think you're going to get 1 or 2 or 3 jurors who are just they're just going to feel maybe she didn't know what she was doing. Maybe she heard those voices. I think she's going to end up. I think that's what she planned in the beginning. The only thing that screwed the whole thing up was getting paralyzed because she miscalculated the drop and the icy ground. But other than that, I think she's getting exactly what she planned. That's my opinion on her as a profiler. I think the kids were an impediment. She they were in her way, and she wanted to get rid of them. And I think she did. But I don't think she intended to be paralyzed. I think that's the thing that really pissed her off, because I think she's going to get the verdict. I think she's going to get not guilty by the reason of insanity. And I wouldn't be surprised that she's out in a year or 2 or 3. People say, oh, she could be there for the rest of her life. No, she's not schizophrenic. And the person's not schizophrenic at all. I mean, it's hard. It's not like a lifelong true chemical condition. It's a momentary thing from having kids. I might say, never have any more children. And she'll go, never, never, never. I won't do that. And they'll let her out, and she will be free to live her life, start all over again. But I'll tell you, 3 people who don't get to live their lives start all over again. And that's the 3 children that she murdered, in my opinion, in cold blood. All right, those are my thoughts as this trial goes on. If you're new to the channel, please do like and subscribe. Please do. I know there's going to be a lot of people disagree with me. Please, at least be polite, okay? I do block people. A lot of times you don't even realize I blocked you because for some reason YouTube doesn't let you know. You still see your comment and wonder why nobody's responding to your comment. It's because you are blocked, but you won't know that. But nobody else will see your comment. I will block you if you're rude. Because there's no necessity to be rude. You can disagree with me. I'm not claiming to, I'm not always right. Although I think I'm probably right in this case, but I'm not always right. So people can have different opinions. Okay. So just be polite. That's all I ask. And if you're not being polite, you do have a problem. You might have a personality disorder. Anyway, thank you guys for being here. A horrible case. It's just one of those things. It's hard to wrap your head around. Even if it's just no, there's no even if. It's just hard to wrap your head around that a mother would murder her 3 children instead of at least walking away. But as I said, walking away doesn't absolve you of having to deal with them unless you can really make yourself go missing. You know, if you can disappear, change your name and all that stuff. And a few women have done that. A few men have done that. Just vanished and went and lived a different life. I wish she had done that, but apparently that wouldn't have been good enough for her. I think she wanted the attention, and I think she wants to be able to continue the life she wants to continue and not have to hide out anyplace. I think she's going to win. That's what I think. Thanks for being here. Bye.
Well, we'll see. See if Pat's right or not. Will she just get out that quick, though? That bit I don't know. We shall see. Right, I'm going to go now. If BJ goes live, I'll go live on Kick. Let me see if she's got anything. So for anybody new, I go live on Kick as well for a very different content. Do you think so, Jacqueline? I don't know. I still can't decide. I'm going to have a break and then let's have a look. I think she's doing true crime. Oh, it's not about what's right or wrong. It's about who you like. Double standards. She's going live in about 38 minutes to do drama. So I'll jump on Kick then. She's got true crime set up as well. You're welcome, Sharon. But if you're new here and you want to follow me over on Kick, there's the Kick. We do more. It's a bit wilder over there. We review tragedy pimps in the true crime world and things like that. People that get involved in true crime cases and mess it up or do bad jobs on it. Okay. I will check it. I'm going to go and have a break, get freshen up, and I'll be back. in a bit. Thanks to everybody that's been here. Yeah, I'll see you later. Bye, everyone. And we'll be live on Monday for the trial day 10.